Yo.
Twin brother as a head coach. And so, this head-to-head became personal. Today will be the 11th time these two teams face each other. And Na'Vi currently holds a commanding 8-2 lead. But this stage is built on surprises, heroics, and upsets. So, prepare yourselves for a battle like no other and get ready for one of the greatest rivalries in EMEA. It's gonna be a fun one today. Emil and Eric, a little bit of a shoving fisticuffs there, but of course we all know it's all fun and games between those two. But as you guys heard, this rivalry, it's been a long one, it's been an entertaining one, but it's been an extremely one-sided one. Na'Vi 8-2 right now. Kukuka, you think history's repeating itself?
Oh yeah, totally. Especially after what we saw last week, it would make a lot of sense. But now as we're jumping into the map select, a couple of surprises here. Actually, Team Liquid is going to decide to go to Lotus, a map that they do not have the reps on, but probably is based off on what Na'Vi did last week, because even though it was a very dominant performance, the composition was not the usual that we see on Lotus, and maybe they spot some flaws. On the side of Na'Vi, it looks like they're doing the same, but with Liquid. They spot the flaws and split, and they might want to take them there.
Yeah, this is an interesting map selection here. If we go all the way to Ascent, like, yeah, it's Na'Vi is one of their strongest maps, but Liquid has to have something up their sleeves for them to go and pick Lotus like this. And Na'Vi doesn't really, they float everything. They don't really have a permaban, it seems like, so.
They shouldn't. They never have. What I mean is, like, it's something that they tried last year, but as a long roster that's been standing together for so long, at this point, you should not have permabans.
I do agree with that, but okay, I do have to revive this rivalry thing. I think I do want to edit this, because if it goes to like 9-2 here in terms of scoreline series scores, that's not really a rivalry at that point. That's just a beating, right?
Let me give you some cope. Let me give you some cope.
Hit me with the cope.
There's a couple of players on the side of Liquid that have traditionally bested Angel, Shao, and Zipan, and that is Enzo and Mystic. Enzo and Mystic's like personal results against this Na'Vi roster is pretty high. I think it's in favor of them right now. I know kickoff didn't look too great, but also Liquid in general at kickoff didn't look too great. So if they come out swinging the way that they did when they won their game, do you guys feel like maybe they will have a chance?
It's so important, and probably the reason why they picked the Lotus, right? If they have something prepared now that they have a week just to dedicate to prepare against Na'Vi, it has to happen in Lotus, and it has to happen as soon as possible.
I think that there's a major issue though, and it's that Mitch is casting, right?
Mitch is casting, but Nat is on Cypher.
I mean, we like that. Definitely, this is a composition that we do not see that much. Enzo is going to go for the Sova, a solo controller on both of the sides. Of course, for Na'Vi and Shao, playing the Brism is way, way different of what Omen can offer you. But Josh, what do you think of this double initiator combo from the side of Liquid?
This is going to be interesting because Liquid's going to be having to do a lot of these team-coordinated plays and explosive things together. And what we see from them on all the other maps is the individualistic things where everyone's kind of like got their own job to do. do, and it's so separate from each other. So now we're gonna have to see them actually working together in groups. They'll have to have wolf packs. Obviously, Nats can be by himself, but the rest of them really have to be on point with their utility and everything.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that Mitchman is casting, because for those of you who don't know this at home, he has never casted an Enzo victory. So, Tom, you're going to have to carry this one. Over to you guys.
Oh, God.
Yeah, thanks for that quick reminder, Stu. I hadn't actually realized that every time I cast Enzo, he loses. It's not the countless tears I've cried that remind me of that. And as we come into this matchup, Tom, you know, a lot of people are going to be saying that Na'Vi are the favorites. I would disagree. Hard to beat a team twice. Let's settle it. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right. One way to solve it, I guess, Tom. We still can't decide it.
Never goes
with the
right.
old game. Time to bring out the new one. It's Lotus with Team Liquid on the defensive side and Na'Vi mounting their attack. Last time it was 13-7 in Na'Vi on both maps that were played. They dominated the series despite losing a lot of the opening duels and rounds. These guys are always able to claw it back. Team Liquid, we heard from Emil in an interview earlier on their socials. Today it's all about focusing, staying calm, staying positive, and following their IGL. While Liquid are going to need to change a lot based on what we saw last time. On the attack side for Na'Vi, a slow start, but expected when it comes to this map.
I want to see what they've got as well. Like they have gone into a map selection. They watched Na'Vi play this map. They watched them demolish Vitality on it, and then they've decided to pick it when not playing it so far this year. So there must be something that Liquid have come in and are looking to counter. Yumpy up close, aggressive, a chance for a setup. But it hasn't really found anything. Yumpy's actually going to go pushing left, completely blind, but he still manages an opener here. Enzo will give the advantage over to Liquid and has some support still aggressively. Looking pretty good for them at this stage, but there's the Xiao Show. Always in the late round, this man comes alive.
Yeah, and he popped off in their last series as well, although there weren't many players that didn't. Na'Vi 2 versus 2, damage sustained, though Artist down to 21 HP and Xiao on 86. The utility from Liquid earlier managed to give them an upper hand.
Brim solo on
In fact, the paranoia might help as it pushes them back, and Mystic claiming the final kill gives a
on
pistol
Lotus
round
is
to
something
Liquid,
we've
starting
seen.
it out with a 1-0 lead.
Are you nervous, Mitch?
That's something that's like
I woke up today, Tom. I thought about phoning
very
in sick just to give Enzo
questionable.
the upper hand.
Well, the thing is, I'm now questioning.
And for TL,
Are
same,
Fur
like
the
just
best
solo man.
second-round team in the world, or are Liquid?
I'm gonna
the
say I
worst
prefer
second-round
solo
team in
man
the world?
over
'Cause that's
solo
what I'm waiting
Brim.
to see in this one, because that was the thing they struggled with versus Fur.
Yeah, it
Is they
was rough.
really had problems when it came to losing to classics and silly things.
Just
Speaking of
because
something
of
silly, Angel has
what I
won
mean
Outlaw in
provides.
round number 2. The rest of the team
You
look
don't
like
really
they're
have
just going to be
some
saving here. Obviously looking for the
very
rifles in the next
great
round. Actually, wait, no,
orbital
is
side
Xiao
of
dropped
Brim.
him.
Xiao is not that much of a support player. This is unreasonable.
That's a tag. That's a wonderful tag off rip as well.
What do you think of the Ares on Enzo? I know you really like that gun.
Listen, in his hands, he can work magic, I'm sure, but it is still a gun that I am petrified of. Angel goes for light shields alongside the Outlaw, still going to be vulnerable to getting hit by Kiko's Outlaw, and so I imagine
Funnily enough,
he'll
so is
avoid that.
Kiko, who also has light shields.
Oh, that's true. And the benefit of this round is a lot of teams will go for it. Enzo had full shield, so he survives the first blast, but any 3 of the other players, excluding Nats, would have went down to that initial shot. Good trade out as the spike is now down, but the site control has been given up, and Zipan's able to pick up 1, but ultimately it's a clean second round, which is something I was robbed of saying in that series of Liquid v Foot.
Yeah, that is true. It didn't happen too often, but clearly something that
Too
they
close.
worked on to improve. They even,
You
I think, managed to
probably
retrieve
don't
themselves a
want a
second
small
outlaw as
shield.
well. So this is definitely going to have a little bit of bite towards it. It seems like, okay, Angel has actually returned the favor and given Xiao the rifle back going into this round, so you're not going
And
to
it
see Xiao without
forces
a gun.
Angel
And
on a
Angel's just
pistol.
going to be playing with the pistol. It definitely sets them off in a bit of an awkward place economically. Means that he might actually warrant the reason of running in first, as we see from him all the time.
His Gecko is mighty as well. Entering with the Sheriff, I'd love to see from Angel. He's just using his utility early on to clear up a lot of this
I have 2
control.
breach.
And I think for Liquid, this is a round where they have a lot to work with those 2 Outlaws in terms of chip damage. But it's still hard to follow up on those kills in the initial fights. And a team like Na'Vi, they'll take that 140 and
Thank
drop
you
you
for the
right
follow.
off rip. A tough round to find a
In
lot of
EMEA.
value from, but they can definitely do damage.
That's very tentative. From either side, in fact. Liquid not overly aggressing, only really Kiko, and he's got himself into a solid position. He's dangerous and just about manages to win that fight. A nasty tag in a round like this, that could definitely make the difference. You can see that Team Liquid are now starting to gamble their defenses on this C site. 3 players ready and waiting, and I look for a moment like that might get them the kill. Instead, though, they're going to start their rotation back towards this B site. Start putting pressure on. And that alone has pulled off the majority of the players from C.
They're quickly back in play. Cage's pop paranoia that Mystic had kept for a little bit later now finds its value with Angel going down to utility. But there it is, another tag coming through, this time to the legs. Makes it easier to finish them off. And with 2 players on 10 HP, this is a very winnable round for Nats. Sneaking around the back of the site, still denying the plant, but eventually they found a safe spot alongside that molly. 3 players to drop. Low HP now on all of them.
What?
Artist down to 67. And even though it's just a Spectre for Nats, it could work out. The nano from afar, he knows it's there. He knows he has to destroy it. Instead, he's looking for the kill. It's a little greedy, but I like it. To try to thin out their numbers here and now. You assume there's something else coming. And Artist has some utility. Can follow up on the trap. It's starting to look like damage might be the name of the game again. Defusing this will be tough.
He has no
and
time,
impossible
yeah.
indeed with that pop flash from Artist. Well
And
handled. Navi, a
those
very
ult
patient
goes,
round,
it's
and
some
you can see
damage,
why.
but
They got a lot of value
you
from
can't
playing
finish
slow
people.
and ended up with a very thin margin of success with about 100 HP between the 3 of them.
Yeah, they definitely got a little bit too close for comfort. I think even one of those jewels goes back in the other direction, and it's very easily could have been a round for Liquid. A
Straight
solid
bullet.
start for them, and that's the thing. That was what I was really worried about, is we already saw them last time they played. It did feel like, especially on the attacks, Na'Vi blitzed them. There were halves where it was literally, a close first half and then a 7-0, an 8-0 attack side. So getting off to a solid start here is important, and already we're going to see them challenging for early control. Zipan's won that fight, though.
Oh, and another as well with the jump up. They didn't expect so many players to be here, and Yuppie is firing on all cylinders. Only Nats again, but this time the clutch much more winnable. Actually, more HP in play for his opponents than before, but less guns to fire back with. That said, the gun is in the hands of Sugetsu, and he still has a nano to work with, an alarm bot to cover some of the approach, and of course a movable door behind him that gives him a little bit of security. It's a tough clutch for Nats, but he got here early enough to see that there was no cross back to middle, so he's focused in on the
Nice shot.
place. And beautifully placed bullet to put 3 on the board. A close 3rd round, a competitive one, and an even closer 4th.
This is the thing. Well, when you're looking at this Team Liquid roster, okay, the form hasn't been great. They've had some struggles. They've beaten Koi, lost to Koi, and then got demolished by Foot. But we've always known that they have those individual players. They have the likes of a Yumpie and Nats. Kiko was lighting up the server in the first week. And if they can come online, that's probably one of the ways that they can beat Na'Vi. I think the other way is if Na'Vi trolls, but we won't go into that because that hasn't happened just yet.
And especially with those, like that 3rd round for me tells me Na'Vi are not coming in with the Na'Vi game, with the troll play, because they were giving them so much respect. And maybe knowing that there's a 2nd outlaw in play definitely makes you more hesitant to swing into angles like lunatics. Now, they don't really have the opportunity to take those ranged fights. It's not just the shield situation in which everybody's one hit to Enzo, who was playing the Odin last round. Big investment, so now he takes that little bit of a lighter play with the Outlaw, and he's one hit on any of these players.
Na'Vi have kind of brought down quite far, though. Angel left on 900 credits. Zipan not with a mass amount left either. Like they're almost playing a bit of a gamble that maybe some of their utility will be gone, or that they can pad the gap a little bit with ults. Angel just looking for a fight, and well, he found one.
Yeah, the IGL of Team Liquid dropping to find that opening kill, that shock dart.
Ooh.
Unattendedly well landed.
Oh no. Oh, there's 2
Oh,
players
that
standing on it.
nade.
They're stuck in that corner. I think Enzo just about 5 HP. He's able to escape.
He's gonna
He
get
doesn't.
found by
It's actually
Classic.
classic through the smoke. It was a rolling thunder utilized by Liquid, but somehow out of that, Na'Vi have come out on top.
There's a big investment. A little bit of information with where Yumpie is. Do they check the back of the tree? Yes, they
Okay,
do.
1 for 1.
Mystic fires off just in time to give them a warning shot. And Zipan lands that bullet nicely. Nats
Player standing.
an off angle, and now the only hope for the squad. Good kill. Sections it into a 1 versus 1 on both angles, but Sugetsu isn't
Sugetsu,
planted.
yeah. They
Swings
play
out
the
to support his
crossfire.
teammate. and put another round on the board for Na'Vi. This one a little cleaner, and ults very much coming online for both squads.
Yeah, the focus there has to be on Ardis' utility. That was just fantastic. Like, obviously Zipan hitting a couple of shots, but it's once they're forced into the corner, there's a stun and an aftershock. 2 players stuck. I think Mystic is able to TP out, but it just leaves Enzo screwed. And then they're just able to play off of the advantage that they already have. Na'Vi bring things back in and around. As said, they had 2 rifles, what was it, pistols on the rest. They've managed to completely obliterate the economy of Liquid and are right back in the early stages of this game.
Fantastic early fight for this squad of Na'Vi. Looking to equalize things up against the pistols. It shouldn't be too tall of a task. A lot of damage done early, but no kills to follow through on. Na'Vi have a lot of the map covered. Turret watching their back, and a player pushed up on B Sagetsu, so there's no need to turn tail and look for other parts of the map to worry about their back. They do need to worry about that spike, though.
Like,
Dropped
they have
in
to
the
go
open,
back.
Zipan on 29, and a very
They don't have
competitive
no
round
many
somehow
ultimates.
comes out of next to no investments. If things do start to go awry, weapons can be retrieved. Ults are online for Liquid. Granted, 2 of them are fairly low impact, and the Hunter's Fury not likely to be committed.
That's the most pistol bullets I think I've ever seen spam through a smoke.
Looks like a full auto weapon.
Oh, the attempt to rotate back though. Sagetsu already watching. And actually, Zipan's gonna stick around. He's only on 29 HP. He still looks to fight. I guess maybe just getting the ult orbs in this scenario. Enzo was locking them in, but it's made this round once more a little bit more competitive. I guess the idea from Na'Vi is just defend the guns. Don't allow Liquid to retrieve anything, because then that truly gets dangerous. The one worry now is the time, but with them heading towards the B site, they've gambled, and they've gambled correct.
Hunter's Fury could come into play. I don't know if they want to commit it with everybody tagged so low. The recon through will reveal them. Following up on it, something else entirely. And I think it is the right call not to expend that ultimate for a round that...
And they know they
can
can pick
kill.
up the
That
weapon.
2v3 is going to side with Na'Vi. And the ultimate name of the game here being damage. Yet again. The ult used from Nats for a little bit of information, and he's caught one through the wall. Now you might start to think elsewhere. Oh, with the lockdown in play, is this going to be the Hunter's Fury to cancel? Are they just rushing the site, looking for the control? That's what they go for. And it hasn't quite worked out.
Hello?
I thought for a second.
Eventually.
I thought for a second. That was about to be a little bit embarrassing.
Down to the spike. He has ult orb. There's no, has ult. There's no point playing it for an orb. You're not going to get another kill, most likely.
Oh, it is still going to be a decent round in terms of damage. Na'Vi, though, will equalize that score. And as said, expectations with Na'Vi is normally to see the heavier portion of rounds on the attack. And actually, from what we've seen so far over this and kickoff, that's for both teams. Liquid definitely had their struggles when it came to their defensive sides, but their attacks have been sublime. So not a bad start, but it's about this round. Bolts, okay, Kiko a little bit closer with that showstopper. Hunter's Fury, as you mentioned, but the other side of things, Na'Vi's already pretty stacked.
Yeah, and
good
when
to
we came
know
into the
then.
last round saying about the ultimates, the impact was the real question. Mystic and Nats burning theirs, but they're never really going to find that much value. On the other hand, Flash, Rolling Thunder, an Orbital Strike can do a whole lot. And that Detain has actually managed to seize at least one player. If they tried to hunt it down, they'd be in a lot of trouble, but the Rolling
They're
Thunder
gonna
could help them out.
push.
3 players caught in that, and Sagetsu swinging around the back. Mystic was the only one untouched by the ultimate, and now in a prime position as he trades out. 4 versus 4. Ults used by Na'Vi for a little bit of space, and the
1
trades
for
are good.
1.
Do they expect the second player?
Yes.
Well, whether they do or not, Xiao's hitting the shot and putting the 3v2 in effect. Orbital Strike for post-plant means the clock is
And the
even
call
further
is saved.
against you. They've realized that there's no way back in. Might get a kill here onto
okay.
Angel, who was on walkabouts. Does that really make it doable? They believe
seems
so.
it.
Yeah, it looked like they were saving, then they run
Yeah,
towards
they're
the
gonna
shutdown, and they're
save.
running away again. Trying to keep Na'Vi in position, so they perhaps die to the spike.
I think at this stage, just holding on to the remaining weapons. Zipan should be able to get far enough away, so it's going to be the couple of weapons saved at least in Na'Vi. I'm liking the pacing, like just a complete change-up. We've seen a lot of slow, defaulty rounds. That is the classic when it comes to Lotus, just sort of playing the map, looking for those aggressive positions that we've had push-ups from the likes of Kiko, taking a main control. The last round, they obviously fought for Mound as well. But in this round, Na'Vi just do the opposite. They send one ult straight in to give them the information. They send the second one to try and re-aggress and take some space. And although there was a decent adaptation from Liquid, I do think it was a caught between two. It's like, do we go for it? Do we not? Okay, well, in the end, they just end up saving.
Well, Liquid have called a timeout, and you can definitely understand why. This is a big round coming up. Take a look at that timeline. They win the first
No,
two.
the reason why Navi calls, the TL calls timeout is because Navi has 4 rounds. So the idea with timeouts
Again, though, there are
used
still
to
gonna
be
be
to
some
call
weaknesses, but
them
having saved over those weapons,
during
they might decide to
Nico
go
round.
back in
Maybe
for
an
it.
outlaw. Like that's the
But
thing.
now
Max's got
more and more teams
2,400.
look like
Kiko with
they
an
just
outlaw, I
call
think
it
is
at
absolutely
4
fine,
rounds
especially
and
alongside
then
a
8
showstopper.
rounds
Maybe Enzo
for the
ends up
enemy
with another
team.
Ares.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it?
Look at
Basically,
it. That's
the idea being you call them at like
Through it all, Tom, and you
1/3 and
So,
2/3 of the
like you've got the one eco in there, but this,
of the game
Stop it.
for your
They've
enemy.
got the one eco in there, but a couple buy rounds as well. If they come into this with some ultimates in the back pocket,
And we have
they decide
another
to
outlaw.
invest heavily
This
as well.
time for
This is a
Navi.
round where they have to see that value. A couple seconds left. We haven't seen Enzo buy. It looks like a bulldog is going to be what they settle on. So you see, they've got
Navi about to do it again. They have got 4 players already set up, just walking towards that B side. It's almost an identical round to what we've just witnessed. Yeah, they're going straight through.
They haven't accounted for Mystic in the corner. That spike now dropped in the middle. Oh, okay. Kiko just fires in with the showstopper. It was a blind fire through the smoke, doesn't land anything.
They have
But
the
spiking
spike.
down.
And
What
again,
is
the
Navi's
Brimstone.
plan? Where are
I
they
don't
going to
know.
go with this
No,
one? So
I'm an
Angel
ultimate
is on his
to
way to
pick up
C.
that
He knows they
spike.
will have rotated to back up that spike. So he's taking the control. It's not like they have an Omen ult to go retrieve it. You're going to have to fight for that B site. So the idea to cause paranoia that maybe these players go behind you. And the orbital strike later, they're sending players towards B as well. I mean, this looks like a default round that you would play out, Tom, but not without the spike.
Yeah, I definitely... It's weird because they sent Zipan in. They also sent Wingman in. So it was definitely the plan to plant within that B site, but then nobody really followed up on it. I guess they were really assuming that there would be an after plant, maybe that Liquid wouldn't play anybody. They're getting down to the 30-second mark. Angel's managed to find Yumpy, but he's got a player behind him. They still don't have the spike. This is the bigger issue. Now they're finally going to start pushing in, but they're walking into every single member of this Liquid squad. This round is just mentored while Mystic's just farming. I don't know what has happened here for Navi. It looks like an absolute mess of a round.
10 seconds.
I don't know how Sugetsu's even alive at this stage.
I mean, he's done a decent amount of damage, at least. There was potential. But ultimately, yeah, I feel like this round, they tried to divide and conquer a little bit to create a blind spot, pressuring C, leaving a player outside B, making a little bit of noise, and then having that double push in from the connector, but it didn't work. As you can see clearly, I think they've outplayed themselves. It's strange, though, the fact that you get one player blast packing in, Wingman going through, and nothing else. That's when I expect to see 3 more players come through that smoke.
Yeah. I think even then, Mystic's probably a little bit confused. Like, well,
did they break trap and just assume it was going to be B wide open? Like it is now. Look, if they did that
was
if they did that now, perfect.
I think it's purely based off the fact that the last round they managed to go in and there was no one there. They're just gonna walk it again. There's a stun. I guess Na'Vi are genuinely, this is just a weakness that they've spotted. The Team Liquid like to play heavily into CNA, so they're just trying to put that pressure in. This time, they almost use it as a ruse. They go, okay, we're doing it for a third round in a row.
Rotation for
and there's been a push-up that has just been Enzo dead within seconds.
Yeah, it was jump peeking it, and it looks like Sugetsu got perfect timing, slipping in under the jump peak. Bit of a disaster for Team Liquid. A site, though, they've made the call to play it as a retake. It's the right play, as we can see. Smoke down. On the way through, the cam's going to be up top, but it won't be used because Nats has got his weapon in hand. He's surrounded. Wingman on the site going for the plant and being allowed. Nats wants to be the behind enemy lines. An element of surprise as they don't expect him to be here. Kiko picking them up and thinning the herd. Leaves Sugetsu
the plant
alone.
is not for
and he's going to have to attempt
Sugetsu,
to deny this defuse, but in fact, the players come pushing as he's readying himself to tap towards that spike. He gets swung by more players than he was expecting. 5 rounds now for Team Liquid, and the lead is back in their grasp.
These are the rounds you really just love watching from Nats. Someone who was a maestro of the cam. Even if you go back to when they used to play those CIS like regionals, it wasn't even in EMEA at that stage. He would just sit in his cam. I think Split was the one I always remember. Yeah. But they're doing exactly the same here. Just basically playing as the information for the team. Sure, those assists are not going to come up within the server, but it's just so much information that he's finding. And then there at the end to be traded out even. Great round from him. And up there, and this is the thing, you've got Yumpy fragging, you've got Mystic fragging, you've got Nats fragging. These are things that you need if Liquid are going to be winning. And yeah, already Angel's taken quite a bit more than a lick of damage. Na'Vi definitely aren't shying away though.
That's the kind of early wall bangs you want to see if you're Enzo with the Odin and had 19 health on Angel, 69 on Zipan. They've been chipped up early on and their approach has barely even started. That's just from barriers up. Decent bit of control for that Liquid side. The push up on C, they're jump peeking it. They've got utility on B and even a player ready to pounce if Na'Vi do go back to their old tricks.
I like the fact that they had Nats to support as well, because one of the major dangers of having that Odin in towards tree is just being overwhelmed and pressured. But he had the trips, Cam also on B just in case they went for that same play again. Seems like Liquid were more than happy to go for the retake. But for now, at least, are we just trying to push and pull them out? 40 seconds left on the clock. They've had an orbital strike for plenty of rounds at this stage, but the Hunter's Fury's still there. Enzo hasn't used it either.
You see, they're trying to push and pull the map here on the side of Na'Vi, but there's no panic from Liquid. In fact, they're already sending Kiko towards the other side of the map, still with 2 players in position on A, but Enzo backing up a little bit, running towards his last magazine on this Odin. A lot of spam has gone through, but still no kills. Na'Vi have an orbital strike to work with if they decide to put that through, but they might not have time. Here it comes, pushing players out into the open, but the kills aren't following. In fact, Nats picks up 3 quick ones, and Team Liquid extend their lead to 2.
Yeah, looking good. I said this is a map that we're yet to see them play. They've already outdone Vitality. 6 rounds on the board, and on that defensive side. And as mentioned, Na'Vi, when they played this last time out, they had a 9-3
sound on Lotus in defense.
That's not happening again. But that's the thing, I think over these last few rounds,
very good already.
they've not allowed Na'Vi to maneuver them. That's been the main thing. They've been sticking to their guns. I'm glad he can high-five better than he can rock, paper, scissors. That's all I'm going to say.
that seemed clean.
And we have Na'Vi doing the opposite.
How long did that take you?
Timing out before an eco to plan for both the eco and the gun.
Again, this Liquid squad, it has been built around players like
That's
Nats,
coming
players
after.
like Yumpy. Seeing them step up, seeing them put those numbers on the board, it's a good sign, especially on their own map choice. Obviously, Split coming up next. It's a map that we've already seen Na'Vi play versus Liquid. So if that's what Liquid are doing, learning from what they've seen,
and we have a no
early on. Now Na'Vi are going to be given that timeout, given an option
Liquid
to try and come up with something here. The problem is, Mitch, financially, this probably isn't going to be the round where they make the difference.
Yeah,
the only real thing is that they do have
in
themselves
defense,
an awful lot of ults that
and they have a 4,
Showstopper
7, and 4
Rolling Thunder 1 away,
duelist.
Lockdown 2 away, and they do have Thrash.
Like
We've seen it
literally
before,
bottom
this
of
team can definitely make it
their
work with
of the
ults
scoreboard,
rather than the weaponry.
under the fucking IGN.
Even without the ults, to be honest. Give them Sheriffs, they'll give you a round win a lot of the time. For Na'Vi, they're in position. 4 rounds, 2 down, and 2 to go. This is a, you know, like you're saying, they're not going to be able to repeat the success of their last attack side, but you don't turn your nose at a 6-6. Or even
Ultimate.
dash in.
He's gonna found Mystic.
On the blast packs, but he's taking a lot of damage, makes it easy for Mystic.
Gets 2 kills.
Another found. Xiao down, Wingman planting. Cam sees nothing, but it catches them, turning to see where it was. They want to destroy it, and instead, Sagetsu gets destroyed. Angel and Artist now. Standalone, Thrash still to be played, but Rolling Thunder, and it's caught both of them. Big ult used, they just need to find the players before the stun subsides, and they've caught Artist, leaving Angel alone, reloading. He's dropped quick as can be, and 7 rounds secured.
A little bit of friendly fire.
This could be a very strong defense for Liquid.
Yeah, Keiko is not
This is looking a lot better than what we've seen from them already throughout the tournament.
I mean, last time they got 7 rounds on each map up against
that is
Navi.
He's
true.
not really online.
Don't count your chickens. they
And
did
yet
also
they are
lose
winning
rounds
the
as well,
defensive
so
side of
be careful with
Lotus,
that one.
7-4.
And that's it. If anyone's going to run away,
And they're on
8 rounds in a
9
row
for like
on,
an
in this
8-4.
series, it is Navi.
Yeah.
It is
Even
Navi
a
that will chain
7-5
together
would
some
be good.
ridiculous combos. And I do think right now we're seeing Navi a little bit cold. I'm worried about when they warm up.
Well, yeah, Angel, Xiao, right at the bottom of the board. The Angel definitely is the more hit and miss, but Xiao is normally a safe pair of hands.
Yeah.
Either way, though, looking like we're going to see an early
You have to play
combo
for
come in.
Soigetsu's
I
ultimate
think
here.
Liquid have done well so far to
I don't know
deny
why
Navi
you
a lot
don't
of map
go for
control.
an early...
I think Nats has been superb. Whichever side he's been
An
at,
early
he's had all the information. He's allowed them to go for the
Mount
retakes
of,
with
like
every single
Seal
corner checked or cleared by a piece of utility because his cam
for Navi.
hasn't been destroyed.
Maybe they
This time out,
expect
though, looking like they might just
TL
be going for
to
a retake
expect
on B.
that.
The only man there is Yumpy.
But then the orb is gonna
Very
get
good, but the thing is for Liquid in these
given
early
to
rounds, you're like,
Ardis.
okay, maybe they're a bit out of position
clearly
here or
won't
there,
have his
but
ultimate.
Navi
Hey.
have been very slow. Other than a couple of rounds they've rushed into B, they've been going in the last 20 seconds.
Oh, the concern for me is seeing Navi make that early presence known on C and then shift.
And they
over in
don't
this
even
other
plan to
direction.
give the
It's
plan
Kiko.
to-
Look at the
Off
drone.
in hand, blinded up, and he's out of
The
there.
kills,
And Kiko
right?
has had a tough time so far. 4 kills on the board. There's 5.
Okay.
It's a headshot onto Zipan. He means business
open
on
kill.
his solo site hold, but he has a bit of support. Yumpy with a door open.
The
now has a
Killjoy is
chance
going
to
back.
pounce. Enzo's on the rotate as well.
completely-
Cody, not great for spamming that smoke because they will fire
Just
right
ignore
back at you in the
the
wall
fact that you
bangs.
can have a
Come in on the other side, but
second
even still,
ultimate.
Kiko's able to find more value. A third kill with the showstopper, and Sagetsu's walkout is waiting
Yeah, I feel
with
like
open arms by Mystic.
Navi
8
kinda
rounds and an
mentally,
Andalusia
like-
flawless to close out the half. Team Liquid look incredibly good, at least in the first half.
Yeah, no, fantastic stuff from them. And I actually like the adaptation of what they were doing with their utility, because what Na'Vi were trying to do was bait out what they had. And midway through that round, you actually see Enzo use his drone out C. So while this kill is happening, the drones just come out of C, they see absolutely nothing, and immediately gamble their rotation over to the other side of the map. They did so well with small pieces of utility, like a cam or a drone, to find everything they needed to get themselves into the right position to have, well, what was a solid hold in each of those rounds. 8-4 into the lead. A pistol for Na'Vi, pretty damn important at this stage. And as we know, Liquid have been good at their pistols.
They have, yes. It's the second rounds where the worries start to come in. For Navi, defense, early aggression on A. They look to take a lot of control, and it doesn't look like they're stopping. That W
And we have a
stuck,
weapon
whether there's a shift
drop
or not.
to
Presence on B will only
Kiko.
spur them forward.
Because
I
he
would
has
imagine.
light
It's
armor
a
and
decision for
frenzy.
Zipan whether he continues to go, and he'd be running right into Nats on the site. There's players all
So,
around Navi, have two
Omen has
on each
armor.
angle, but
The
Enzo's
breach
picked up the
dropped
double.
a weapon.
Nats follows up by dropping Zipan and opens the path into A. A clean plant to be found, and 2 players alive for Navi. Sagetsu and
Very
Xiao
interesting
have to
stuff.
recover this with
Like,
enemies everywhere. Even a
play
flank
with
coming
like
in from
an
Nats late.
open, an entry duelist.
Timing from Nats.
Oh, they're keeping Sagetsu still.
Looking like a
For
prime
pistol.
Nats moment.
Like,
Oh, the Turner almost there.
The
They got
the
a
Ray
little
is
bit dicey.
basically bought 2 satchel and a light shield.
Doesn't have much to play with, and he will go down to it. Pistol round converted from
And
Liquid.
they dropped him
They
a
are
frenzy.
running away with
The
this
breach
map.
dropped a
And while,
frenzy.
if there's going to be a response from Na'Vi, it's going to have to be soon.
Oh, it better be. This is Team Liquid's map pick. Don't fret. Splits up next, and Navi definitely won't be coming in as cold there, but it's been a real struggle for them to find this value. And even the lurks from Nats, you see it there, but more importantly, you know, good movement by Sagetsu. He didn't make it easy. And he even got a right click off. It could have went bad, but it didn't. And that's the story of a lot of these rounds for Navi. Some of them are close, but ultimately swinging in the favor of
That
Team
one
Liquid,
wasn't.
who now, yeah, that one wasn't, but that fight was. The Liquid side, they get a very decent buy. 2 Bulldogs, Spectres, and a Ghost. Credits stacked up on Enzo for next round. Navi, don't invest very much. You're really not expecting them to lose too many. And for Liquid, yeah, lose 1 player, it's fine. You can recover the weapon if you're playing together, which we can see they are. More than that, they'll feel it a little bit coming into the next.
In this round at least. The one thing that Na'Vi has is their is an aggressive push already. Coming out from Angel. He's already making his way right up to spot outside A. So they will have the majority of their players within this site. But as you said, weaponry is at a minimum. There would still have to be mistakes from Liquid to let this round slip away. Nade is potentially going to deny this part at least a little longer, although Enzo will just tank it. And from this stage, I don't know how Na'Vi find anything in this round.
The one upside being close range fights, but the numbers on every fight will be a disadvantage. Kiko, nice angle. Clean on the first, clean on the second. It's more of a formality clearing out these pistols. They lose one in the form of Yumpy, a second as Kiko goes down and Enzo is low. More damage could have been done, but in the end it's negligible. Realistically, all they've lost here is a Spectre, and they've got a good few shields to reinvest into.
Yeah, I wonder if we will see Enzo maybe buy a rifle for someone else just to try and pad the gaps a little bit. Nope, it seems like he's bought a Judge for Kiko instead. Not quite as kind, but...
attack side Judge.
Well, I can only assume then that this is either going to be just him running straight into the B site, or maybe he goes for like a C site blast pack play. If they go towards A, I think they've lost the plot.
Yeah, 100%. I even think C. C is a little shaky to be going in with the Judge.
Once you get past Mound, I think it's okay.
Yeah. There's just a lot of sight lines. If they're playing retake on site, you're gonna be in a tough spot when you drop down with a Judge. This one I think is a little bit more normalized.
Go on, Timmy.
The Judge destroying the turret. Good angle on the way back through, and you can see there's an okay chance that Zagetsu tries to pincer in from that side. You can see this Judge, though, repositioning. The door's being opened, the players making their way through. Na'Vi set their eyes on the site with Zipan already dropping. Yumpy, Enzo falling too, and now they're surrounded. These players have everything. The only angle they really can play from on Team Liquid is that connector. And when that's falling, it's Kiko's classic that's pulled out, thanks to him having a Judge in the back pocket. An incredibly clean and concise way back through.
No
in fact, I
bonus
don't think
for
Na'Vi took a single lick of damage.
No,
pistols,
and Flawless will tell you at least that they kept everybody alive. But yeah, when it comes to even having to upgrade anything in terms of reinvestment into shields, they don't need to. And if they were going to make any sort of comeback
also
happen,
won
that would be one way to start it. Of course,
the gun on after the bonus.
We didn't see any proper
one
rifles. There weren't any Vandals, Phantoms, anything of the sort for
Let's
the
see
side
if I
of
can do
Liquid.
it.
So
again, a lot of light shields.
This round will be a little bit more. I'm interested in the attack
an
side,
Odin.
Odin.
Yeah.
normally you'd see it
On
wall
attack side.
banging. That's the way that you set it up. I guess maybe gonna send out the dart first. Nope. Just swinging.
It's given them a lot of information with the dart. Yeah, I did expect to see him fall back to the right side to capitalize on it, but instead, moving forward,
a heavy rotation for Na'Vi.
You can see it did force Zagetsu back a little bit, just to be a bit more conscious of how he's holding this. Looks like only one player up close to that door, Kiko. He's not going to go through. Not just yet. They're waiting for Na'Vi to have a response. And Na'Vi are very ready to respond to this. 2 players at the broken door and a site swarming with defenders. They just haven't got their point of contact yet, and they won't.
That hasn't pushed anywhere.
Another direction.
Look how
We
much
see a
we've
ping
seen a
towards
rotation
C.
from the side of Na'Vi. Like, you can almost split them down the map at the moment. A beautifully straight line. As they only
ping
just making their
used for
way
that time.
back into the B site. Definitely not the straight line
Point
one.
to point, was it?
Yeah.
Looked clean.
But they are now making their way back. The realization that this is no longer a hit into A. More aggressive positions being taken. Another orb for Kiko, an extra kill will get him a showstopper. But now things do get a bit scary as they are pushing into a 3-site defended position with a nade there. There's also all of the utility on Ardis as well. They can't go this way anymore.
They made the right read. Having left C open earlier, now B is the one that's wide open for the taking. 15 seconds left. The plan's going down. I don't think Na'Vi have any means to deny this. It's all about the retake, and they don't all find one, but immediately the response is there. Showstopper in the hands of Kiko. Fires it off. It might have done damage with Ardis on 37 HP, but it hasn't dropped him. He's still alive. That gun is still there, and it can do so much, even on the low HP. It distracts for Angel to at least trade it out. Keep the numbers in their favor, but it's all about Yumpy. These players towards main just need to delay and allow Yumpy to come all the way around behind. Enzo ringing out with the Odin. Draws the eye, but a whiff from Yumpy gives the round to Na'Vi. They'll get away with that defuse with plenty of time.
That's just one of those Shao moments. Like, okay, sure, maybe Yumpy should have killed him immediately, but just how quick Xiao turns and insta-pops his head, that's got to just be infuriating. And yeah, again, it seems like Liquid, a lot of their reads, like the late round rotation to B was great. I think you see that Kiko does incredibly well just to do damage, but also take a couple of players with him. It's just Xiao. Like, just he throws this out and just so quick to just kill off Yumpy before he could really do anything. It's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, that's a frustrating round to
finding
lose.
their legs. Yumpy now. Well, I've seen this man play a sniper with basically every single agent in the game, so I'm not going to question him doing it on Breach.
Yeah, attack side, Breach, sniper.
He used to do it every Haven game with Killjoy, so...
That's a very aggressive push from Na'Vi. Considering what they're up against, majority pistols, I didn't expect to see them just W keying it down, but with the information taken on A, they can leave one player behind to hopefully have more look jump spotting than before and begin those rotations towards the other side of the map. This is a... I mean, the pistols might be able to cleave some value if they can force those close range fights, and the utility has done well to push them back. Smokes are just about to come into play, and then Team Liquid will waltz right into this site. The only real player to contend with them is Sagetsu. The utility there, the spams, a little bit too low, I think, not quite making it through the wall.
So
he has a Hunter Fury for the retake.
Could be used in that post-bomb, but remember the weaponry definitely weak. A showstopper.
Oh,
Well,
nice
got two,
combination
Michelle
of
is too quick
ultimate.
to take out Kiko. Again, the Nats utility. It has been nigh on perfect this entire game, but anything more would have to be absurd. Enzo has said he's got his ult, but no expectation for him to use it.
Finds a
But
weapon.
again, he's made this one extra costly with a couple of extra dropped, but Na'Vi once more continue their climb. 3 rounds the difference now. The main thing, though, is they did use an ult or two in that.
Two. They used their orbital strike and their showstopper beautifully, I will add.
Yeah.
Because I think there was even a stun in early. They stun, they orbital strike, those players move out of the orbital strike into the spam of Xiao and into the showstopper. So really, really nice. But do you consider that a win up against an eco? This was 4 classics and an outlaw. They end up losing a lot of weapons. They end up expanding ultimates as well. It's not that that round is not a win, you know? 7 goes on the board for Na'Vi, but the tools they have, the safety nets to fall back on for future rounds, now aren't there. Still a Thrash to work with and a lockdown soon. But that ult economy will swing towards Team Liquid. The economy is, while still decent for the attackers, they'll buy up and be right back into the fight. As you can see, clearly, there is a technical pause.
Yeah.
Looks like Mystic's got some things to iron out.
I think it's a cable issue. So it's something that hopefully won't take too long to fix. And I feel like for Na'Vi, I don't know, it's a momentum breaker, but it's one that I don't think it's ever really going to phase them. I think they're probably the team with maybe the most mental strength we have. It's just absurd how strong they can come back from a map defeat. And that's actually why things are starting to get a little bit worrying, because we've seen Liquid win, both pistols, both follow-up rounds. I feel like they're the one team I actually have to say that with. But more so, we are now starting to see Na'Vi build into the map. And I feel like that needs to be shut out as quickly as possible, because it gets into the late game, and Na'Vi are only going to improve. We're also seeing Zipan, Sagetsu still on that board, and I will say that they're not quite on the level that we've seen from Nats. I think genuinely, like, when Nats has been on with this Team Liquid team, he genuinely looks like that Nats of old, that guy that can just take over a game, dominate, be it with utility or the individual firepower. The thing I'm happy about, though, is we're also seeing Mystic up there. Because when we saw him play like Harbor on Icebox, it didn't go well. Like, they're trying to push the boat out with some of their comps, but I like the fact that I go through this list of agents. Nats on Cypher, probably his best agent ever. Viper arguable because he is just that good. Mystic playing on the Omen. Jumpy, okay, I've seen him play everything, so he might be the one exception. Kiko on the Raze, Enzo on the Sofa. Like, this looks like a more comfortable composition for the players that they have, and considering how the previous weeks went, I'm glad to see that, because there's a time and a place for sort of thinking up these new, innovative things. I think what we saw last week was that, okay, Liquid need to get some more fundamentals down, and today I think we've seen that.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, that first half was a downside different than what I was expecting to see coming into this, especially up against a squad like Na'Vi. Remember, I guess we'll get an almost direct comparison. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but it was Split. It was one of those two we played last time. It was 13-7. Team Liquid got kind of demolished on it.
Yeah, I think they got demolished on, kind of demolished on both.
Oh, that was 13-7.
But yeah.
And again, with all those opening, I looked at it earlier, it was 17 opening duels in the series out of 40 went Navi's way, and they won 13-7 on both maps. That's insane.
Yeah, I will say we have to look back and see how many of those were Angel. Because most of the time they will play like 4v5 and still win.
Yep.
But I guess you see the other side of the coin when they played versus Vitality just the other day. And that's the thing. That was what worried me about this map, Paul, is because you come in as Liquid, you're facing off against a map that you've not played yet this year. Obviously, the core is completely different to what we saw last year, and Vitality had been fantastic on this map and got battered. Now, granted, it was their first game with Trex, but I think it's clear that Liquid are looking comfortable. Nats especially, I think all of his utility has been great. By the looks of things, I'm waiting. I'm seeing that countdown going down, Mitch. So we are going to be getting back into this one. As said, I think the sooner Liquid closes, obviously the better. But I mean more so because the longer this goes, the likelihood of Na'Vi just closing this out, whether it goes OT or not, is just abundantly high.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think this is somewhere that having that big lead for Liquid, we can't see that gap closed in. Na'Vi will not relinquish control if they get any of it. To this defensive side, Thrash is online. Na'Vi have a good response with 1 kill away on Sagetsu from having themselves a lockdown. And it is the C site that's under pressure, at least off rip. The orb's being tapped, the stun is ready, and you can see that they're expecting Na'Vi to have some sort of a reaction, some sort of crunch play to this information. In fact, that orb even being traded out for a boom bot. But there will be no reaction as we get on board with Xiao. You can see that there's 4 players on the A side of the map. In fact, C is wide open right now. It's left it entirely, and Team Liquid are walking right into the trap.
I love it. In their minds, probably gone, right, we've tapped the orb, we've spammed, we've shown some utility. Na'Vi, there's got to be at least a couple of players there.
Okay, tag one.
They'll probably very quickly realize that actually it's the opposite. He's tagged a couple of players. The thing is,
and he found Xiao
great
too,
opener.
so they
But
know
will
about
they realize
at
that
least
there's still more players here. Zipan around the edge. A rotation in as well from Artist. Needs to hit the shot, and he does.
That spike.
Okay.
Actually, Zipan's caught another. The spike left out in the open, and they may not even realize that now Zipan's within the site, and Xiao as well, and they're caught on that flank.
15 seconds too, there's no time.
Oh, no!
He had to slip through that door. I'm not even sure if he would have made it. This door very much closing in Liquid's face of the round. 1v3, 1v2, but 4 seconds to find the last. It's not gonna happen. Na'Vi have pushed up to 8, a 2-round gap.
And we see
Team Liquid are going to start to feel that pressure mounting as the comeback is on.
Right, timeout at 4, timeout at 8.
Perfect read from Na'Vi. Absolutely spot on.
They can't
hear all of that utility, everything being spammed on one side of the map, and they go, well, you know what? We're rotating in the other direction. I don't know if that is purely based on a calling style read or just what they've seen already within this half, and they end up with a full stack up. And that's the thing, you use a Hunter's Fury, you get an opening kill and a tag, and from then onwards it just all went wrong, because at that stage you're probably thinking, okay, there's maybe 1, 2 other guys max, I've hit one of them. You're not expecting the rest of Na'Vi to all be there.
Oh, as soon as that second tag comes in, it's a go, go, go.
Probably gonna wait
the guy's
for
there, he's half HP, and what are the chances they have more than 2 stacked up on A site as well. You always know the reaction can come in from the broken door, but that 4th player in that setup being there, unpredictable. Mystic's all the way in their spawn, but they're aware. They're looking for him. They're trying to find him, and they've spotted him. Now the real trouble begins. He can be flanked in from any direction. Time to push forward, and he does so successfully. A quick and clean kill with Artis. Moving behind on the B site, but spotted after the spam. He'll be smoked out. And the information revealing...
Looking for Artis.
Players' positions. Mystics in there with a shorty. It's an ambitious play, I'll say that. Eventually,
he's going to put the smoke back down just so he can stick in it. He just goes, you know what, I'll put another smoke down, and I'll see if you're going to risk it.
Guess.
And of course, Artis is not going to risk it. It's definitely one of those rounds where I think Liquid have just played off the pandemonium of Mystic. Like, we're watching him fight for his life in the spawn, but the fact is the rest of the team were barreling their way forward to almost meet him within that connector. They did fantastically well, isolated the Jaws, and just, that's the thing. I genuinely think what we've seen from Liquid here in Kickoff, they have some of the most impactful from the shadows I've ever seen, which is not a sentence I ever thought I would say. But I've seen Mystic just take this control and then just survive and just be an irritation while the rest of the team go on with whatever play they had planned.
Well, similar things to what we saw from Nats as well. I think there's just space in the way they're approaching this map for one player to go, and and run their own rodeo. And it was actually Nats combining with him. He had a little bit of a late play through B while everyone's looking behind them for Mystic. They spot him, and then up comes Nats to ruin your day. 11-8, a save call for Na'Vi and a 2v4. Any given Sunday, you're not going to see that from this squad. They're giving Liquid respect, and it's because that scoreline is so close to completion. 11-8, 2 more for the side of Liquid, and the economy now, it's okay for Na'Vi. Look, there are some players struggling. The ults, though, are online. Crash and Lockdown.
This is the change from the last one. We saw that 4 stack again, but they managed to catch one! Nats! Oh, unfortunately, he's not going to get anything more. The trade back from Enzo is good. It comes down to the 1 versus 1. A blitz of frags from both Xiao and Enzo. The spike has been retrieved. It's a guessing game.
If he
For Sugetsu, he's waiting, but he's missed the timing just about. That plant will get the ult online, but there's one on the other side as well. It'll definitely make things a little bit more awkward on either side. The timing could be everything. Both players now walking, but a pickup of pace for either will either guarantee the plant or potentially guarantee the kill.
Sugetsu, I mean, his timing is perfect. He heard the steps moments ago. He knew where Kiko was going. Hot on his trail. He'll find the round for Na'Vi. This could have gotten very awkward if time surpassed and that showstopper was popped on a tap, but 11-9 we go. A 2-round gap. It closes in for Na'Vi. They've still got that lockdown to work with.
See, the second layer to what Na'Vi was doing, so I like that Liquid pick up the pace again, because it was the same gamble. You had 4 players on one side of the map, and then you had just 1 defending. But Sugetsu is the one, and he just stays alive.
Kiko
and in
looks
the meantime,
very unaware,
once they know that it's no longer this A side, they
unnoticed.
immediately split back and use that thrash to clear out the flanks, because that's been one of
Like,
the
it
major
looks
problems
like
that
he hates
Na'Vi
the
have been
map
having,
plan.
is that Nats is in there to stab them in the back.
He's still
Well, they didn't
bottom of the
catch
scoreboard
Nats,
for
they caught the other
Liquid,
player,
and
but then just happened to find Nats as well.
11-9.
he's like barely
Xiao
above
and Artis one away from ult.
IGN.
Showstopper for Zipan came online in last round, and Lockdown still there. They have got a lot to work with on this defensive side. And so far, their reads have been perfect. That round where they stack A, leave C open. And Team Liquid tried to fake it there. There's not even anyone close enough to hear the sound. This time, they move towards C. It seems a little more intentional this time, and there's the reaction they were expecting before. Showstopper popped out by Kiko. He's up in the air and firing onto Zipan. Angel caught down below him. He was the snake in the grass this time, and he's dropped Enzo. But for what? 4 versus 2. Lockdown, still there to work with, but tough to use in this position. And tough to use on A, because Sugetsu's on the other side of the map. The thing is, there's players outside C waiting for this fight, waiting for re-aggression, waiting for Artis to look for info, and still Nats with an op is sitting outside B. Somehow Sugetsu was aware of that. He was ready.
Yeah, he's managed to make this one slightly less difficult. A moment
when you
or
play
two where
against
you
Nats,
think
you expect him to
he might have been
love.
able to find one back. At this stage,
He's literally
worth
the
holding onto the gun. You can see the
sector
remaining players on Liquid have
guy.
all gone in for the post plant, and I think this is where Sugetsu realizes that having that extra gun is definitely going to be worth it for the next round. Again, Na'Vi's read is not necessarily a bad one. It's just disrupted by
I
that
wonder
showstopper.
what
That
happens
was the
to,
difference maker.
like,
If they don't walk into the
both
whole
teams'
team, or even if they
timeout.
do, and that ult isn't online, maybe they take that.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to me as well, just the fact I said Na'Vi have the right read every time. The showstopper here is unfortunate. It was online for them. You can't just play like, you have to still play your game. You have to still go for those setups. But that was the very thing that Team Liquid were trying to avoid 5 rounds ago or so. When we saw them go C, we saw them go tap the spike, run away. Go take the spike, but with a boom bot down. It's constantly telling them, hey, we're over here. Do you want to do something about that? You want to react to that? And there was no one there. This time, there's lots of players there. But, as you said, Showstopper saved the day. Especially being held onto for so long. The trust he has in his teammates to cover him there. Enzo picking up the players, swinging him, ends up getting them so much value.
Na'Vi are going to take themselves a timeout.
Okay.
Liquid have
It's very
managed to
late
start
for
a back and
timeout.
forth, which for them will be fine. They are now 1 round away from taking the first map, taking their choice, and heading into split, which I said, we've already seen, I would say, them learning from what Na'Vi did last time out, being able to play that
Na'Vi has
slow
a lot of
defense,
ultimate to work with though.
allowing them a lot of the early fights they would have desired. Now on the attack, it's all about just grinding out those remaining rounds. The major worry, though, is the amount of ults. Like, I think this is the perfect opportunity for Na'Vi to actually play a retake setup, because each round they've been aggressive on either side. They've either gone deep into A and then quickly split back, or they've gone deep into C and done the same thing. I think this is a round where you can actually just play that information a little bit more. You literally have a showstopper, a lockdown, orbital strike, rolling thunder. Those are 4 of the most impactful ults in terms of retakes in the entire game. If Na'Vi are playing aggressive, I can only assume it will be off some sort of contact, but I almost don't want to see them do it. Then again, I am watching them build up 4 players on the A side again.
Well, 4 players will stay with. No rotations out of them. And the early presence seems to be looking towards this A side. The Team Liquid haven't been going in the direction that they give away right off rip. Kiko, oh, he's not getting out of there, is he? He's trapped in the open. The Rolling Thunder gets them the opening duel, but Na'Vi are now committed to this A site while Team Liquid
this will be the
waltz
retake.
their way into C. And actually, if Enzo gets the plant, that could be a potential denial, or even the orb here, potential denial of Sugetsu's ult, which is a big way for them to get back into C. Rolling Thunder would be the other one that now won't have that same level of impact. And in fact, Sugetsu, is he going towards spawn or is he sticking on site? For now, he's just trying to catch one on the cross and bail.
Yeah, I think it will just be that info. The thing is, it's one of the ults gone, but I don't think they'll mind too much. Drone shown. There is that long down, actually used preemptively.
Watching here.
Yet to see a counter, but they can get the plant and just fall into those post plants, actually keeping the orbital strike for that reason. They've tried to force Nats out. He is going to get caught, but that's fine. He'll be able to survive that a little longer.
Now they come flooding
That's
back.
naive.
Oh, expecting Sugetsu to already be
That's
here.
very naive
The
for
guns were
TN
barely
to not expect a
drawn on the
player
side
to
of
sneak
Liquid.
in.
They expected to have a few more seconds to breathe before they took that battle, and they were given no such room. Team Liquid lose the round 12-10. Now 2 more chances to close this out.
And Andaluthia flawless as well for Na'Vi, so they're not
A
going to
lot
have
of
any
teammates
pieces missing.
use,
The thing I
though.
love about the orbital strike as well is, as you said, normally
They use the
you're going to have
breach
to be a little
ult
bit more
and
patient if you're Sugetsu. He doesn't have to be,
Kill your
because that
ultimate
orbital
too.
strike clears the only corner that they could have been in. So they double those ults up just to make sure.
And
I'm
the
gonna be honest,
breach,
that
the
seems like an on the fly
brimstone.
call. Like that wasn't.
Absolutely.
I think that was he
Flame
placed it
breach
in a
and
rush, and then
Killjoy.
they just go, okay, there's a gap here. Let's put this in. It is, however, 3 of their 4 ults gone.
It is, but this was worst case scenario for them. They wanted it to be the A play. They wanted to catch the majority of Team Liquid in those fights, and they had to play retake. They gambled it, and this time they were punished for that. Showstopper for Zipbanda, final ultimate, expanded on the side of Na'Vi. And it's Xiao trading out 1, but the Showstopper finds nothing. The Hunter's
1 for
Fury, in
1.
fact, makes it into that 1 versus 1, as we said. Xiao
I don't
traded
know, man.
out the kill, but he also lost a lot of his HP. Zipban on 70 as
feel
well,
like
after
if
being
you play
tagged up
Sova,
by the Hunter's Fury. And Na'Vi now,
you should
we
play
haven't
Fade
really seen this from
instead,
on top.
like-
They're spread out in a default. 1 player aggressively on A, and this is a nasty bait. 10 HP on Xiao. All he's good for here, well, he'll probably end up with 2 kills, but all he's good for
One
realistically
Lotus.
is jump spotting that angle and drawing their eyes
Like,
towards it.
ultimate
so that
for,
can
like,
swing and
side-
find so much
The
value.
thing is,
For,
Enzo
like, taking
still
a
has
side.
dart and a drone.
He does.
Like
Like, if you
there's
play a
so
breach
much
for his
potential
ultimate,
information
the
they can
Fade
even
ultimate is
aftershock it
like
if they wanted
basically
to.
the
There's the
same
drone
thing.
going out.
Xiao
I
has
feel
to
like
shoot.
Xiao
You have 2
has
crawler
to break
instead
this,
of a
and he
drone.
does. That's going to keep the bait
You
going.
have the...
And there is the
no.
dart, yeah, they're being extra careful. Now Zipan is in real trouble, the nade put through. He's buying them time, that's the one major thing. Can he get any kills from it? No. There's still 25 seconds as they're now going to encroach
cool.
onto Xiao. Left with very
That's an
little to
open.
play with here. He can't even really risk peeking out, and they're going back though. They're walking into Saigetsu. He's waiting in the corner. He's going to find 2 again. And there's
that's
Harness.
spike up.
That was the one thing that Liquid couldn't do, was walk back towards the B site. However, Yumpy still makes this possible. Rolling
Do
Thunder
you have time?
could keep him safe,
Okay.
but he's just going to
You
go
can
for
deny,
it.
you should
Never
deny.
mind. Oh, Xiao's just mollied himself. He wanted
The
to clear that
1G.
corner. Wanted to make sure he wasn't close.
Oh my
and Yumpy's going
God.
to close it off of that. The Red Bull clutch to make sure that they get it over the line. But I feel like Na'Vi might feel a little bit silly after that one.
Yeah, you know, it's never nice to lose out like that, but in the end, there were so many opportunities for Liquid to close it. It comes close. Na'Vi crept up in the end. The comeback was on, but now it's over. 13-10. Team Liquid take their map pick. Splits coming up next. And
Yeah,
Na'Vi
very
35
shaky
points
Poly
there.
Queen. Not convinced at all.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes.
Nice, boy! Nice, yes! Come on, boys! Nice, boys. Good run. Nice job, Gia. Nice, boys! Good job! Come on, boys! Nice, boys. Started strong. Good job, boys. Good job. Nice, boys.
What a start that was for Team Liquid. Where's the barking, Yumpy? I want you to bring the barking back. That was one of my favorite things last year, but I've got Kakuka and Steel here with me. You okay? You calmed down a little bit after the last round?
I apologize directly to anyone that was around the studio.
Do not apologize. Do not apologize.
Because I was watching that last round, and I think that someone at home might have screamed as well. So yeah, I'm not going to apologize because this could have been the difference between going to OT and not going. The fact that they're in a 2v1, Artis is full HP, there's 10 seconds left, and he decides to aftershock after he's pinned by Nat's ult. And then it goes into this 1v1 where Xiao is 10 HP and he mollies himself off. Xiao, okay, out of all people. And then use Jumpy closes the map. Yeah, so that happened. Sorry.
That was a calmer version of what we witnessed.
That was a calmer version. And when you first brought it up, it's almost like you were asking me, right? But it was like, it's actually not me the one that's freaking out, you know? This does seem to be like such a tragic low-level mistake to do, and I feel like it happens so much in Valorant where people, they have abilities, so they just use them at the worst moments, and it's just, man, there's 10 seconds left. Just literally just run away. He has to go get the spike. He has to go into the site. He has to go plant. Literally just run away. Yeah. So I definitely empathize.
How angry were you on a scale of, you know, Kakuka then to Kakuka before? Were you also that?
I got no skin in the game, so to me, I don't get that. I
don't either. I don't think that we can make an excuse for a team like Na'Vi to make that kind of mistake. I'm sorry, but we're in 2024. It's been enough.
My thoughts here, when I see this, is like, we're not even a one-team region at this moment. We're like a 0 to...
We?
Yeah,
you guys heard it.
You're one of us.
I'm one of you guys right now, and it's like a -1 team region. Like, we're like, if we go to an international event, we're probably just giving like another team a free win at this point.
Wow, holy shit. If you guys have ever felt the way that Kakuka has when watching Steel, please let us know. Sending your responses, your clips. We'll make sure we do that next time. We'll do a pre-show, but for now, let's take a look.
Undefeated, by the way, against EU. So.
Let's take a look at somebody who can shoot. It's Yumpy here in the AIM Labs warm-up. I mean, he had a great game, to be fair. I think Tom and Mitch summed it up. All of the people that needed to frag out on Liquid were fragging out.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it got too close for comfort, but the way that both teams were working the map was very different. I think that Team Liquid definitely came prepared to today's matchup, and there was a reason in picking that Lotus. Yeah,
I feel like if you're Liquid,
fight for A when they don't have, neither of them have a
pick
Viper,
the Fade
but it gave us some
over the
different
Sova
things
every
to look
day.
out for.
Yeah, let's talk about
Fade or Gecko.
I feel like
and if you're Na'Vi, you have to
after the split that we saw from Liquid. I think
you have to go for
I think when we look at
a Norman,
Liquid
you can't value
Breach. You know, even look at this last Lotus going into the split, it was a lot of these team fights, and they were able to
because of the Breach Sun and the Omen Flash being so similar in how you play them.
Those types of engagements again here
it's
on
both,
this map,
you know,
it's going to be a lot
straight line
easier.
that goes.
Yeah,
they go
exactly. I'm looking also. We were seeing Yumpy the performance that he had on this map, and I'm
there
also
are two
looking
very
at
similar spell
like
abilities.
Time after time, getting that first death because the attackers really know how to.
And if you're Liquid, if you want to play the Sova,
I think that he's
maybe you should play a Yo.
Learn from that kind of mistake.
And
yeah,
like
he is indeed
instead of the
more
Breach,
experienced players
so you have the flash
in
steals,
in terms of split,
and then you
on
can
the
play
side
with
of
like
Na'Vi,
all the
what do you guys
setups, you know. Yo
What
goes
do you
in
think
with
about
his
the
ultimate.
Fade? Do you like it? Do you think specific?
Sova
the thing is, like,
follows
I would
up
like
with
the
this,
Fade if it was Xiao playing it. I know that it might sound like I'm a bit biased, but I think that overall, his utility usage when he's playing on an initiator, and especially when it's Fade,
I feel like both
is just
team
better than Angels.
could
use. There's no mollies on Fade.
More thinking, more like
but let's take a look at Angel Selector and see if we do get some changes.
More scrim time.
What do you guys make of this?
We have a classic team comp for Liquid.
Right, so Yumpy's now going to be playing on this guy. He was playing on the Viper before, if I'm not mistaken.
So on the Cypher?
Well, you gotta, if nothing's
we have a
working, you
Breach
might as well
Fade.
try everything, right?
So Na'Vi plays.
No, but hear me out. Nats is a very experienced
They play the
Viper
Breach
as well.
Fade.
He knows exactly
It's
what
where
to
they
do.
play Gecko
and Enzo only needs to learn
Lotus
the
then.
lineups for Cypher, right? And if you have Nats to show them to you, he's got literally the best person to learn from.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see like what that opens up Nats to do. Maybe he's going to do something a little bit differently because maybe they're thinking that the Viper's going to have a little bit more impact on both sides in order of like finding openings and catching the rotations. And we saw Nats was just like not really being activated that much on Cypher.
Ah, well, we'll see what Enzo's Cypher is going to be like. And Mitch has broken a curse already. Liquid won map 1. Let's see how far he can take them. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I've got 1 or 2 maps of Enzo winning before, but never a series. That's what I remember. And coming into this, 2-0, possibilities? I'm not so sure. Split did not look good last time, but looks like Team Liquid have come in with a new approach.
Yeah, I like this change because from what I remember, Yumpy's Viper, when he played this map, I think it was versus Foot or whoever it was versus. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
They got smashed because he just kept getting wrecked. He would put the Viper orb in middle and he would just get destroyed. So now he's playing the Sky, gives him a little bit more opportunity to be aggressive, which is where I think Yumpy does some of his best work. I think he's also just more comfortable on the initiator in general. And sure, okay, you're going to see Enzo move over to a Cypher, but if I want someone passive and looking for information, Enzo fits that bill, just not normally on a Cypher.
Yeah, it is definitely a different agent,
that was
different
close.
approach. We'll see how the result is. With Team Liquid already dodging some early bullets through the smoke as the attack side moves its way towards B. The wall gets them across, and the flash gets them out. Easy kill for Nats, and the follow-up is there too. A double to open this up. And Team Liquid have side control.
And this is what I was talking about.
Just about makes it away.
When I was talking about like
the
the classic Sentinel comp
we know that his
with
Viper
the
is one of
Cypher
the
and
best. It's
the
his
Viper,
individual
is
skill
that
that
you have 2 agents who
taken
want
them
to
with the advantage in this
learn.
Way back in
You have the
looks
Viper
unlikely,
and the
though.
Cypher on a small
Okay,
map
they've
where
got the C's for the back. But no utility
basically
to really
only
clear
one
them.
of them
An
can.
aftershock would have been nice, but they haven't got it in this round. Well, it seems like they're just going to fall like
and
flies.
they've tried
And
to have the
Angelo
Cypher
flawless
lurk
to kick off this map. Another
on
pistol
Nuts,
under the belt
but
of
now
Liquid.
they are
That's 3
making
for
Nuts
3
play on
so
the
far in
Viper.
this series.
It's tough as well playing in a series where you're losing pistols if you're Na'Vi.
And,
It's
and
always an
Lurk
uphill battle.
on,
And we saw them really
on
start to
Split.
pick up the pace towards the
Which
end
is the
of
opposite
last map. They had
to
a big
Liquid.
streak of
Liquid
rounds,
has
something that
John
we were
Cutie
aware
playing the Lurk
could
on the
happen.
Cypher
Thanks to that lead, though, Liquid were
at
still
all
able to
time.
close it out. And now they
And
look
it says
to
is who
craft
plays-
their own.
Nice, boys.
Not only
Come on.
fantastic wall out to get them control, the flash
Who
was near
plays the
perfect.
Viper
That
and
caught them
he
off,
plays
pushed
like
them
the
back
mid
further into the
defensive
site from
setup.
Yumpy. And then Enzo has these traps up that they're so
And he
aware of on their
plays
way back
on
through.
attack side, he
They
plays
just
with
can't find the space for
the
free.
attack group.
1-0, and an eco from the side of Na'Vi. A couple upgrades, Angel and
Like he
Zipan, to keep your
plays-
eye on. They've got
plays
themselves some
the
sheriffs,
old
although Team Liquid's biggest
B
enemy in round 2 is
when they're
generally the
working
classic.
mid
But
and-
there's no
Yeah.
out of captain here, so it should be fine.
Yeah, to set expectations
And
when
so-
these teams have
so-
been successful versus Team Liquid. Navi
Uh,
had an 8-0 attack
Fairly
side.
fast
and in
A,
the victory
no
versus
Evan.
Koi, it was a 9-1 attack for Liquid. So both these teams have definitely been more comfortable on the attack. Obviously, the switches might be to try and improve the
Still have
defensive
2
setup, but
pistols
I think more so
for Liquid
just
though.
giving Yumpy that little bit of extra freedom to be a bit more aggressive. Definitely working out for Nats. Well, I can't say it's been down to
Nice
necessarily
shot.
the Viper so far, but he definitely seems like he's having a good time. Some early kills.
You commit the blind?
Third already, and nothing more to be found from Chow.
I don't know.
And in
Like
this
that's
round,
like
obviously they come in with 2 pistols.
300
so Kiko saves over one of the
credits
fallen
spent
rifles,
for, like,
and there's no more losses
a
to
blind
account
and
for.
a dash
So
in.
that 2-0 start.
Like if you have
economically,
people
they've got a
blinded
decent
elbow
round
and
when it
they
comes to
stay
this
elbow
bonus.
and you TP
Rifles
in,
to
they
work
just
with and
see
some
you
opportunities to
because you're
pick off
keeping in
these
front of
defenders. And I
them.
think the key thing being having a round like that on the attack, it's going to give
And
you a
you're
lot of
throwing
room
so much
pushing
money
through because
on-
on the defense,
on a
the
Nico.
guy playing a Spectre's at a pretty big disadvantage. But when it's the attack, you're generally going together. So he's just chipping away at them the same as the rest of the squad.
Here we go. A buy up for Na'Vi, but bear in mind, as said, like the weaponry's not bad for Liquid. Okay, Yumpy only on a pistol, but other than that, not in a bad position. The cross has been spotted. Keiko will be the one to take the early fight. Now, there aren't actually many players from Na'Vi waiting. The rotation will come through, but definitely a little bit wary. And I'm also just looking on the other side of the map, the classic Nats lurk. They may just fall back to join him.
Yeah, the boombot not going towards the ramp just cost a couple extra seconds for Na'Vi as they have to clear out a lot of this space, but the stun gets them it. They know Heaven's clear, and they know that nobody from Liquid is still waiting around that position. So resetting into the positions they were in before Angel spotted that cross. It's for a mid-crunch. They're a little bit out. The Paranoia here used more passive than they would have liked because they want to get aggressive and fight those angles. Instead, they're slowly being pushed back by the utility. The blast packs through from Kiko. He's on site, but in comes Xiao. Sagetsu with the spray gets the spike on the floor, and they have to go right back up into the fray. Kiko, oh, he had an opportunity, but comes off the rope a little early. Stun misses. Nade not finding it, and Mystic's up top, but look how many players are on the other side. If he swings that, there's a lot of trouble brewing for him. Orb won't get him across for free,
nice
but
first kill.
after the first, he can't deal with Sagetsu. Neither can Nats on the rope, and Kiko is left to try to create space and save the weapon. Hunted down by Sagetsu. That was his round. 4 kills and a round found for Na'Vi.
He's basically just playing a game of whack-a-mole, though.
Oh, yeah,
it's like just each one just going up the rope, and that's pretty much every kill. Other than, okay, sorry, he did get one blind spray through a smoke. I should give him the extra credit there, but yeah, a nice round from Na'Vi. I think a lot of that was just Liquid trying to play with the timing. We saw a similar thing on Lotus, just being an attempt to try and bait them. But again, some weaker weaponry. Definitely forced a couple of rebuys and now have a purchase of their own. Interestingly though, no ults online, and none of them particularly close. A couple of orbs at best.
Planus backs up with the Paranoia. It's again force them back, but Na'Vi, you're doing a great job of avoiding this early utility from the attack side. Of course, you're not going to get a Paranoia back. The smoke off. It's an attacker's smoke that's used up. Blocking Heaven, potentially giving a route to slip through, and well, that's one way to do it. The running spray gets Kiko 1, and he's good for 2. A site secured, and a lurk on mid. Spotted, but not dealt with yet. Mystic still standing and retreats towards sewers. He doesn't need any help there. As the plant comes in, it's only Xiao, 1 versus 4.
Yeah, and then again, this looks like a scenario where holding on to the weapon is going to be more important. There were quite a few moments in that round as well where it looked like Na'Vi had opportunities, like Mystic TPing away, wins the fight. Sugetsu knowing exactly where Kiko is, Kiko still wins the fight. Like, they're looking like today Liquid just better in terms of that individual ability. The shakiness that we saw in their game versus Foot seems to have dissipated, and Xiao has got to be careful here.
They were shaky on
is waiting. This should be a freebie kill for Mystic. A great reposition, a great look.
They were definitely
and now
shaky
the finances
on
of
Lotus.
Na'Vi, I don't know if they even suffice for a buy here.
It will be a struggle, certainly on some players more than others. We can see that
I don't like those type of native from like freaking Riot because where like
from Kiko and Mystic.
a freaking team who wins, like, does nothing wrong basically.
The lurk out from Mystic, finding not one but both of those final players.
What kind of shit is lame as fuck?
As clean as you can hope. And with an immediate bounce back, a 3-1 scoreline. Na'Vi now are faced off with next to nothing. Sheriffs, a Spectre, and a Guardian. A very similar round worked for them over on Lotus. We'll see if Split's going to be any different.
Yeah, it would come down to, again, some mistakes. I like the idea, giving Xiao a chance, but there is a defensive lineup waiting. As he tries to push, the weaponry not going to be able to be retrieved. Zipan's got the only rifle in this round, the Guardian. And he's immediately hightailing it towards the B site, trying to get into a position where he can do some damage, but Liquid have paused. Again, just playing with that time, using Yumpy on the other side of the map to try and sell a bit of a ruse. Now, nothing's been spotted by Angel, and they're assuming that this is going to be a mid-crunch once again. But once they have the information, if they get this timing right, they might be able to head back into the B.
Oh, it is wide open. Deep Paranoia even used, but not needed. The key thing is there's no flashes. We saw the same setup on the pistol round. Sky Flash out of the wall as they take control. But that's not the case this time. Yumpy is miles away. Very, very late flank. I mean, I can't stress that enough. He's still not moving.
Mystic's got to be careful. The Haunt's good. That'll be him down. Zipan already tagged though, and the second he's gone, this round really isn't dangerous anymore. Again, a solid hold from Liquid. Only a singular player dropped the credits building. And while for Team Liquid now 4-1 up on that attacker side, and a couple of players on Na'Vi look like they're sleeping. Zipan got his first kill in that round. Angel, Ardis, a goose egg on the scoreboard. We know how important all these victories can be. Like for Na'Vi, they've not got an easy road coming up as well. And again, where I feel like expectations were in their favor. Yes. Now that they have a purchase back in, this is where we expect a little more.
You have to. For Na'Vi, the real downfall of the previous map was just how much of a lead they'd given away to their opponents. From the shadows cancelled out by Xiao, who's spotted on the back of B site. Won't be going anywhere anytime soon. That's where Team Liquid intend to take things, but it will be a split. Back through middle by the looks of things. Already showing presence up in heaven. The timing perfect for Zipan, but only good for the one. And Mystic is slipping away down towards the vent as the wall goes up yet again, but they're not sure if anyone has actually crossed with that wall. It could just be a paranoia play for Xiao. He'll find out the hard way in just a moment. The fight comes in, Kiko wins it. Support from Angel, but he's not keen to go in. Not till his teammates are here, and the problem is by the time they arrive, that Viper's Pit is in full effect. They're gonna have to go through a lot of decay to have any chance in this, and in a 3 versus 4 as well.
Oh, look at the positioning. Oh, dude, still, it's a good trade. Okay. That was looking like a moment where
they saved now.
They were basically just waiting for it. The only way is, again, if Ardis manages to find some sort of miracle kill, Liquid have...
Are they going for it?
Done fantastic work. Timing here could be everything.
They're going for it.
Yeah, the clock is starting to tick a little bit low. The shot's not connected, though. Sugetsu had an opportunity, and now things are just ticking away. He's got to try and retreat from this, try and hold on to a weapon, and I don't know if he's going to be able to. Ardis does connect a couple of shots, but there's just not enough time. It's just going to be that extra damage to end out the round, but the fact is, if it was needed, there was still some utility available for Nats. And the thing with this round, it's again what Team Liquid have done fantastically, is almost just smoke and mirrors. Like they've had that aggressive A take, of taking up the Heaven control, like going for a rotation back through mid. Xiao is then left completely alone. They use the Viper screen, and each time there is a question of, has anyone actually pushed that? And this time it was yes. And you could see that Xiao was completely oblivious that someone could already be there.
And also, once the wall goes down, he has to look at 2 angles at once. So even if he's suspecting they've made it out, you don't know if they're going to peek you from main, from the side of the box, or from round on site. So he's dividing his attention, and that was the idea all along. Just make him paranoid, make him check everything. And you look at that scoreboard as well, 7-6-5-4-3. It's nice to see. Team Liquid, everybody doing their part, and with a 5-1 lead, Na'Vi have a lot to discuss coming into this timeout. Already 1 map down in the series, and even for me, who wants to have the most hope for Team Liquid, the reality is, I did not expect Split to swing in their favor, and it's a bad sign for Na'Vi to see it look this dominant for Team Liquid already.
Yeah, I think last time out, even with their streak of rounds, they still managed to, I think, at least put up 5 over on that defensive side. But thus far, it doesn't look like there's been much other than the bonus round. Other than that, they haven't really done too much. And a lot of that was because the spike was lost as they tried to push through mid. That was the only reason that round really fell apart. Other than that, Liquid have done fantastically. As said, they've been selling the ruses I think they wanted to sell on Lotus. Like, that's what they've been doing. I think the Viper play, especially from Nats, has been sublime. And today, well, we can already start talking about like MVPs of this match. He's right up there in contention. He's been fantastic.
Yeah. So in this round, I'm not going to quite say that it's a 6-1 already, because there's still quite a punch packed by this Na'Vi side.
Yeah,
Xiao's got a Judge and Zipan on a Sheriff, but he's got a rocket launcher to back him up with the Showstopper online and activated, and this is going to force a push. As soon as this dog is used, Xiao has to either run for the hills or swing and fight. The problem is, there's players holding him the whole time. Mystic, Paranoia ready, might even catch him. No, they're just contacting it. Oh, that was a bit of a mistake. They didn't want to commit the dog early, maybe using it later as they get closer to the site, and instead forced into this fight. Judge back up, but not in time, and that is Ardis right behind Xiao. He fell at the same time, another swing. And it looks like Mystic more than ready. The surprise of Nats in middle, catching Na'Vi off guard, and everything's falling apart for the defensive side. Running for the hills now. Zipan seems to be going to A after the reveal, but Liquid, oh, they are actually going A. Are they? They were, they are, they're not. They're up and down the rope. I don't know what's
So unlucky! Sugetsu doesn't realize he's right above him. And now, well, after clearing out Sugetsu, there's absolutely no reason for them to go anywhere near that A site. Again, it seems like Na'Vi, okay, that initial fight, a little bit unlucky. Artist being caught by what seems to be a player I didn't even see.
Yeah.
And, well, that neural theft gave everything up. Zipan now just to try and do a little bit of damage, but nothing to be had. Another round where Liquid have 4 players surviving, 6-1 up on that scoreboard. And well, this is where we see Na'Vi buy. This is where we have to see a resurgence, or they might just get blitzed out of the server.
This is it, Tom. Yeah, the ball is rolling. The snowball's become an avalanche at this point with 6-1 on the board. This buy round is a massive swing for the side of Na'Vi, and they cannot afford to miss it. Both teams coming in with the same ultimates, but Na'Vi...
What are these guys doing? Absolute clowns. I guess they haven't got much to really analyze. They're just blitzing their opponent.
6-1.
What is going on?
Just keep it up, boys. That's all that needs to be said. But yeah, like, look, Artis and Angel very close to their ultimates. That Rolling Thunder could do a lot for Na'Vi, and chances are Artis is going to find a pick, at least in most games. Being a little tougher this time around, but the struggle is felt by all of Na'Vi. Round 8. And a slow default from the defenders. There's no, well, from the attackers as well, I suppose, but often we've seen Na'Vi look for these crunch plays, for the stacks. Think of Lotus consistently. They were stacking sites, playing the map, and getting ahead of Team Liquid. This time, it doesn't seem like that's the case, although they are grouping up on mid now for a push.
They push him mid. Taking that control, timing onto Nats could be everything. Nats hasn't been spotted. Still sitting behind, and because of that, he's able to instantly turn. Takes 2 with him. It just seems like he's always in the right place. Mystic there as well.
Then Na'Vi
Nothing Na'Vi can do is ever
doesn't have
the right
any
play.
solution.
Just that little crib, just that little corner that wasn't checked. And the perfect timing from Nats again, and the round is already done. Angel waiting on the other side of the map. There's nothing he could do. He's not had many opportunities, it seems, to have impact in this game. And the 7-1 conversion, honestly, I don't think I've seen Na'Vi get schooled like this ever.
I'm flabbergasted. I'm absolutely shocked by what we're witnessing. It's not to say that Liquid aren't capable of high highs, but for Na'Vi, they reside at the top level. And now the challenge, it's not even a challenge. This battle is being concretely won by Liquid with barely a fight in it. And they're hunting him down. Oh, Angel's got a bit of trouble brewing. We're on the player cams, and Angel's died. He's lost his weapon, so he's not even going to have that carried through to the next round. This is a tough position for the defenders to work with. And the credits are extremely low, just like the round score.
Either way, it is going to be 5 in a row now. I think managing to get that early pick is this position from Nats. Just absolute filth. They're even watching for it. I didn't realize that at the time. It was just the fact that he is just waiting in these corners. And he's playing his Vibe utility, setting up the team. But they've been constantly looking for his lurks. He's been doing it all the way through. Now again, Na'Vi are going to try and pull a little bit up on the board. I said 4 or 5 rounds on their defensive side, it would still be possible. They've been maestros of the attack. The thing is, though, this Liquid they're up against just looks like a different beast altogether. The slight changes in roles, I think Nats somehow looks even better, having much more impact. Mystic as well has been sublime.
He has.
And now 7-1. Again, patiently watching to see what sort of ideas Na'Vi have had. This time they are sticking out a lot more passive, but with the weaponry advantages they have, Mitch, like, you understand why they're doing it. They've been getting owned, but
Seekers. That's the right play up against these slow buy. You don't want to be surprised as they would have been by that player tucked in the corner. Artist. Oh wow, he's just seen a lot of them here. Hey, hello! Where's the earphones?
Damn.
Zipan somehow doesn't realize Mystic's gone TP and into their spawn. They've lost the fight on Heaven as well. Oh, this is a disaster for Navi, and he swings through a smoke for another. Someone put a stop to these guys. Team Liquid are running away with this game. And a judge kill on a 10 HP player's nothing. When the trade comes in that quickly, Team Liquid 8 on the board. That round was outlandish.
The craziest thing with that is Angel on the defense used a Nightfall, which takes away the sound of Mystic's team. And for a moment, it looked like it was the other way around. He just sticks it into the spawn.
It's marked and decayed while he's in their spawn. Like, he can't hear a goddamn thing.
Little Ric Flair, woo!
Neither could they somehow. What an absolute travesty. Where's the pause? I mean, you don't need to even talk about that one. It's not going to happen again in the half, I suppose, unless Mystic pops off, but...
It has been.
Oh, that can't happen. Snake bite, oh, it might save him, it might give him a chance, but Artis is too quick. There's the opening we're looking for Navi.
Yeah, they've killed Nats, although Artis just continues to push. I guess it was a half clear maybe from Zipan. They checked, but just not thoroughly enough. Now, he does have the spike. If they kill him, this would still be a massive kill. I bet he wished he had that from the shadows now, because now the spike is dropped on the other side of the map. It might have still been a bit of a calamity start, but now you're going to watch the players of Liquid have to run all the way around the map. Angel's taken the spawn, does win the duel versus Enzo as well. Had to resist saying Nat, seeing a Cypher running.
I've been feeling that this series. This map at least. Oh, I thought Yumpy was dead. He turns on a dime, takes the kill, but Shao, good for one, trades it to the wall.
No way!
Holy Navi.
Liquid take again. There is no stopping this horse when it's in full stride, looking for double digits in the first 11 rounds, up against Navi on their pick of split. Yeah. We have not seen Navi struggle like this in a long time.
Another way to put that, you know, the horse is just prancing today.
It is. It's a prancing horse. It's come full circle.
No, honestly, it's ridiculous. Like, they made errors in this round that lost them the spike on the other side of the map.
Yes.
Yumpy walks into an angle, not prepared for a player, still gets the kill, and then they trade out the second. It truly is looking like, well, there's no round that Liquid can't win, and no round that Navi can't lose.
Bring them back.
If anyone's going to step it up, this Crossfire's got to be it. Zipan, showstopper to work with. Angel, even tucked inside. Now the reveal goes out. Zipan, showstopper, here it is. They're chasing him down, and they get him in time. The shot from Nats, the trade from Mystic, as Angel comes through that smoke. Goes down right afterwards. The advantage now there. Traded out into the hands of Team Liquid. Zagetsu will try to recover something, and that could be the spike drop. An opportunity as he even dodges the flash. The element of surprise, perhaps the second flash also dodged. Yumpy has no reason to suspect that he's here, but his teammates clear it anyways. They come up behind, a distraction play once again, and the advantage falls in to Team Liquid's hands. I'm getting sick of saying it now, Tom. Navi, always on the back foot. And there's a pit as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just great.
We haven't
Barely
seen any
give
of
them
the
no
craziness,
chance.
any of the clutches, any of the individual plays that we saw in that game versus Vitality. All of that have come out from Liquid. Desperately fighting to try and get a 9-3. Paranoia still in the hands of Mystic. Playing on that backside, the only player that could in theory be isolated, and they will. But even still, there's utility on that spike to play with. Two players looking to try and wrap back round the back. Finally, somebody gets onto that diffusal, but there is just no way he's getting that diffuse across the line. Down to this 1v1. Shao gets the kill. I don't know if he's got time. No, I don't think he has. It's going to go off anyway. Except there's no way that Liquid ever lose at this stage of the game. They lost the bonus, and that's it.
10 rounds on the board in the first half. No matter what level of hope you came in with today, I'm willing to say I probably had the most. This is unfathomable. The difference in Team Liquid. The difference in Navi, a squad that I've seen win so many of these fights so many times before, but here there's a major struggle.
Oh, this is a nice
and one round left to compete for. Let's see if Navi can double their score coming into this. Again, it looks like there will be an attempt. They've already pushed up B main and some utilities being held.
Boombot kiss.
It's all off contact for Nats. Snakebite's actually good. It's forcing them back.
This is the thing.
So one.
He's not the man you want to face off against.
They're falling back.
This was the potential Liquid. I think after last week, after Koi, even the most confident Liquid fans were having their doubts if this would be their season, but those doubts might just be revived. Kiko is gonna send Angel packing.
Oh no.
Oh, Yumpy waiting, but Zipan finally manages to connect the shot. Mystic under pressure, should be going down as well, and they are stuck in a corner. They're looking like they might finally get themselves a second round. As it's left all on to Nats, and this time he's caught.
He's expecting.
It's two for Na'Vi, but they have been wrecked this half.
A real concern coming into the next half. Team Liquid 3 for 3 when it comes to pistol rounds, Tom. If they win this pistol round, I think the series is essentially over. All they have to do is wait for a pack-a-punch round with all those ults and waltz out of it with a free win. I like the result here from Na'Vi. They realize where these players are. They crunch them well, using their utility, firing it through and winning their fights. It's a normal enough round, but with 2 on the board, it doesn't give you very much hope. This pistol, it's a must win for the attacking side.
Wow. It has to be the first of many different things. A comeback of ridiculous sorts. A pistol round after losing the previous 3. To say that the chips are stacked against Na'Vi would be probably an understatement. They're about to have to go all in with a hand that should be considered a fold. Just hope they can sell this as some sort of bluff, and well, it hasn't worked. Kiko already forcing Sugetsu off. The rest of Na'Vi are going to have to try and build into the B side. The fact is, though, Mitch, I think we might just see Liquid play some sort of retake here. You can already see Enzo off the site.
Yeah, there's no need to commit bodies to it. The cross is the most that they'll be looking to compete for. And it's just damage with Enzo backing off afterwards. Always better to play the numbers in a round like this.
Planted.
No, if you're this guy, I guess just don't. I just swing. Just pop a guy in the head. Clean. Kiko is unbelievable. And he started this map out very slow. But he started to wake up. The Rays on the other side, though, doing much the same, upgrading the pistol, but now being pushed on with the paranoia. Player on the side, not spotting him. Kiko a little slow to the fight. And with Yumpy falling, there's still hope for Na'Vi. Angel and Artis just need to run this clock down, and another kill almost guarantees it. A tough clutch for Mystic. 1 versus 2. He'll start by sticking the spike to half. But not all the way. Shot connected by Artis. Gives some hope, some heartbeat to the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I saw Artis spamming bullets, and for a second I was getting a little bit scared. And yeah, this very easily could have been the final blow, the knockout punch, but for Zipan and Angel and Artis managing to turn things back. It's a very small lifeline, and expectation here is to see at least a little bit of investment into these rounds from Na'Vi. Like normally you might risk it a little bit. Even still though, they've actually gone 2 rifles, 2 pistols. There's something they run quite regularly. And with a potential trap play set up by Liquid, they've got to be careful.
This was something that, in terms of the mid play, Na'Vi wanted this again and again on their defensive side. They were looking to catch Liquid off. I thought Liquid were setting up for a crunch of their own. I suppose they don't even have the paranoia on Mystic in this round. Everybody keeping their credits relatively healthy. So all they can do is play that stack, that gamble that in the last map seemed to work almost every time for Na'Vi. Bar the one where they had a retake with like 4 ultimates that they were willing to do if it went the other way. But for Liquid, it certainly hasn't worked out. You can see 3 players outside B, the spike looking to make its way there, and Sugetsu just spotting out as much as he can, which is nothing.
It might pull them back. That's the thing, because they haven't seen anything. I think they're now questioning if the B side was stacked. Na'Vi definitely getting a little bit confused, but thankfully, funnily enough, Sugetsu dying there may have actually won them the round, because he cleared so much without seeing anything that Na'Vi were genuinely believing that there was a stack on the B side.
Finally, they realize there's a nade still to work with on the way back through. Outside of that, we're going to have to do a lot of work with classics. And even the player dying on A. You saw Sugetsu taking those fights. He had a ghost. It's not the biggest of weapons. In the hands of Kiko, it might be able to do something. Low HP on Angel. And the Na'Vi side, though, you can see the setup that they're going for. As soon as there's contact from up in heaven, double peek, possibly even Artist just throwing down that stun. You're going to have a rifle on the other side. There's no real way for Team Liquid to find an advantage. Okay. The exits are through spawn. The exits are through spawn, so Team Liquid actually standing by, waiting to die to the spike. Instead, they're going to get an opportunity to make this a very costly round for the side of Na'Vi, with all players funneling into this choke point, and there's guns everywhere on the side of Liquid. In fact, someone just tried to jump over the Na'Vi players. In the end, decent amount of damage. It could have been all of them.
Yeah, they got both rifles out. That's the only silver lining for Na'Vi, is they managed to get both rifles, they lose a Spectre. So everything else, you're probably going to see maybe a pistol for Xiao, and then all other players with rifles in this round. So it's still not clean, still doesn't look good for Na'Vi, but this round at least could be competitive. Funnily enough, though, the player most likely to get his ult is actually Kiko.
My favorite part was in the last map was that if one of these teams is going to get 8 rounds in a row, it'll be Na'Vi. Team Liquid got 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
So that is kind of funny. Oh, that's a quick play from Zipan. Those blast packs are on point. The point.
Oh dear.
Driven straight into the head of Kiko.
Xiao was just standing on top of the box. No wonder.
Shrouded step up top.
No wonder there wasn't something there all the time. Zipan's just... There's been a few moments today where Zipan's just been caught by very, very weird circumstances. Like...
Is he peek? He's not gonna peek. Oh, you're in trouble?
Yep.
You are in a lot of trouble, Yumpy. That's unfortunate. But he was seized in. He didn't really have anywhere to go in either direction. Unfortunately, decides to go swinging into heavy traffic. Sneak up from Sugetsu, who's actually drawing rotations. This is just going to be an annoyance, and that's what he was going for last round as well. Na'Vi just hunkering down, waiting for the rotations to pick off another player, and in the end, I think they're just going to hit that B side.
Yeah, to be honest, in this circumstance, him going even on a lurk would just be ridiculous. You don't want to give any individual fight. Timing for Enzo is going to be everything. If Angel picks him off here, the round is almost certainly done. He's been spotted, and well, there you go. You're not going to expect the second player here. Na'Vi playing things incredibly slow, but it is prevailing. Maybe going to pick up the remaining orb as well, and for Mystic, likely just going to try and hold on to the weapon. There's only so much damage he'll be able to do, and the economy of Liquid is not really in a position where he can take a risk.
Yeah, even if his teammates won't have a lot to work with next round, they can at least recover that rifle when he dies. It's not really an option if he goes for it here. And he's still up against essentially the same amount of players as he will be at the start of next round. Just add Zipan to it, but Zipan has been pretty scary. Those blast packs up early on mid. I've not seen Team Liquid blindsided like that in the game so far. Good to see him activated. Round 15 going to Na'Vi means a 10-5, half the scoreline of their opponents on Navi's map pick, one that they have looked good on, one that they looked good on up against this squad as well. But things have changed, that's for sure, and this new comp for Liquid seems to be paying off dividends.
Well, yeah, it's almost just change of roles. Like that's been the only real difference, is that they put players where they're more comfortable. Yumpy playing Initiator, Nats, okay, Nats moving from Viper, or from Cypher to Viper is much of a muchness. And then Enzo taking over that role just gives a little bit more space for Yumpy to play. But again, I think Nats has been sublime the majority. Of course, the thing we talk about Na'Vi with this map is their attack. Like it's so far away from them being able to turn things around, but the way they won out this game last time was it was an 8-0 attack side. That's how they closed it. So I don't want to start
that's a
premising
bonus
anything yet,
for
because
Na'Vi.
this has not been the same Na'Vi. They've
A small
definitely
sign
looked a
of
lot weaker.
life. That second map.
But if they were ever going to do it, it would be on this side of the map.
Well, this is the thing, man. Like, last map, they looked lost. Or last half, sorry, they looked lost. The push and the pull of the map for Liquid worked out. How many flank plays, how many stabs in the back did we get to witness it? You just can't have that. Now, though, on the attack side, they have a little bit more liberty to work with. They don't have to be as worried about defending a side, about rotating in, And playing those stacks instead, they can just stack together. And that's where Na'Vi are most dangerous. Obviously, we've seen Sugetsu again and again moving towards this position, trying to cause some havoc for this squad. And this round in particular, he stands a very good chance. Like we said, no one else other than Mystic will have something to work with. And that includes shields. So everybody's going to be one tap for Sugetsu. And they're going down.
Yeah, it looks like they've gambled the player majority on the A site, and then gambled the weaponry and the ult on B. Well, Nade's gonna do a decent amount of damage to Enzo. Oh, that's unlucky. Only 2 shots in the gun.
30 seconds left.
Nats has been lurking in this position. Yet to be cleared. He might have himself a kill for free. That's at least something. That's an outlaw for Nats to play with. And actually, for 2 players in the server right now, that will be a one-shot kill.
Yep. Big threat for Xiao and Zipan. They are tucked in, though. They won't be in danger. I'll tell you who is in danger is Angel. There's players in front of them. They're making noise. They're nading. But it's Mystic again to make that sneaky play. And he's gone up just in time to catch Angel. Rifle to be retrieved. Headshot delivered by the Classic. That'll spur Nats forward to try and take this kill. Snakebite down. But ultimately, that player
You almost went down.
Safely, safe as can be. Nats look for some exits, for some damage on the cross. There's one already, and the rest trapped in. The flash is there, and he gets him blind.
Good shots.
Perfect timing. And going down to the spike in the end, he could have saved the rifle, but he couldn't get out.
No, and that's the thing. That's way more valuable for Nats. He's almost got his ult online because
you time out here, sure.
anything, it may have been better for him.
I think you time out, sure they win.
Even still, I guess the only thing, again, for Na'Vi is that they have the cash. At this stage, it's all about those streaks of rounds. You still see Xiao with 7,400 credits post-buy, which I will say maybe he should buy Sugetsu a gun, but we'll ignore that. And they also have the ult advantage. Showstopper available for Kiko. But I do think if this next round, if we're still seeing it go in the favor of Na'Vi, is where we start to sort of worry a little bit for Liquid.
Got the spike. I'd be inclined to agree, Tom. Yeah, it's what we said earlier. Once Na'Vi start that comeback, they'll be hard to slow down. And it was just the excess rounds that Liquid had on the last map that allowed them to close it out. This time, they 10-2 lead. 4-0 start to the half isn't terrible. It's nothing to fret too much about. If they're left here with low credits, no results, and the showstopper expanded, that will be a disaster. Side of A is under threat. There's traps here already. The first could catch a lot of information on their way through. The spray is awkward for Enzo, and his teammate Close was stunned by the Rolling Thunder. Nats emerging from heaven, caught from every which angle. The nade, it's going to force them back into the spray. That's caught Yumpy down to 5 HP. A great start to this round for Na'Vi.
He can't heal
and he's still
himself.
the showstopper if things start to go a little
Jesus
spooky.
guy.
I also don't think the one on the other side is really in a spot to be committed. Oh, it's actually going to be Zipan. Almost gets bombed. Okay, he's killed off Yumpy, who was already low. It's not the end of the world, but Na'Vi just wanting to make sure they confirm this round for Liquid. It has to be the fallback.
You need a solution for
Liquid.
Liquid.
I think he, especially in that first half, was the shakiest of the lot.
100%. Yeah, it was really strange to see Zipan be shut down consistently. But now, finally, we return to normality. Na'Vi putting up a serious fight and realizing if they can drop these 2 weapons, right now, look at the credits. There's still going to be a few players able to buy. They can get a full buy next round, still have that showstopper to work with. Instead, Na'Vi want to make sure that it's way too costly. Enzo's going to be spotted on the back of the site. But can they actually make it there in time? Beautiful to see the spike exploding. The fight is what really matters with 1 second left, and they've got him! That's Enzo down. 1 rifle lost. The op, at least, is carried through, because no one could be buying that up. Unless Nats is playing no shields with a Viper's Pit, which I would not like to see.
I also think that Kiko just wasted a blast pack at the pre-round.
Did he?
Yeah,
oh, no.
I think he was trying to slow him down, and he's thrown it in the pre-round. He's playing op, so I don't know if that would be the most impactful thing in the world. Maybe if he needs to reposition, but that is just quite funny. Nonetheless,
it could help with the showstopper. That's the only
true.
Thing.
That is
more
true.
Limited range on that defense. Oh, Shout spitballing.
Moving at the speed of sound. He's the one who's moved up to the top of the board for his team. And 5 rounds in a row, this is where Liquid finally decide to take themselves a pause. I think up until this point, it's been sort of a closer, like sort of opportunities that they've had, doing some work with the pistols, making things competitive. Think about last round, just one player surviving. This one, though, was a little bit more dominant. It didn't look like there was really an opportunity for them to take that one home after Zipan managed to get themselves the openers. And I think there needs to be a momentum switch, similarly to the last map. You allow Na'Vi back into the game, that's where things really do. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
He's just going to try and escape. But I don't mind it. I think the pause timing is good. It's at a point where you still have that lead by 3 rounds. And for Liquid, you can't allow them back into this. Even just from a mentality standpoint, if this map was to slip, I would be very worried for their ascent.
After a 10-2 lead, it's not the way you want to see it go.
And they could have won the pistol. Think about it, they had an advantage and they ended up losing a 3v5.
Viper's Pit off rip. That's used on mid, so 2-2 setup either side. Kiko in trouble, but he pops the showstopper, and he's caught Xiao, trying to sneak his way through, but Artis on the spray catches the return. That's going to be that rifle down and out. No op for the defensive side for now, at least, and they're slowed as these smokes down make it awkward. There could be players about to burst out on B through that trap, and they want to capitalize on it if that's the case, but as we can see, Na'Vi are not committing. They're not going to give that information away for free. Instead, looking for other opportunities, looking to move elsewhere. And that's exactly why this ult is pulled through from Enzo. The hat off his head lets him see exactly where these attackers are and where they're moving to. But do Na'Vi now try to use that as even more of a fake? Go back the other direction.
The thing is, the A site definitely makes more sense because you've lost Xiao. You don't have the smokes anymore to sort of section off a B site take, which leaves so many open angles. The main worry, though, is Yumpy. Aggressively positioned. A Nightfall could be enough to leave him in a bit of an awkward spot.
I'll find you.
But he is playing very far back within the site. Information isn't going to be guarded. In fact, it's going to be Zipan going straight off. He should be caught here and will be. And no immediate trade. In fact, nothing really found. The full Liquid squad have now rotated into position. Na'Vi are going to try and take this to the heavens.
They've realized it's heaven, though. That flash didn't see anybody. They have to be going somewhere on the back of that ult, and it's straight up here to Getsu. Beautiful timing, still 2 on the site. And they have to clear them out with 10 seconds left. There's barely any time. Mystic ends up going down. They take every single fight, and that proves to be a mistake. And for Na'Vi, they capitalize on each and every one.
No, that's the thing. It was that heaven crunch. Because if they try and cross into the site, they're dead.
100%.
There's absolutely no way they get through that. So a very quick adaptation from Na'Vi to clear out the players up top. And then the remaining 2, they know where they are. They've already been hit by the Nightfall. So it's a difficult fight. You have to bear in mind, Mystic's looking to try and find a timing there. I believe he may have even still had his sound dampened by the ult. This is now getting really scary. 6 rounds in a row for Na'Vi. We've talked about that attack side. We've talked about how terrifying. We could talk about the fact that we've seen this before from Liquid. They've struggled with the defense. We were hoping that the changes in personnel, the ancient switches, will make things a little bit easier for them, but that has not been the case so far, Mystic.
Bring them down.
He's alive somehow. I don't think that's going to last for too much longer. Oh my.
They're going to reveal he's still here. Yeah. Nowhere to go.
Bound to happen eventually.
They still had the nade as well. Like, if they really wanted to kill him. Yumpy with a Bucky. Up close. This is something that should be... In these sort of rounds, you have to kind of have that expectation. A trade in snake bites, which I actually think has left Nats completely screwed. Some of that's his own utility. It didn't quite land, and, well, Na'Vi, this is the thing. They play such a slow, methodical attack, even in these rounds, leaving it down to just 35 seconds. Timing could be there for Kiko.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
it was being watched. It's no longer being watched. They might be able to get something on the timing, but now a smoke's going to go up. A nice kill coming up from Yumpy. They're at least making this one a little bit more interesting, but the trade is there.
It's there, but it's given the spike over, and the rifle from Yumpy still in play. They'll be able to plan safely at least, but perhaps some fights can be isolated in the meantime, and indeed they are. That's Getsu isolating Yumpy, dropping him and leaving Enzo all alone. That rope is defying physics, but there's no one on the other end of it. In fact, the player up top as this smoke fades, combining with one down below, should give them the round win. Good night, sweet dreams to Enzo as Team Liquid from a 10 5-2 lead. Now sit 10-9. Navi's attack side has just been on fire. And we expected them to do better here, but after such an abysmal first half, I wasn't holding out a lot of hope. Now it looks like Ascent might be back on the cards. This buy round for Liquid is one of their last chances to really stop this momentum from that attacking side.
This is absurd. This would genuinely be absurd. I've talked about the mental strength of Na'Vi before, but this would take it to new heights. To be 10-2 down, winning a 3v5 in the pistol, and then somehow closing out the map, I don't know. And we've seen a lot of those heroes for Liquid dissipate. Nats, Mystic, an unbelievable first half between them. Kiko there as well. They've still got to purchase in this round, and it's not over until it's over. They still only need 3 rounds to close this one out. Na'Vi are going to look to try and take that control. Zipan leading the charge.
Well, Paranoia used early as well. A little bit of panic. Xiao TP through, using his best Mystic cosplay. They've seen the Paranoia at least. Heard it, but they won't catch Mystic. Nats, good from up top, but only for one. And the site now fully seized. Seekers going out, but, well, they won't be there on time to really follow up on. The defenders are split. Oh, my. The push through from Kiko. Caught immediately.
That was the barrel of the gun.
Gorgeous stuff. And at this point, if you're Enzo and Yumpy, you've got to be calling for a save. There's no way back through. Even though we can see damage was done, chances are Na'Vi take this, and it's confirmed now, 10-10.
But that's another scenario where we've seen someone use that from the shadows to just massive impact. Like a TP in towards a little bit further back. Like normally you expect the backside, so that might be why Team Liquid didn't have that expectation that he had managed to get that far. And because of that, you just see, I think it was Nats, had absolutely no idea that he was going to come in from behind. Enzo on the cam has got to be careful. Just a second away. Oh, okay, Angel's not going to expect it. They at least managed to hold on to the guns, and Yumpy will get another kill. He's not going to go down. So they still have some weaponry. It's definitely the truth that within the Riot Games arena, the Liquid fans are still cheering for their squad. As said, it was an 8-0 attack side last time out when Na'Vi played against them. Maybe it stops at 9.
Maybe. Well, I mean, that 8-round streak for both teams on this map is something you don't often get to see. I feel like we're back on split from the
something you don't want to see.
Something you don't want to see also. I'll give you that. I will give you that. But now things on the attack side are where they heat up these days. For Team Liquid, well, the struggles have most certainly been there. And if you look at how things are going right now, the momentum is concretely towards Na'Vi. Tied up, winning all their attacking rounds, and 3 more needed for either team to take it across the line.
They've got so much cash that Sugetsu was buying himself a bonus outlaw just to go for some early fights, and then drops it. An aggressive position from Kiko. Bear in mind that Angel is alone with the spike. And it's going to be shot, but I think he's aware that someone could be close. A decent setup here for Liquid as they hold on the site, but it's nothing for Enzo. They need Mystic again to go big. The Judge up close could actually stop them in their tracks. They won't expect someone this close. Surely never mind. Angel just snaps onto the head of Kiko. He was waiting the entire round. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. The lead's about to be taken by Na'Vi on their attack side after being 10-2 down.
9 rounds in a row. Now there might not even be a weapon to save for Yumpy.
There's no way out.
There's no way in either. Everybody waiting for him. The flank underway for those who aren't. This double swing, yeah, even though he hits the first headshot, Sugetsu's still standing. 11-10, Na'Vi with 9 consecutive rounds take the lead back on their map. This is why they chose it. Certainly wasn't for their defensive side. If we go to an OT, we could be here all day.
Oh, well, Liquid have taken another pause. I don't even know what you say at this point.
Oh,
like, surely
gonna be rough.
You've gone to the depths of whatever strat book you had to try and counter them. They've tried being aggressive. They've tried pushing up. They've tried taking map control. They've tried being passive. They've tried playing off information. They've tried the Nats go kill strat. That didn't even work. That's normally a surefire winner. And it's been a slow climb. I think at this stage, the only thing Emil can really do is the inspiring words. I saw the fist. It's an attempt to try and pump up the team because, as said, like, Enzo's not someone with the most shallow strat book in the world. It's not like he hasn't been trying different techniques, different ideas, but at this stage, the only thing you can do is try and stem the bleeding, because from a mental standpoint, Liquid have got to be in the bin.
I mean, it seemed to me, looking at a little bit of lip reading, I saw fight them being said a lot. And I feel like that's something that Liquid do need from this defensive side so far, has been them being pushed back.
Where?
Well, that's the thing. But so far, they've been pushed back, waiting on site, and when those pushes come through, Na'Vi are winning every single duel with their execs.
Yeah.
I think you got to get ahead of those executes, but that's a pretty tall task to ask.
It's also with how, like, Na'Vi normally spend the first probably minute and a half just playing a default, waiting for you to make mistakes. As said, look, it's again, he's bought another outlaw just to try and catch people going aggressive. Well, they do. Already spotted. A rifle will be retrieved. They are trying. They are trying. The govs are off. Liquid now. Wanting to get up in their face. Kiko's managed to claim the orb, but on the opposite side, they haven't been sitting there. There is a little bit of a trap. The paranoia, and then Enzo on the other side.
They ping the cam.
Face your fear!
They know they have to destroy it on the way through. Paranoia is ready, though, as they make it in. Mystic, he needs to pop that right now. Enzo needs that help, and there it is. Beautiful Paranoia, one to be found, but nothing else. And Artis doubles up. Na'Vi again able to push back this aggression from Team Liquid, and now the site push.
What a comeback by Na'Vi. I was like,
and Kiko and Yumpy.
That's over. That's a 2-0.
versus 4. Viper's pit in play. Nade is good. Artis down. That's a chance, and a real chance now. Finally, Liquid could be in with one, but that pit still has to be dealt with.
Spike planted.
The plant safely in the corner. The jump out from Xiao, good for one. And Yumpy's attempt to trade, he's too late. Too far back at this stage. Has a flash to work with. Suspects both players to be left, at least one. But they move back just in time, and now sitting, with a shorty in hand. Yumpy's in so much trouble as he makes his way in. He's being watched and deleted by Xiao. 12-10. From a 10-2 scoreline, Na'Vi now sit with map point coming up. 2 map points, in fact, and so far it's, I mean, just, you'll see the timeline in a second. It's pretty flawless, 10 in a row. Yeah. Chances are this one's going to Ascent.
I can already tell. There are people waiting on Twitter, on Reddit. They've got that little Liquid choke sign ready to go. 10 rounds on this attack side with no response. 11 rounds in a row. Only the bonus other than that. Liquid have a showstopper. They have a couple of other ults that they can try and throw in on a whim. A Rolling Thunder available and Zipan one away over on the Na'Vi side, but I'll be honest, a lot of the ults that they've used have just been a bonus. Liquid from such a commanding lead, all they can do now is hope for overtime. Hope is all they've really got, with everything else dissipating. I like this though, not shying away. 4 players now stacked up in mid, ready to brawl, ready to fight. The showstopper going to be sent out immediately. A chance for an opener, but it's only going to be a trade.
Could have been more. Look at Zipan. 5 HP after that showstopper landed. An inch to the left and he was down. He survives late into the round. Team Liquid start to move out of position. The smoke on B main. The rotate from Mystic towards the B side of the map. 3 players there now.
30 seconds left.
Unknowingly are walking into the wide open site. Well, not wide open. Still a player here. Mystic has ult to rotate in, but Enzo's going to need to call for that soon. There it is. The rotation's actually towards their spawn. Cancelled in the end, but perhaps attempting to cause the paranoia yet again. 12 seconds, the Rolling Thunder goes in. Enzo caught by the smoke. Might give him a safe spot to play from. Doesn't even go for the spam initially. Now though, he's able to capitalize on more than one. No, 3 seconds, they cannot get it. It's done. 12-11. We keep on going despite the kills. Finally landing in Navi's
everybody.
They will get to go one more time. The problem is
the money,
look at those credits.
That's what like Yumpy even went in at the end. I don't. Maybe he did. I don't know what gun he had to start with, but they've lost every single gun. Like it's sort of like we won a round, but what did it cost? Absolutely everything. Sugetsu is just hitting as well. Like, these last few kills are filthy, but it's so ridiculously close. Na'Vi, they're gonna hold on with their last pause. The first combo breaker after 11 rounds in a row comes when they would have closed it. But as said, look what's on the other side. No ults to play with, a couple close. A Judge, Guardians, a single rifle on Enzo, and a Bulldog. It is not a pretty picture, but I think even just the weight lifted of finally winning a round is going to be worth so much more than the weapons they lost along the way.
12's all they get. That's what's being said during this timeout. 12's all they get, boys. Low buy round where Zipan comes in with a showstopper. 12's all they get. It's a tough one for Liquid, and there's not a lot that they can fall back on. Nats and Yumpy both 2 away from getting their ultimates as well, so those safety nets not likely to come into effect unless the round is already swinging massively in their favor, or they're fighting their way back through a comeback. 10 seconds till those barriers go up, and I cannot imagine the feeling on either team right now. This has been a stressful map, not trading it back and forth, but instead having your streaks of rounds, your dump of dopamine and the depression that follows now. Well, let's see if Team Liquid will be mourning the 10-2 lead they once had.
Xiao's gonna TP. It's the same play as last time. This time, though, he's actually stuck in as a stun! That's brilliant from Artis! Absolutely
nice
perfect
play
to set him up for that frag. I was surprised he stuck that one. This kill could be everything. Nice work from Nats. At least bringing this back into an even scenario, but we've seen these post plants. We've seen them many a time. A Judge for Kiko. A wrap back around from Angel as well, just holding into the spawn. The rest of the players don't have to look in that direction. He is, however, going to be revealed.
One kill away from Viper's Pit for Nats as well. They can just find out one. This flips the favor in there. Oh, never mind. He's dropped, traded immediately. And the fight comes down to just Kiko. No nade, and he's only spotted one player, but he'll go for the defuse. Tapping it now, breaking the utility that comes after him. And again, baiting them into the open. One away. Nade, 4 bullets, but he can't land them. Angel, the man to close the map for Navi and bring us all the way to Ascent. This team was 10-2 down. They've bought themselves another shot at the series.
That has got to be a mentality breaker for the side of Liquid. They're going to need a few minutes to reset that one, and they'll be back to try and fight again on Ascent.
Damn. What a game by Navi. Like, the first half was like horrible, but that comeback though.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go.
I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah.
And so Ascent is a fucking coin flip too, like. I expect Liquid to play the Cypher, probably instead of the Killjoy.
Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak. I like to build things, empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion. We need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah.
Oh, now that's what we call a comeback. Na'Vi, they managed to take things to map 3. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kukuka and Steel. A 10-2 that was, by the way, to Liquid. Did you guys expect Na'Vi to come back?
I wasn't really expecting it. I thought at the end of that Lotus, when they did the thing where Artis is running with an aftershock out with 10 seconds left, I'm like, oh, okay, yep, Liquid's running away with this half, 10-2. There's no way this is over. You know, let's get our ducks in a row for you know, the post game, and then yeah. I don't know what happened after that. It was just
I'm
like
gonna need therapy.
I'm really sorry. I feel like I always curse these because whenever I go for the interview around 10, it's always an OT. Like, I mean, I don't know how I could. I wasn't an OT this time around, but Kukuka, I apologize for putting you through that. I'll take it. That was
it's
all
okay.
me.
Hear me out. The only thing major that I got out of this matchup is that Na'Vi is slightly better on the attack.
Just slightly.
Just slightly on
Yeah.
this on this map. Like, in many of them rounds, I think it's easy when you see it from the outside to understand the plan that they have overall, right? But also the individual level when it comes to those choking points is just over the top.
I think part of the reason why their attack was so good here, and both the teams were better on defense on Lotus, and I think part of that was the breach play. So on attack going into split, you're doing these full executes on the site, you have the breach and everything, and then you're getting all the entries and you're able to convert those rounds. There was no counter breach.
Yeah, and it helps when Na'Vi, they're able to win the pistol and the bonus as well. So let's take a look at this round because obviously still that put Na'Vi in a position of winning the next one too after this.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely like momentum swing that they need, right? So you're down 10-2, you win the pistol, you win the round 2 eco. This is the round that kind of decides whether or not you can start mounting a comeback, and this got them all the momentum they needed to be able to start converting round after round and chipping away at Liquid's mental.
Yeah, of course. This is the biggest comeback we've seen in VCT EMEA this year. Previously, it was Liquid that managed to come back from 4-8 down. And before that, last year, they also pulled off a 2-10 comeback against Foot as well. Kakuga, they're always involved, but it wasn't their map here. Yeah.
I think that it's important to pick up on something that Mitch was saying, is that now coming into the map number 3, coming into Ascent, what Liquid needs to do is recover mentally, right? Because when you have that kind of lead, the only response that your brain is going to have after the map is over is that you weren't able to get 3 rounds and then send it home and just, you know, because it's a map that you've played before. It's not a map that you're necessarily uncomfortable in. It's just Navi knowing exactly how to push your buttons and being able to recover from such a half.
Yeah, I feel like they were kind of like thrown a lifeline too at the same time, because Navi really, the Lotus could have gone either way had that, you know, final round gone a different way. So I think Liquid needs to kind of count their blessings that like, hey, like we choked pretty bad, but at least we get to go to a third map.
Like this one?
What?
You said have the last round gone another way,
Oh,
so if
I
Kiko
mean,
would have gotten that bullet
well,
onto Angel.
maybe. But, I mean, Ascent's going to play into both their styles. Obviously, like Navi, it's kind of one of their staple maps, but I think it's going to play into Liquid's playstyle pretty well here. And, I mean, all the games so far from these guys have been kind of the distance. So I feel like we should see in stores the map going the distance as well, because Ascent's a perfect playground for them to get into these 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, where it comes down to the individuals and the mid-round decisions and clutches.
Yeah, and Ascent, I loved Liquid's comp. I think it's going to be really good here.
2 things are going to be very important. One, are we going to see that composition back with the Viper and the Euro? I think that they had incredible mid-rounds. Some calls, I would need some clarification on how some decisions were made, but they were actually the right decisions. That's why I need that kind of clarification. On the other side, I think it's going to be refreshing in this best of 3 to see Artis on the Duelist and see Zippen on the KO, if this is the kind of game that we're going to get from them, because I think it's a comfort zone and a different testing ground for them in this best of 3.
Yeah, I think both the teams really have to show us what they've got and how deep down they can dig, because both of them have gone through their ups and downs in this series alone. But I mean, you know, if Liquid starts winning rounds and then they start to lose a few, I feel like it's hard for them to bounce back from their mental.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select and see if we are going to get that composition once again. We will, and like you said, Artis on the jet.
Yeah, I want to see him like having that kind of comfort. If the preparation from Navi is there, they can expect this composition and what Flossie can have. I think that there is a lot of weight onto Yumpy. Probably he was feeling more comfortable not playing on the Viper on the previous map, but for this one he needs to show up. And there's so many things that you can do with the Viper, so much control that you can have over the map. You can play the wall for retake, to create pressure, to retake spaces. There are so many things that you can do with it, but he needs to be very smart on how to use it.
And I like how, you know, the Viper Yoru play is going to work really well. I wonder how much practice Navi has against a Viper Yoru on this map, as opposed to like Viper plus another agent, for example.
They probably tried it.
If they have tried it themselves, then they'll understand kind of like what works and what doesn't work about it.
I'm here for the show.
This is it. Map 3 to settle this series, and it's time to hop back in one last time today. Over to
What
you,
a classic
Mitch and
comp
Carl.
for Navi outside of
Thank
the
you so
Cypher.
much, Insu, and our wonderful analyst desk as we get into the 3rd map of this series. Somewhere, I think 30 minutes ago, most people wouldn't expect to be seeing.
You saw it coming. You said that they'd win on Ascent.
I did. I said that at the start of the day. I didn't quite know we'd get here in this fashion. And to be honest, Split was a map that we considered to be Navi's. After a 10-2 lead, though, I think what Emil was saying earlier on Liquid Socials is, well, it's important. He said today is all about staying positive and focusing on what your IGL wants you to do. Well, here, that positivity better stay, because that is a tough way to lose a map. The worst way to lose a map, and now you got to go again.
Well, that's the difficult thing. Luckily for them, they are going into a map they're confident on. Na'Vi, though, are going to stick to that attack side. Again, we've seen this, we've said it. Both teams go to the attack. An instant push through. Zipan already finding that first. The one place we've seen most rounds go is those pistols. Kiko desperately trying, and eventually will take out Artis. And actually, Sugetsu, this is bold. This is risky. He's low on HP. Because of that, he's going to be stuck out on his own, and they're going to be able to even things up.
The HP disadvantage for Na'Vi, but they're using their guns to their advantage. 3 players tucked up close. Flash is good, but actually, the Paranoia back in return has left Team Liquid without a leg to stand on.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke down, but the players are already ahead of it. Unfortunately, blooming in Kiko's face makes it tough to take any fight. And from a 3vx, Na'Vi walk out with the win. Not even losing a player. Lots of damage done, but a pistol win for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing going into this matchup is going to be that compositional difference, because obviously one of the problems when you're playing up against that Cypher, if you're on a Jet, it's getting into the site. Like, they're going to have utility that's almost used to counter you. Whereas Kiko's util basically gets him past that, gets him away from all of that utility. The thing is, though, this isn't the first time they've used, and that's always the question I have when I go into a team running a Yoru comp, maybe on a map that's not necessarily as common, is your opponent going to have adapted or watched and seen what you've been doing and found ways to counter it? Well, Yumpy is dead.
He's accepted.
Yeah, I think he just accepted that he was dead and would rather go down to a fragment than anything else, but I want to see a little bit more fight in him.
Even just to see how many players are there. But either way, they're stacked up towards here, looking for the fights and finding them, unfortunately for them. Like this position from Nats, just on the other side of the wall, and he'll get himself through for one eventually. But 10 HP, when he eventually recovers that rifle, and the spray from Xiao is more than enough. Damage is the name of the game, and it looks like that game is being won by Liquid so far. They can drop another player. This could become decently costly for the side of Na'Vi, and still some potential to take them out. Great recon, but they're not looking the right way, hoping that that would clear them, and that Enzo wouldn't be quite as close as he was. They know where Mystic is.
Nice
Got that information
aiming,
on both players to work with. They don't want that. I think it was only a Spectre dropped out in the open, so even recovering that wouldn't be that big of a deal, but with a headshot to Enzo, it's now unrecoverable. Mystic's got it all to do. 10 seconds till a smoke. Doubt he even lives that long. Oh, needs to get in here and try to find some value. And he's behind Artis. Perplexing.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Someone misses a jump. it almost looked like it confused Artis. And that's the thing. It's the same as before. There's only 2 rifles, but they have a Spectre and a few pistols. But because he kills a rifler, that extra kill is actually so valuable.
Yes.
And because of that, Na'Vi's now going to come in with 3 rifles for this round. Definitely not anywhere near as strong as a bonus round we've seen from them before.
Those weaknesses are there. Yoru early on mid, but I see the gate crash was put down before the barriers went up. So only spotting some early control. Noise being made on B, though, drags him over there. I'm curious to see the strategy behind Artis and Sagetsu being so slow out on mid. It feels like Na'Vi are leaving the door open to go back if they find some space around middle. With the Cypher in play, that's never going to be too easy without giving it away. But adding this extra arm of a short push, is there any utility to support it, though? In fact, the clone going through causes problems. Artis has to turn from the flash, gives away his position. And the double swing, oh, that could not have been any better time.
That timing.
It's the opener that Liquid were looking for here. Again, any defensive rounds, especially with this Yoru, is going to be extra valuable. Now, they do somewhat have that double sentinel in the form of Viper, basically just being a stronghold on this map. Angel taking the space, but a little cubby left. Paranoia through, no chance. Kiko wins that fight as well. Sipan is there to find a trade, but still that advantage sticks with Liquid.
It's only the first player they've dropped. Not going to get the information of 2 players on the site, but I think they've garnered that now. Already dropping Kiko, looking for Mystic. He's tucked behind the boxes, waiting for support. In fact, no, he's not, swinging out ahead of them. And they go 1 by 1 every fight. 1 on the other side for Na'Vi. The Odin spray, it's not great. It finds 1, but he's revealed. He can be spammed right back at 23 HP, an easy kill for anyone that finds him in open combat. Sagetsu's in the same boat, though, retreating over towards A main, so he can't be spammed down. And Zipan with 85. It's a good position.
Oh,
underneath.
I was about to say.
Wasn't going to find anything either way. Those players are too far away. The reload needs to come in before the attempt is taken, if it's even taken. Spike is ticking away far too quickly at this point. Enzo is hightailing it to save that Odin to the next. Na'Vi not only 2-0 off the pistol, but a 3rd now followed up on, even despite the damage that was done to them. Tom, you mentioned this wasn't as strong of a bonus as what we've seen in the past, yet the result is as strong as can be.
Yeah, that for me is that's a Zipan round. And this is one of the agents, weirdly, like I think we've always talked about him on Raze, we've talked about him play like multiple different agents. I think his KO on Ascent is one of my favorites. Like, he really just seems to play confidently, have those extra flashes, extra bits of utility for the team as well, but they just found the exact entry they needed onto Kiko. That was the one that sort of turned the round on his head. The streak of attack rounds for Na'Vi, unfathomable on that map of Split. Now, they've started off strong again. And that's the thing, they've never, I don't think in this entire series have they won the pistol, follow-up, and bonus. I think this is the first. They've always been fairly slow to start in these maps thus far.
Here.
You can see that the good old Odin isn't backed up by all too much. Classics across the board for Team Liquid, having lost that previous round. It leaves them with a pretty hefty disadvantage economically. They'll reset for the next, conceding a fourth. But there could still be some fight in them. Not just on the Odin, but we've seen the Classics do damage before. The problem is, Na'Vi are incredibly vigilant. Even in these fights here, where you see Artis go up close to spam the door, you already have support. Zipan is covering it. I think we even had Sagetsu further back, ready for the fight. So if you look to punish some of this early aggression from Na'Vi, you'll likely end up swinging into many more players than you're prepared to deal with. The only problem I see is that Na'Vi are gearing up for a B play, and there's only one player there. It is the player with the weapon, but he's isolated, and luckily Enzo decides to reposition. He's back in for the fight. There's one.
Okay, he's very low on HP though. Even taking a gamble fight would have its risks about it. And he doesn't have a mass amount of credits either, so it may even just be a situation where he looks to actually hold onto the gun. For the rest of the players, it's all about damage. How much can they do? They managed to get quite far into the site, but the counter utility from Xiao has done well. They are picking them off one by one. Enzo's still looking to fight this, as Nats has managed to retrieve a gun, but even that element of surprise isn't really achieving too much. A nice extra shot, and again, some cost created by Enzo, but he will go down to it. And I wonder now, is he gonna have enough for another one? I think maybe just about, yeah. He's not gonna have the full shields or maybe the full utility behind it.
Well, 4-0, and as we popped into the coach cam there, I've never seen Doom Bros look so upset. They've just been on a streak of rounds to win the last map, and the still Doom Bros. The one that didn't change his name, didn't concede it. I wonder if they solved it with rock, paper, scissors. Who got to keep it?
That would have taken years.
Still going to this day. Yeah, of course, the coaches of both teams twins, and they used to have the same name as well, because just to confuse people.
Bros. No, they were the Doom Bros.
Even now, sometimes you'll see them in a different jersey. It's perplexing. Na'Vi 4-0. The fifth round sees Artis dropping off rip. The reposition from Kiko immediate.
This is the value he can bring with the operator. Mystic maybe sticking around a little too long, but he will escape. That is a lamp. Now they have to be wary. Kiko can not only reposition, but he also has the ult Dimensional Drift available for a retake if it gets there. But that's absurd. Xiao just so quick with it. Doesn't even allow him to escape. That's been the thing. Kiko's been good for the opener, but the follow-up has always been a response from Na'Vi.
I know exactly.
Very clean. He just happened to pick the one of the two angles that he wasn't set up for, and the flick doesn't land.
He can just... He knows he can just run me, then look at him.
Flank underway. Look at the position of Sagetsu. It's nasty. He could get so much value already dropping Enzo, but the site hold is still on. Yumpy standing strong for now. Forced back by the flash. Still to take a lick of damage, though. Those bullets whizzing past and player in heaven. The can goes up to distract, but it doesn't work. The adjustment is near perfect.
Look at the spike.
In the end, he falls. 12 seconds left, and the rotate around to get the spike. They'll make it back just in time. Nats has to try to deny them. Well, doesn't have to, but he probably should. He's seen both, the swing out, and he's getting closer, trying to isolate the fight while the plant was coming through. But Sagetsu's a little too quick with his third kill of the round. Na'Vi now lead 5-0.
Yeah, he's been one of the major reasons for their resurgence.
Oh, that's nasty.
They're so quick with it. Look, you can even see it's a missed shot, but it's an attempt to TP away from Kiko, and he just doesn't even get that opportunity. Again, it takes a 5-round streak for Liquid to take themselves a pause. And that's the thing, they've not been without opportunity. That round had moments again where it looked like it could swing into the favor of Liquid, but every player on Na'Vi is now putting up those numbers. Xiao leading the charge. Ult-wise, though, this round is so heavily in favor of Liquid. Like, this is a round where if Liquid don't win it, I'm very, very worried for them.
Yeah. Listen, I think already at the 5-0 point, it's getting a little bit concerning. But like you say, you come in with all these ults, all these safety nets, there's no way you can find yourself falling back to the ground floor. That's currently where Liquid are. 0 rounds. And the thing is, you know, when I look at Na'Vi right now, they just are not the team that I expect to crumble when they move to their defense. This is a map that I think, in general, I'm going to look at as
in their history,
them.
I think it's their best map.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you go back there, especially within EMEA, I think they have been, for a long time, one of, if not the best, at every single moment on Ascent. So it's a bold move to end up here for Liquid. But that's the thing, this series has been bold. They were happy to go into Split. They took them down on Lotus. Like, Liquid have not been shying away. I wonder if we're going to see an ult combo here. Hunter's Fury available for Enzo. It's actually just going to be the push-up Raw! They don't have anything! Oh, this is just spraying them all down! I expected to see something off the rip, maybe a Hunter's Fury into a Dimensional Drift, but they just go walkabouts, and they meet Artis, and they meet their demise.
Oh, that TP secured the site, that's for sure. Xiao's in with the plant and a 4 versus 2. I don't expect to see too much movement over on that A site. Look like New Year's at Times Square. These guys are just staying still. And realistically for Na'Vi, there's no need to even go hunting them down at this point. They're going to wait, see if the retake is on, and then they're going to be too far away, at least you'd imagine, for anything to really go. That's what most teams would do, play it safe. But instead, Zipan is going walkabouts. Now, he has been hurt.
Insane amounts of credits as well. That's the thing. They're already building up a severe bank after the amount of streak. They take this gun off of Enzo, and it could be ropes. He is going to be able to clear out one. On the other side, Nats is just chilling. Like, he has no plans to move from within his setup. It might be an idea for Enzo to try and back into it, get into a spot where he's safe, and I don't think they're going to be able to shut him out from here unless he takes a risky peek. It is going to be the swing around, and no, he's going to go down. That's so worth it for Artis. He's going to get himself Blade Storm, and they're going to remove another weapon. Now, it's still going to be purchased back up, but I think there's actually going to be a drone missing for Enzo, so a crucial piece of utility missing.
This was a bloody disaster, this main fight, for Artis picking up all 3.
But they've got all their ults online, so you kind of expect this to be a good round for them.
Oh, good. Yes, all the ults. Fantastic. It's worked so well in the past.
Yeah, you know, this is the first time we've seen, like, just everybody, Men in Black.
Erase your memory.
Erase the memory.
We've never seen this before.
This is them coming in with 4 ultimates, and Yumpy's now 1 away from a Viper's Pit, which is weird. I distinctly remember him being 2.
2, yeah. Did he get a kill?
Shadows traveling.
No, he didn't. Well, it's been tough, man. At this point, Na'Vi, they look like they've got their hands on the reins, but we said it was the last round that was really going to be a litmus test. Instead, they're able to buy up here, somewhat of a force, still having those ults to work with. There's still a chance for Team Liquid, that's for sure. But Na'Vi have just been dominating in these duels, and it's this man in particular. That last round, he found so much. Massive 4K, and with Artis, it's often repeatable.
Well, Sugetsu again is kicking things off with the sniper, although it's saying that I don't see a backup weapon. Good snake bite. And it seemed like for a second Artis was going to try and play through it. He's taken quite a bit of damage. Got his Blade Storm online, but I can't see him using it. Yumpy, it seemed to work last time. We're going to try it again. Utility removed a little bit too late, but now Na'Vi, a late round switch up as they now head towards the B side, which is currently empty. It's only now the realization of Enzo making it through. Nats on that wraparound, but they have to get into the site. There's now 2 players there and 1 holding the cross.
Team Liquid seem to have the time on their side, that's for sure. Hunter's Fury slowing them down further. They're focused on that Hunter's Fury, not seeing Mystic up close, but he's dropped, and Enzo goes down. Now the site is under serious threat with the plant already through. Hiko can't deny it, and where can he even go? There's no gate crash. He's got to commit to this, and he's caught by Angel, turning from the flash. Yumpy, 1 away from Viper's Pit, even still. And a chance for him to at least farm that online, but I don't think this round is going to flip into his favor unless Na'Vi are feeling like throwing. This is very much cemented in a 4v1. There's the Viper's Pit online. He's on his way towards the site. This could get a little bit spooky and scary. The time is very limited. And Angel puts an end to any hope for Team Liquid in this round and perhaps in this half. 7-0. Already guaranteed the win at halftime. And Navi's opponents don't have any money.
This is the thing. That was the round where they committed 3 of the ults. One of them actually ends up getting Kiko killed. Enzo, I felt like his Hunter's Fury was used at the right place, right time. Like, he was ready to try and shut them down as they pushed in. I think they went into that site with 15 seconds left. And I'll be honest, it didn't even look that uncomfortable when they planted. There's not many teams that could do that, but you have to look at Liquid and go, yeah, you had the read. You had 3 players there.
Counter Hunter's Fury, right, from Angel, got him down. I like that idea as well. You see the Hunter's Fury, Boathouse, he ain't got very many places he can go. So, very clean to punish that. But realistically, for Na'Vi, there has been, I mean, this is feeling very much like half one of Split. Team Liquid couldn't put a foot wrong, even when things seemed to be set up for Navi's success. When flanks came through, it didn't matter. Every single time Team Liquid were able to come out on top. This time, though, it's also a different vibe, because I don't think the Na'Vi, bar the last round, where it's still like a crunch and maybe a coin flip with how everything's going down, the lack of information. So far, though, in most of the rounds, I don't feel like it's come as close as it did on a lot of the Split rounds, where it was a swing either way.
I think the bigger thing as well is, I don't know if I believe in Liquid to have the same mental fortitude as Na'Vi. Like, I think if this is a 10-2 or worse half, it's done. Like, I don't think it will go back the same way. Like, maybe I'll look like a fool, maybe I have egg on my face, but, well, I already do. But realistically, there needs to be a response from Liquid, and it needs to be very soon. Again, 30 seconds left. They go in. It's almost an immediate kill. In fact, it is. Kiko's gone, and just look at Artis waiting patiently for his moment. That's one. Even makes it back through the smoke.
People in that smoke.
This is the weakest of buys we've seen so far from Liquid, though. It might have looked like there was a moment of hope, and look at the HP. Look at it. 6, 15, 24. There were chances in this round again. Can they capitalize on them?
Right now, it's coming down to spams. Now, one-way makes it hard to push back out. Capitalizing will be next to impossible, and with Mystic up top alone, 1 versus 4. Do we even go near the question of damage? So the answer is delivered before we can ask the question. 8-0 for Na'Vi. An utterly unbelievable start to this map, crushing Team Liquid. And as a full buy comes up for Liquid that can finally invest those credits, there is going to be a timeout called. They need to get it together, because this could be a quick end to an otherwise lengthy series.
Well, bear in mind, what, it was...
Sassy baka.
I didn't think that. It was 12-1. That was the streak of
That's
rounds.
the second timeout, right?
It's now 21. That's the streak of rounds we've had for Na'Vi. 20 with 1 in response. And it's truly unbelievable. Like, we are looking at the best attacking team within the region. I don't think there's any questions there. Funnily enough, Liquid are probably within that bracket as well. They're up there in attack sides. Their defense, maybe an argument for one of the worst, unfortunately. But again, it's now at a point for Emil. Like, what do you say? You've lost 8 rounds in a row. You've had opportunities. You've had Kiko getting you openers. That's happened in multiple rounds. You've had chances where Na'Vi are running in with seconds left. You've had moments where, even in that round, where more than half, 75% of the players were below 25 HP. But they're unable to capitalize on any of these moments, and Na'Vi are running away with it.
I'll tell you what, if Emil calls a pause here as he did and delivers the right words, Almaputty's job's in danger. One hell of a comeback.
He might outdo Mini. Mini came back, what was it, 11-3? He didn't lose 20-1. That's slightly worse. A nice start,
good
though. Artis
stuff.
gone, trying to capitalize off aggression within a Viper's Pit. He did it a couple of rounds ago. But this is the thing, I won't be able to tell you the stats off the top of my head, but it just feels like the Na'Vi 4v5 conversion in this, well, it is definitely better than Liquid's 5v4 conversion, which is currently at 0.
And that's something that I think Na'Vi do better than most teams, is play from disadvantages. You kind of need that.
It is normally Angel dead, though.
Yeah, you kind of need it when you have Angel on your team, but we'll see.
And it has been Artis most of the time. We saw the Kiko opener with the Operator as well. information found. They sent Nats over to claim it. They know that there's a cam here somewhere. He's very close, and he doesn't know how close, but he is very, very close. As the rest of the team look to build up on short, gonna try and avoid the drone, but I don't think it has been. Information has been gathered up, and again, this now has to be a commitment. 35 seconds left. Finally, he finds the cam. Odin homed in. It could be the perfect moment.
It's a nasty angle he's got there. Spotting the first and taking him down. Recon up top. It'll catch him on the way through if they're not careful. And, well, by the looks of it, they weren't. 56 HP left on Zipan. They spray back, following the tracers. Another kill for Zipan. And Xiao left alone. He's found another. And we're down to a 1v2, but 7 HP. And time is of the essence. He has to plant here and now, dodging the spams. It looks like he might even get it down, but then the shorty comes out. And at long last, Team Liquid have made it on the board.
Yeah. Again, this time they actually capitalize off the read. They take early B main control, they get the opener onto Ardis, and then they have that stack up on short.
I don't know.
Perfectly positioned, and the
don't like Viper on
well. Buys them so much time, and this is the risk. This is finally the punish on what has been an incredibly slow default from Na'Vi. That's the risk that comes behind it. There has just been no punishment thus far.
This goes here.
Well, is it a blip, a flash in the pan, or is it repeatable for the side of Team Liquid? It has been a struggle so far.
Japan.
Kiko, Yampi, Nats, Mystic. Yeah, I was choosing to ignore it. You got Enzo leading Team Liquid in the fragging department, and much as I love the guy, that's probably not what you want to see. 8-1. Reveal is decent, and they're focused on the clone, so actually it's an easy kill. Enzo able to just spray it down and take one, take two. In fact, this Xiao falls. And sure, the trade is there eventually. We're down to a 3v3, but Kiko, he hasn't actually got a gate crash to get out of there, but he's able to just walk away.
Again, they've managed to keep this man advantage. Spike left back, Sugetsu trying to find some sort of response. Now he does have neural theft, an opportunity to get the information of where these players are stacking up.
I have retrieved the spike.
But he will need a corpse to do it. And it doesn't look like Liquid are just going to sit back. They're actually re-aggressing into mid. Now this could win them the round, or it could give a way back in. Sugetsu's timing is going to be absolutely everything. The shots are whiffed. Finally, they're given a lifeline. Yumpi connects the shot. And Liquid are going to have their second. An 8-4 still possible. We've seen them on the attack of this map before. Maybe they found just that little bit of life.
Wasn't worried for a second when I saw Sugetsu peek that.
No.
Not even for a second.
Of all the people as well, like he's normally the crispiest in the aim department, so the fact that they definitely got a lifeline there.
Well, for the way back in or the way back out of B. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a spam. Who could have seen that one coming? But again, Na'Vi just avoided this in all the early rounds. They much prefer to fight for that mid control. This time, it'll be push up and break that trap. We've seen this a few times. Just that early denial of any information for Liquid is so important. Last round, they had B locked down with Nats, just having his traps across it. You can't have them have that much security.
This is just part of their protocols at this point. And so it's got to be careful with them droning. Now holding position. Again, Na'Vi. We've not seen any fast space. A nice wall bang will clear him out. And actually,
he's gonna get found.
Spray through the next bit of the wall. Perfectly predicts where Ardis is going to be standing. As said though, he's been going down in a lot of early rounds. It's been the response from the likes of Zipan. Util gone. Still two players at the back of this side. One of them with that Odin in hand.
Luckily on a safe spot. That Odin can't get him through two walls.
Spike down.
But as they push up closer, it could be a real problem. Kiko, 30 HP, still with a decoy. It's going to be used to try and draw their eye. The players at the switch, very wall bangable position. But they don't really have the comfort level to fire on it for now. Double stack up in spawn as well. Cage is up, they're fighting spawn, they're going right into the up B. And a quick double secures the round. No way for Angel. Now, surely! He's only got 2 more players, though. He could try to force these fights. 8 seconds. No. Waiting for the overpeak, waiting for the mistake, and it doesn't seem to be coming anytime soon.
Finally. 3 rounds in a row now. I think, genuinely, I don't say this often, that Odin has been making a massive difference. The fights in mid, the constant reposition, the utility behind it as well. It has been a part of the resurgence, and I'm sure that will upset an awful lot of people. Just as much as you love it, there are a lot of people who hate it.
Well, they should get good.
3 to 8. Even still, Na'Vi close out this next round a solid half, no doubt. Well, even if they lose it, but as said, Liquid, they've still won the majority of pistol rounds. If there was going to be a way into this match, getting a few defense will be enough.
And they're gonna go for your ultimate.
The extra information.
So the ultimate play.
Used to try and kill him off, although it's not really working.
They found Xiao.
Actually, Xiao goes down. I thought they were dodging it perfectly, but then Kiko's left.
Kiko,
he doesn't have a way back.
That's not really what you want to
know.
see. Even going back to mid after seeing 2, it's just wide open.
They give a
down already. Bit of a disaster early.
It's also his death has told Na'Vi where the remaining players are. The flash is perfect. Mystic, he has to get out of there. He has to TP the fragment. Not quite. Very, very lucky to escape that one. And now Enzo left alone. He's going to be traded out this time. He's still done an unbelievable amount of damage, but it keeps things fairly even.
And you have tags from that Hunter's Fury, shock darts, and of course, almost most importantly, that last spray. It's made it doable, workable. But remember, Mystic was tagged down to 2. He's not going to be the most useful on the way back through. Even the smoke likely.
Yeah, but it was so good to play with.
These players are very much focused on the site itself, and Nats has just gone crazy. Diving down with a shorty in hand, but now he's the last man standing. 30 health, 1 bullet to drop. 2 players to do it.
Wow.
And it's Angel and a quick shot through the wall. 9 rounds for Na'Vi. An attack side cemented. And now Liquid have the same challenge. They need to have a streak of rounds. They need to dominate the early quarter, the early half. And if they don't, Na'Vi will already have secured the win.
Oh, they managed to...
That's not a good sign. Stay positive. That's what Emil was saying earlier.
9-3 off.
Hey, I'm sure he was very positive at 10-2 on split.
Yep. What about 10-3, 10-4, 10-5?
Okay, let's see Liquid's attack side.
And we've seen them, as said, we've mentioned it throughout this match. Both teams have been better on their attack. We saw it. It was proven on split, no doubt. No one's forgetting that one in a hurry. But it starts with a pistol. Similarly for Na'Vi in the last map, it starts with that pistol. For Liquid, it would shrink the gap. Most likely to 4 rounds, but
this time
face up against this man on the defense. Early
I also do not believe in a comeback.
Like a split and some fake sound being sold, but doesn't seem like Na'Vi are too worried about that.
They're still hunkered down. Actually going to the back of B site. 1 player falls back, that's Artis. The numbers on site. It's definitely favoring Team Liquid, and they're just flooding it. Zipan on the back, right-clicked, and then taken down from the other angle. Another distraction play. Artis comes in and comes out just as quickly. Quick shot from Kiko. And Angel and Sugetsu,
Artis has
they've got it all to do. Nats is very aggressive. Nats is extremely aggressive. I thought that was a nasty spot to sit in, but he goes running around the corner. He's gonna get shot in the back. Oh,
wow.
What? What?
That's one of those moments where you sit there and I'm in my head, I'm going, Zilf, I feel like we're watching the wrong guy. Like, I'm sat there going, surely we want to watch the guy in the clutch, you know, the guy who's in that sort of 1v4 scenario. Like, that's what I'm thinking in my head. I'm sorry, Zilf, because
he mouse lifted! He mouse lifted as well! No right to be that quick. Bacon's left the room after that one. I don't blame him. Oh my, what a round from Nats. You know, when you're 9-3 down, making plays like that on 40 HP, you're not going to see many players who go, I got this.
Especially, he's had a really rough first half. Like, we've hyped up Nats throughout this series. He was great on map 1. On the first half, map 2, I think he was even better. Probably the best player in the server by a hefty margin. Him and Mystic just running around, fragging. The last 20 or so rounds, yeah, it's been a rougher time, but definitely a good sign to see him waking up. Of course, for Na'Vi, this round is all about damage. Zipan, he's got himself an extra pistol to play with. They've definitely got some information. There's no doubt about that. But there's not really much you can do with it. They're in mid. Not going to help them too much.
So I was kind of thinking there's not much going on in terms of these fights with the Classics, expecting to start off by saying Liquid are steamrolling them. But in fact, they've taken the opening duel on the side of Na'Vi, found it with a Classic in hand, not even taking that much damage, and Liquid yet to really find much space. They've got to break the door open, and now they look to take the site. Players all over the place, though. This is a target-rich environment, I'll tell you that. Zipan good for one. Great shot out of Zipan for another. Angel's just dancing around the site, trying to stay alive. Shock dart for even more damage, but he'll fall eventually. And Artis, the last man standing, Dash still online, Shorty in hand. If he wins this, I might walk out. Oh, he's managed to upgrade to a Ghost. That's more doable for sure.
Again, though, just there shouldn't be many, if any, opportunities, especially with that one where Misty's going to make sure of it. At least a decent resurgence from Liquid, but again, still a very costly round. They'll be able to retrieve a couple of the rifles, and I'll see what the investment's going to be here. Just buying up around what they can. Enzo still with a few credits to spare, but of course Na'Vi are now coming in with a purchase. These shots from Zipan were fantastic. As I said, I just think back to the sort of early rounds of Split. He was having a really poor showing, especially for someone of his capabilities. Now right up there, and there hasn't really been a missing piece. I guess the only arguable quiet one has been Artis, and he's been wrecked in most early rounds.
Attack side start as well. You know, I'll give him the little bit of slack.
Toxin screen down.
Well, this is a round that I didn't expect to see an Odin out of Team Liquid. Zipan, oh no! Diving in for so much value. An artist, quiet as he may have been, he's answered the call here. 3 kills.
That play from the kill.
Na'Vi. That was a quick one.
Yeah, straight into the double digits. They've already broken that combo for Liquid, but
Flash, jump in. Finds 2, almost 3.
It is only going to be a bonus. The thing is, they had some heavier investments there. That Odin in onto Enzo is going to leave him with a piece or two missing here. Obviously, he's on the attack. He cannot drop the drone like he did on the defensive side. You just can't do it. It's not something you can afford to risk. On the other side of things, that Odin has fallen into Angel's hands. And Na'Vi are looking to put some early pressure. Now, there is a cam waiting. Nats has also missed that jump, so they should know he's there.
Well, they definitely do now. Look at that. Hello? Do they? Are they aware? I mean, the trade comes out eventually, but yeah, he got so much more value, and he even tagged Zipan down to 60.
It's a cage. I don't think it could have been any more crystal clear. I love the idea, by the way. Has the cam up top. Has the cage popped and then wants to just kill the guy over the top. He's lucky that the person below him actually had a judge.
I think it was trying to smoke or something at that moment. Just caught the timing of the round perfectly. They've already used a decoy. That's out of the game. Having run up through mid, some utility waning, but plenty on the way back through. Recon up for Enzo. Most importantly, I think Paranoia for Mystic. It's going to clear a lot of space on the way through, but Na'Vi are far back. They're conceding the space and control. No smoke for the cross. They are going to have to rely on that orb, but it's up. The toxins ticking away. Spray is good for Angel. And his co-pilot here is Sugetsu. They're doing a lot of damage, and now as they walk through, this could be easy pickings for the Odin. Angel rattling them off, and 3 kills later, Na'Vi pushed to 11.
Just fucking
Yeah, I think we're
missing
seeing
the
what
guy
happens
in
the
there.
other way round is when Liquid try and pull off a Na'Vi round. It's like, yeah, they go in with 25 seconds left. We could do the same thing, and they just got absolutely shredded. These passive positions, and also a little bit of comedic irony of Angel destroying them with a weapon of their own design. It was picked up in the previous round after it was dropped, and these are very different faces. The duality of the twins. The face of Eric has not been that happy for the majority of this game, but it's changing now. Kiko's already getting tagged by shock darts.
Yeah. It's wild. Right now, the top fragger on this server is Enzo. I didn't expect to say that today. Up against Na'Vi, players like Artis, who clearly wants that title back. He's picked the first. Clean as can be with the headshot and the spike down on the floor. Here comes Angel, the backup, and he's being seen just as he walked through the smoke. But he
That is
makes it
something
out.
you've never done with an Odin.
What's that?
Pull out a shock dart.
Well, that's true. That's true. You don't need a shock dart. You've got an Odin.
Okay, well, Zipan is going to deny them. They're going to try and smoke him off. The knife is going to remove at least a little bit of their utility. Two of them spotted. Maybe expecting them to be a little bit further forward than they are. You can see that B-side defense is exactly the same as last time. More aggressive positions, but with that clock ticking down, I'm getting nervous. They don't currently have a smoke, but one's just come back online for Mystic, so they can put it into place, but it seems like they're just trying to sell this ruse. But you can see already,
30 seconds
with the
left.
time left on the clock, Zipan is more than happy to just sit back a little bit later. And there's still a paranoia onto Xiao. That's the thing I'm most worried about.
That flash not even intended to be followed up on. The paranoia as well, just slowing them down, putting the pressure on. Xiao dodges a paranoia back in the other direction. Yumpy not able to find anything. That is an Andalucia flawless for 12-5. Now 7 chances for Na'Vi to close out. Or we're gonna be going 2-1, closing this map out. After Na'Vi, we're 10-2 down on map 2. It looked done and dusted.
Yeah.
We thought a pistol was going to be the final nail in the coffin.
As I said,
and they have
3v5.
emerged from the dead.
3v5, they won the pistol, and then they didn't look back. They haven't looked back. This team has always had an unbelievable resilience. I think the credit has to be given to Angel in that regard. Never down, never out, never beaten until that 13th round hits the scoreboard. And well, if you watch them play versus Forza, sometimes there's another 15 rounds even after that. An aggressive push for Artis. You can see the confidence this team is playing with now. A completely different look.
Portal closed.
And on the other side of things, it looks like Liquid right now are trying to beat Na'Vi at their own game. Let's play defaults, let's play slow. You are trying to beat Angel at his own strategy. You're reading from the book he wrote, and it is just not working. These last 2 rounds have not been close. You've been running in with 15 seconds left, and now you have pieces of your weaponry missing, and they're still playing these slow, defaulty rounds. Look at the util that's still left. A fragment for Zipan, flashes, the knife, paranoia. They are holding their util knowing that they're trying to run in late.
Team Liquid tried to read from Na'Vi's book. Let's see if they face off against the scissors to their paper. So far, Na'Vi have not been able to be touched, caught on this map. And even as Artis falls, it seems the round is slotting in their favor. 13-5. Na'Vi come out on top. The brothers might have been hard to separate earlier on, but the teams are something different here on Ascent. There's no doubt Na'Vi were the better squad.
Yeah, that is going to be one of those days for Liquid that I think they're not going to forget for a long, long time. That was, their moment was ended on Split, let's be real. When that came back, I feel like many of us knew that, well, Angel's going to be in their heads for the rest of the day. And it was clear when it came into Ascent, they just didn't really match up. That slow-paced attack side from Na'Vi, they are definitely looking like the best attack team we have in EMEA.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the defense needs a little bit of work here and there. I did a few maps across the board, but their attacks have been honestly unstoppable. And yeah, I think we saw in that final map a few of the pieces that were so good for Liquid throughout the day just falter a little bit more.
Yeah, this is incredible for Na'Vi. It looked like they were down and out 10-2 on their own map pick. but they had the resilience to stay in it, never counting themselves out till that last round was played. And here it falls in their favor, 13-5, a dominant scoreline for the final map. And coming out on top, Zipan tied for top frag with Enzo, tied for first bloods with Enzo. He beats him in plans, but it's an interesting turn of events. I think last time they played, Team Liquid got absolutely stomped. This definitely represents an improvement, a step in the right direction, but there's still a few steps behind here.
Unfortunately, that doesn't get them anything on the board. That's the thing you have to look at. They've now had a loss to Foot, a loss to Na'Vi, and Na'Vi are now in that 2-0 position, looking very, very good. And all I really want to say, Mitch, is how much did that hurt?
A lot more than I thought it would, to be honest. At 10-2, I was all in. I was already thinking about what we're gonna say, what we're gonna see, but
you know what?
I was surprised.
Let's let you go, all right? Xiao's down on the stage. He's probably got a big smile on his face, so we'll send it off to him with Sue.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. That's right, I'm joined by Xiao here from Na'Vi. Now, congratulations today. I'm not sure if you know this, but today was the 11th time that you've played against Team Liquid, and it's the 9th time that you beat them. So it's kind of heavily favored for you guys. Why do you think that is? Why do you think you're always able to take them down?
To be honest, I don't know why, but they played really good today. First of all, like big props to them. They prepared very good, like also shooting, very insane. But to be honest, I'm also tired playing Liquid. Like, I need some new contender against us.
You always play them. Is there anybody that you got your eye on? Speaking of new contenders, somebody you want to go up against?
Like from EMEA? Of Fnatic?
You played against them like 10 times
Not that much.
as well.
When we last time played them?
Champs, I think, right? Or something like that. I can't remember. You're right, you're right. But let's talk about today, because they felt like it could have been a 2-0 for you guys. It could have also been a 2-0 for them. So I'll start with the Lotus. That last round, when you were in that 2v1, I think you accidentally mollied yourself off as well. What was going on with the comms? Because it felt like you guys weren't quite on the same page.
The first map was like, we were a little bit shaky. Because, like, you know, it's once a week game, and you're, like, getting hungry, and when it's game, eventually, you're just a little bit shaky. So we used the first map as a warm-up. And second map also start wasn't good, because they prepared. We last time played on kickoff with the same comp. But, yeah, we just said, like, we don't care. We'll just play like we want. And did a good comeback.
Is that how you managed to come back? Was there anything said maybe from your coach, from Angel? How did you manage to make a 10-2 comeback?
And we have put and Na'Vi at
I don't know, like when we went to second part, or second like time of the split, we finally won a pistol. And I said, guys, we won a pistol, we have to win the map.
Oh, is that easy?
Yeah, it's like you see to one.
Yeah, and then the bonus as well. I think that was also
only
pretty
pistol.
important. Only
Goal
pistol
was
matters.
pistol.
Okay, only pistol matters. You guys heard it from him. We heard quite a lot from Angel in terms of his role change into, you know, the Gecko, the Fade. It feels like you two have just completely swapped at what you do. And I think a lot of people have questions to you about this, because you're the greatest Fade player we've ever seen. You're one of the greatest Sova players we've ever seen. So why do you think that you've had to move on to this controller responsibility? And do you like it? You like playing smokes?
Yeah, I like, but like when Ardis joined us, I just told Angel, like, let's decide, like, I feel like you more comfortable on initiators, easier to call, easier to manipulate a team like us. And I just told him, let me just play smokes, I'm fine with it, I like it, like, it's sort of fun, and I can more survive, like, I have more survivability.
You have more smokes, basically.
Yeah, I can use more smokes during the round.
Will we ever see you back on it? Do you think maybe one day you miss it at all? On the initiator?
You never know.
You never know?
You never know.
Okay, I like to see that happen. Thank you very much, Xiao, for joining me. Good luck well done even this time. And good luck for next week. We're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, Koi will be taking on BBL.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break.
Don't
Right back.
ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sasibaka.
I'm throwing. No, Ali.
My, oh my, what a series that was. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm joined by Kakuka and the head coach of Na'Vi, Eric. Welcome here to the studio. First of all, congratulations. The 11th time you faced Team Liquid, your 9th victory. What was that like out there?
I mean, I think this win was a bit sad for me because
obviously, it's gonna sound a bit as a joke, but I play a lot against my brother. Usually we end up winning. And this time, I actually met him last week, and I can see how much it's working, how much the team is improving. I could see like they felt like a different team today. They had their, stuff together. So for me, they we came back and we won. So I just feel a little bit of empathy for my brother because like I saw all the hard work we did, but we still ended up losing, So you're happy for our sake, but at the same time I'm not feeling a little bit, melancholy,
Bittersweet.
Yeah, but also today it wasn't really a clean win, We
Nah.
there were things here and there. Yeah, there were some rounds, some instances. How did you live it, from the coach booth? What were the conversations like there?
I think during the start of the season, it's always gonna be a little bit
shaky.
Shaky because not everyone has played a lot of matches. So you're gonna have some maps where you have all the information. One team has all the information, and the other team has zero information. And for us, that was Lotus against them. They had information about us, we didn't about them. So you can just spend the whole week creating a counter comp, right? And same for us on Ascent, right? We have all the information on them, they don't have on us, so we gain the advantage. And on Split, it was kind of 50-50. Obviously, it was a close game, right?
Yeah.
But that's why you can see some, maybe cuckoo moments, some overthinking.
Wait, what are you referring to?
Or some lack of
The last
confidence.
moment did not have nothing to do with the composition, right, Eric?
No, but it spirals, and,
Okay.
yeah.
No, I wanted to ask. I think it's brilliant that you mentioned that because I think that you did something with the information that you had against Vitality last week. Liquid did something with the information that they had on you, right?
Yeah.
And it's specifically for this composition in Lotus. The composition that you run is a very specific one, right? It's one that you can, let's say, prepare against or be ready for what you're gonna have and what you're not going to have. Knowing that you guys have been together for a very long time and just based off on what happened today and how you were not comfortable, do you consider that maybe for the remainder of the weeks, you're going to be more mindful of that or of maybe even changing things week to week?
Of course, we're always mindful of that.
Old Na'Vi.
Of course. Like we always have it up our sleeve. I think it's all about, watching our opponents, seeing what works. I'm going to be very political here in the answer, but...
If you put Shao on Clove, we're going to have an issue.
I'm not going to have an issue.
Let's say like we're going to keep everything the same until the Riot allows Clove, and then we're going to go, okay?
We actually had to delay Clove another week because of Angel getting an ace last week. So it was just not fair.
Again, if you have a player like Angel on your team and you give it to Shao, I'm going to be mad. But just before we move on, we've heard a lot from other coaches, other players, even some of the fans as well, that this year has gotten a lot more competitive compared to previous years. Would you feel the same way?
I agree.
Why?
I think every team has their coaching staff in order. Every coaching staff has a good relationship with let's say IGLs or the players, and people had more time figuring out what their identities is, There's no right way of playing Valorant, just every team has their identity. Like Fnatic has their way, they're doing really well when they want to. KC has their way, we have our way, and I think teams start to realize that you don't need to copy any top teams because they don't exist. You just have to find your own way and do it really well. And I feel like all the teams are doing their stuff really well, and that leads to better competition.
Yeah, we're an 11-team region. I'm
sick
and
he's
tired of
giving
this.
political, correct answers, but I think it's honestly being very real. I think that it's a very important point to understand that it's not only that you do not have to copy, you also need to understand who you have on your team.
Let's talk about the next game that is coming up, of course. BBL versus Koi. These two teams, everybody knows who they are, despite everything that the other Turkish teams have achieved. It feels like for the fans, BBL are still that team. Everybody still loves them. So let's talk about this. In your opinion, Eric, seeing all different iterations of BBL, what they try to do, why do you think that they're still kind of stuck in that rut of not being able to consistently win?
You're putting me a little bit on the spot because I haven't really watched all their games. We played
You played against them?
Yeah, we played against them, and I really like Para. Like, I like his style. I like that they're very unique. I just think sometimes I'm gonna be very political again.
You can do whatever you want, Eric.
Sometimes you get into a losing spiral where you just need that one win, that one confidence boost to kind of find your rhythm and really, that every player in that team, I think Para is ideal, right? I hope I'm not wrong.
Yes, yes,
yeah.
So just every player buying into his vision of a game and we're just going full on into it. You know, that's the most important part of it. They get the first win and we start rolling when everyone starts believing in it and we start being on the same page. Because that's sometimes what I felt like maybe we weren't on the same page when we were playing them, right? Or maybe we were a little bit too predictable. But if we get over that hump, I think we could be a really good team.
Yeah, last year they had a very rough start of the season, right? I think it got to 5 or 6 losses in a row.
They made me believe, though.
Yeah, they made everybody believe.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they got really close, but it was really not happening. And on the other side, we got a Koi that actually even made it into the play-in, but last week they look a little bit lost.
Yeah, let's talk about Koi too. Again, such a clouted team and org. You know, everybody knows them. Spain, I feel like, have a lot of
damn.
hope.
Oh.
Okay, I mean that's something. That's a thing. But again,
Players don't do that.
What is your take on Koi, this roster? Why do you think again they've just not been able to turn it around like KC and Heretics?
I like Koi. I like their coach. He's always very, very stylish, you know. Like him and his partner, they look like the 2 giga shads, you know. Or like, you know, I always like them. They're always fun. I don't know. They should be good.
That's the thing, like if you go like pound for pound, it should be a very competitive team.
Like
so what do you think?
Shadows is a very strong player. I think actually Grubinho has been showing some very good moments, even though people might have doubted him. So I don't really know where the issue lies. Like I think I have to play them to really understand. But yeah, I just think they also need to find their identity. Maybe it's the Polish identity, you know, a little bit more like Ascent style, Starso, that kind of style. But then the question is that still viable in this day and age? It probably is, but yeah, I just think they need to find out their way of playing and maybe calm shit down a bit, you know?
I mean, they're guaranteed to win, either of these teams. One of them has to win, so maybe one of them can start snowballing. But before we get into that, we do have a tweet from Koi's coach, Barber, talking about a little bit about the break they had, the transfer window, and so on. Kukuka, what do you make of this?
Actually, I want to know what Eric makes of this.
Okay,
this one you cannot give a political answer to, because Barber is basically talking about, because some people, based off of one Aeroth has been saying on his Twitter, calculated that Koi took 3 weeks or almost 3 weeks off between kickoff and the start of the season, and especially with the state and not achieving the results that they wanted to, especially compared to last year. A lot of situations similar to BBL. They didn't like that they took that kind of break, but according to Barber, that didn't happen.
I think also you have to take in consideration they've probably been screaming a lot of times leading up to kickoff. Like every team has been screaming every day for such a long time. So when you're not qualifying for something, you always take that that chance to have a 1 or 2 week break. Just to reset and just to start a new cycle, because when you start a new 3 week cycle and you build it up, I think it's, for me, if they took that break, it's completely normal, because they might have all their playbooks already and they screamed all the way, they didn't play too many matches, you know, so they feel like we're already ready. It's better to not burn out because it's going to be a long season. So for me, it's not an issue. You know?
Yeah, that's the thing. But for you, right, in your specific situation, it would make sense to take a longer break, because you've been together for a very long time, and you can allow yourself those kind of things. But if you just put together something, you can. I don't think that you should think about burnout before burnout ever happens to you.
I think it's sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all right.
But I think it's also. You have to trust the coaches and the performance coaches in seeing, okay, what was our issue and how do you solve it? Maybe solving it includes a break, right? And that's like a decision they have to take. But then Barbara also tweeted that they didn't take such a long break, and it can be, you know, so, you know, I just want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because people like to say esport players, we earn a lot of money and we play video games for fun, you know, for fun, but it is a very stressful job, and it's very stressful for these players, especially living in Berlin, in a country we're not, you know, familiar with for such a long time. So I understand it.
Honestly, my takeaway from that isn't so much about the break, it's about the transfer window, because obviously they had Trex, you know, such a great player. Trex, you know, parted ways with Koi, no matter what happened behind the scenes. But do you think maybe that contributed a little bit to their struggles now?
Yeah, probably. I don't know how much I can say on this topic.
You can say, Eric. Instigate a bit. You've been so correct.
But then you say, like, esports is a very complicated world. You know, a lot of stuff can happen that you don't plan for. And that can sometimes hinder you in terms of, you might build a team and then something happens out of your control, and then you have to, at the last minute, find maybe some replacement or maybe something else that you didn't have envisioned in the first place, and you know, stuff like that can happen. It can happen to us. You know, you can have your ideal team, you're trying to sign people or stuff like this. You know, so
they
that's
could go to America.
Yeah, so I think, you know, when we're saying
back.
that the transfer window wasn't good for them, it's probably true because they might have expected something but gotten something else. You know, but I'm just speculating. You know, I trust what they say.
Yeah,
you know.
you definitely don't know any extra info. From
No, I don't.
No,
Yeah.
no. Transfer window was definitely important, but the schedule is also very important because if we look ahead to both the games that Koi and BBL have left after today, you know, at this point they have to win. So after BBL, Koi have KC, Fnatic, Vitality. So I mean, Eric, they gotta start winning now.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but I think I'm gonna be so nice and political. Everyone can beat everyone.
Yeah.
You know, we're all friends.
You can make a 10-2 comeback.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like I think, you know, we don't have to worry about it too much. I think once you're an underdog, you have a favorites on your side, and you have every right to win the next game. You know, so if it doesn't go so well, just embrace the underdog mentality and, you know, pop off.
Do you think that Koi is in the same situation as BBL in the sense that if they get one win, they can get the ball rolling, or that applies way more to BBL?
I actually agree, but except for you get the ball rolling and boom, it's KC.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
But it's different, right?
Yeah, it's such a hard thing to say because, like, for KC, it could be that they had the ball rolling for a long time now, and now it stops, right, with their loss against Foot. You never know, or they could just go back and throw the ball again, you know, and I don't know how much I want to go on with the balls things, you know, but...
I have a few more questions about that, but I'll ask you later. But if you take a look at BBL's schedule, obviously after Koi, they got Heretics, you, Giant X, and Foot. Do you think this is an easier or harder road compared to Koi's?
I would say it's much harder because we're in that group, you know.
Oh, now you're not being political. Now
no, I'm just joking.
Of course he's joking.
Yeah. But let's talk about... Actually, I have a fun segment for you guys. I believe this is the first time we're going to do this. Thanks to Steel. This was Steel's segment, by the way, so shout out to Josh. It is called Would You Drop Your Vandal?
Is this in
the piracy?
It is. We were talking about this earlier. And let me explain it to you first. So I'm going to give you two players, and if you're in a choice of having to drop your Vandal, so you go on the Classic and let them carry, let them clutch, let them be the win condition, which player would you choose? I'm going to start with you here, Eric, because your choices for this matchup is Pora or Shados. Who would you drop your Vandal to?
So, can I buy the other person a sheriff?
It's called Would You Drop Your Vandal?
So you're gonna drop your Vandal, you're gonna play with the Classic, but you're going to also drop a Sheriff.
I'm gonna drop a Sheriff and a Vandal.
Wow.
I'm just gonna sit in the corner,
You got no util, you just got your Classic.
But basically, I would drop it to Shados because Shados, especially in clutches and getting multi-kills, like, he got so many multi-kills when we faced him before. You know, like, every time I face Shados, and you go into his site, he just gets multi-kills. And Para, I know he's the best. He's so good with Sheriff or any weird gun, you know?
It's funny, I think that they're both being put in that situation. I think that maybe people do not think about Para that much because they're still to get those wins, but we have seen him in those situations getting the multi-kills and having a lot of value for the team. But they just cannot manage to close the rounds.
But yeah, I would drop it to Shados because the other one's an IGL. Come on, you can't drop to an IGL.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Not even your IGL? I feel like your IGL, you know.
Your IGL, the one that buys the Outlaw and then goes with the Sheriff the next round.
I mean, but Angel is built different. He drank from a fountain of youth or something, you know? Like, I don't know. He just built different, so.
He is my rookie of the year, I feel like.
Yeah.
That was my take of the
New
year
upcoming
of the week.
talent.
Yeah, for sure. But this is the thing though with Pora and Shados, because we so far we talk about these rookies, how they've been dominating, how well they've been playing. But if you take a look at these two teams, last week Pora had a great performance. Shados, I feel like, has never not had a good time. So how big of a win condition do you think they will be for their teams?
I think Para is always the win condition for BBL. Like, I think so, at least like scouting them and playing them. I feel like a lot of it comes down to how his team plays around the map and how he positions himself. Like, either lurk, obviously he can lurk, right? That's what he's famous for. But basically, I think a lot of things they do revolve around him. So if he's having a good game, you know, it will be good for him, and vice versa.
Yeah, I think maybe in my head I'm thinking about Kushner, you know, because we have had the conversations about so many duelists. I think that last year we also talked a lot about him, and he hasn't really been the topic, right, when we talk about BBL. It makes me sad because we've seen the Neons, the Euros, right?
Yeah, I remember that from last year.
Even CNET having, you know, new
Imagine
chapters
putting
to him.
CNET on something like Omen, you know, who would do that?
Who was that?
I think we infected him, you
Now
know?
that you're here, whose idea was that?
And that was Sina's idea.
What?
Yeah, of
Well,
course.
he's blaming you for all.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, every
An
time.
angel.
No,
just
it's
because I
Sina.
feel like he's like the punching bag.
Sina.
Now him on Jet, you know? It's like, he's back to his peak.
No, but he's playing Sage and other stuff. No, he's
It
playing...
doesn't matter, he's winning, so
Yeah,
careful.
exactly. You know, no, it's good. It's good. Like, he's learning, he's improving, he's willing to sacrifice himself. You know?
No, but yeah, I think that for BBL, I think that Power is... The direction is good. He's definitely getting the frags. I need to see a Kushner that is comfortable with the plan as well. I need to see him fit within the macro idea of the game and see him succeed as the rest of the teams are doing. Because the other day, I was getting ready for doing the interview, and I saw him after he lost, and he looked devastated.
Yeah, I feel like they always get themselves into this spot, right? They always seem to be the team, even in scrims. I've heard that everybody's been losing to BBL. They're doing really well, but they just can't translate that onto stage. Maybe same as Koi as well, but that is enough from us. We've talked a lot about both of these teams. This is a very, very, very clouted matchup. A favor from Spain versus a favor from Turkey as well, and it is time to bring both of them onto stage and see what we're gonna get in terms of maps and in terms of results. So please give a warm welcome to BBL and Koi.
You got...
Here they come, BBL. They got their game faces on, not a smile in sight. But of course, last week, not quite the result that they wanted. This is still one of the most popular teams we have in the league. And as you heard from Eric, Pora could be the difference maker. But facing them on the other side, of course, is Koi. They have been improving week by week. They look so much better this time around compared to everything they showed us last year. But the question is, can they go one step further? Can they make it to playoffs here in VCT EMEA? And here are the coaches too. Of course, Baba. We told that he's the Giga Chad, right, of VCT EMEA, and going up against Epic, who only has one emotion, and you're seeing this emotion right here. This is going to be a great matchup. This, again, we talked about it, could be the game that gets the ball rolling, gets it going. My question is, when it comes to the map vetoes, do we go with a comfort pick? BBL, straight into Ascent, perhaps?
The problem is that Eric here broke them, right?
On
they were
Ascent,
like,
yeah.
we're comfortable with peeking Ascent. Now we're going to go into that. No. They also destroy them on Breeze. Like, there are so many things that Na'Vi did against them that now BBL is not really comfortable anywhere. They've been adapting the video.
It is BBL Ascent.
Yeah, I don't know, I think...
Look.
Yeah. I think as long as Koi has Shadow, you know, calling good, I think we will do good. Because Shadow is in my heart, you know?
Wait,
of course.
I was just waiting for who of these two teams was going to be banning the Lotus, but just since they know that they don't like playing it, they decided to leave it for that second rotation.
Yeah.
And Koi, hear me out, Eric, they peaked Breeze based off they're playing the same composition that you play. So against them, I think they're just going to copy what you did.
I agree.
I think the most interesting for me is the Ascent third. I think that's going to be most
Well, we have to
interesting.
get there, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, last week it was only 2-0s. This week we're like, yeah, let's get some long days. And now everything has been 2-1.
This worries me a little bit because last year we knew that BBL, if you don't ban Ascent, they will instantaneously pick it, they will win it, and they will always go to a map 3 and unfortunately lose. But this year, there's a bit of confidence difference here, Eric. They're not just going straight for that Ascent. Are you worried at all?
Both teams seem unconfident in Ascent. We're both kind of floating it, you know, don't want to pick it because both teams are amazing Ascent teams. Like both of them are, you know, so.
I think it also has to do with the potential for upsets and changes in the compositions. We've seen some Yoru, some Phoenix here and there. I think there are so many things that you have to now account for when it comes to picking that map against someone else. Some things that you might not be ready for and you do not think you can adapt on the fly, which is a very worrying prospect, especially for a team like BBL.
Well, let's take a look at Breeze for the agent select we're going to get here and see if you are right. Are they going to go for the comp that you came up with? Well, mirror matchup?
So, Stux is actually going to be changing and going on to the Omen. No KO and no extra flashes. They're not going to need it with Camo. But yeah, BBL Kushner is also going to be going on the Euro. What do you make of this?
I think one thing you can keep an eye on these two comps is the aim and control that both teams going to try to fight for. I think that's going to be very important. And then also how they're utilizing the Omen smokes, especially in mid, especially, you know, taking space. Like, that's the important part for these comps.
Do you consider A main to be more important than mid when you're playing this composition?
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
Do you?
No.
Oh,
I don't play the fifth. I don't care.
I mean, now we've seen the comms, are we leaning one way or the other? You got a prediction?
I want to say BBL because I want to.
Who played it first?
I want to believe.
Did anyone play this before? Because I haven't been watching.
Koi played this, but with Stux on KO.
Ah.
Very quick, Eric.
50-50, BBL win.
Oh, okay, BBL win. Well, this is a clouted matchup, so we got to bring in some clouted casters for this as well. Here's Pansy and Hypok.
And look, I'm always gonna, you know, hopefully lean on the desk for knowledge, but what are they smoking out there? BBL have never won on Breeze against a tier 1 team. Historically, not once. They have not won against a tier 1 team this year. And they're calling it a 50-50.
A 50-50, but BBL takes it. Not to point fingers.
Do you know what? I hope I'm wrong. Do you know what, desk, analyst desk, our brains? I hope you know something I don't, because I'm worried about this matchup.
I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah?
The one thing coming
Show
into
me
this,
something.
You don't necessarily, well, from my perspective, you don't want to see BBL really reinvent the wheel, right?
Sure.
The question really being is around Kushner. These comps, the focal point becomes the Yoru. It becomes the value they're able to get from that. Sacrificing the second initiator to have, obviously, another controller here, and it being the Omen this time around. We did see an example yesterday, the Astra, but I don't know, I'm here for it.
Yeah, look, I'm ready to see statistical anomalies. I mean, Koi haven't had the most wondrous of records, but, you know, look and see what they can achieve now. They have at least claimed a couple of victories this year themselves. Haven't looked atrocious, a couple of off games. You know, I think we have to call it how it is. These two teams are in desperate need of deciding to look good.
Oh, they both need a win today. Oh, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And already, Brave going to do well. Going to find his opposing number. Touch on the spike, and as it stands, no denial, and that's a problem because none of this utility is landing. BBL swipe that one away right under the noses of Koi, and they're going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, definitely. No real sight lines onto the spike there, and no confirmation that the initial wave of utility is even forced off the defuse. As soon as that pressure doesn't come through, said it almost becomes daylight robbery to stick that one. Not even sure really of what else is going on here to... I mean, yeah, Shadow's maybe got an awkward angle that he swung so wide there with the shock dance. Oh, into it after the pistol.
I told you they needed a win,
yeah.
Michael. Okay. Well, as I said, Koi won't be happy with that start. A little bit of a fumble at the beginning. Again, nice work from BBL to identify there was a chance to go for the full defuse there, if anything, but...
Well...
God. Well, speaking of fumbles, we're right back to it, and Pora's made a meal of it. Get out of there. You're not going to be stopping that anytime soon. That's a plant, that's a bulldog, and that's a push. Darkso reading the tempo so well. Punishing Pora because he stuck around.
Cover going down. Yeah, I think they maybe assume that they have this space. Starzo making use of that one way. Punishing the aggression.
Here.
BBL here. Maybe a slight overheat from that energy at the end of the pistol round, but now Easy and Elite find themselves in a 2v5.
And again, the two Bulldogs, well, one's been dropped for now, but there's still a lot of bodies here. And I'm pretty sure Koi won't be falling for that same issue twice. Still got util to work through after what was a real gifted start to things, right? You're not going to fall for it twice, right? No, you're not. Shadow.
Yeah.
This time, yep, utility's on, clean. Very goddamn clean. That is worrying signs. They get away with all these Bulldogs, I think they should be fine. They are, yeah, lovely. You can't ask for a better round here for Koi.
Yeah, I didn't catch it, but where does the drone go? Obviously, the smoke goes up.
I wonder if we have that on a replay potentially, because that'd be quite important to see what happened there.
Also, obviously, getting away with 2 freebies, you take that every day of the week.
Oh, yeah.
See from the other perspective,
yeah,
everybody else stuck behind it, but yeah, Brave's looking to smoke a little deeper and really secure control. Yeah, a little curious.
Well, that's going to quell all of that you know, you heard what they were responding like after that first round. They were chuffed to bits. That's going to instantly put them right back into place. That's not going to feel nice for them. So you're going to hope that they can rebound, right? Again, when the analyst desk was discussing it, it was Pora who's one of those players that they need to have a good game here, find some of that value. And as it stands this round, unless BBL can cause some problems, Koi should be crossing the line here, taking a patient approach. You're already going to have Shados sitting deep towards that B side, and obviously Grubino on the other. Let's see if there is any of those pushes coming through. And as it stands, Koi just kind of looking to explore middle, seeing if there's any pressure points or anything out of place. No real hurry yet. Still got plenty of time to play with.
Yeah, no real fact finders sent out by BBL either just yet. Didn't give it away on Koi's side. As I say that, see already on the X-ray, Pora's making rotation across. Got a TP here for Kushina also. Maybe with a lack of pressure outside A main here, Grubino relaying that. As Koi's setting outside A. 30 seconds left. Actually, the TP is taken, so it just leaves Brave.
That doesn't feel nice, does it? You've just had that TP committed to the other side of the map. No, looked real close, but at most a haircut and no beheading. So Plant going to come through. Koi, see what they have for the post plant as well. A decent amount of kit. It's looking to try and close that gap. The Sheriffs are there, and already Brave's been found. So Koi not feeling any of the pressure just yet from BBL.
Even here, BBL almost considering giving this one up to the Spike. Don't want to give across any further progress, especially with Shadow.
Yeah, look at that.
Starzo already one orb away. And Hunter's Fury being the one you definitely don't want to give away. Yeah, we'll just give this up to the Spike, it looks like. Koi, a few members curious.
I mean, they've had such a fantastic start. And it looks like already Shadow does have that ult ready to go. That's going to be lovely. Make sure they don't lose out on too much of this. And if they can cost, yeah, BBL not getting away with as clean of an end to that round as they'd like.
Yeah,
again,
not even in range of the Spike going off there.
And you look financially, Mike, at what Koi are already building, they're in a great position here.
Absolutely are. Now Hunter's Fury available, and even Camo getting a couple of orbs up in terms of progress as well. BBL will be tapped out financially. Now buying back into round 4. I mean, yeah, neural theft, nearly there, but not necessarily the same comfort in terms of this first ult cycle.
Now you're kind of hoping maybe Kushina or potentially Pora or even Reezy, someone else who could maybe have some influence on outcome beyond information. Pora looking to try and...
It's bold after you see the second as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's got aim. He's had 3 now committed to this. Yeah, I think he's starting to feel enough of that pressure. And of course the pressure from A main starting to mount as well. But you can see where the vast majority of Koi are heading. It's up to. Paranoia sent to the back of yellow, not where anyone is. Brave's got to be careful here, just ducking underneath the Hunter's Fury. Going for the spray transfer didn't really work out. He does find Grubino, and as the Spike lost, back quickly into hand, and Koi have won most of this site under safety, right? They should be able to get a plant here. You can see what this pressure looks like back for BBL.
Maybe see Koi adjust here in terms of the plant location, losing Grubino. They've looked to try and rely on that post-plant utility previously. BBL now on the way back for Kushina, the one to lead the charge.
Camo stood there, and it's a best of trade. So Stark's are going to keep numbers favorable, at least for, you know, holding the site itself. There's still Shados to clear as well. Reezy's done well to clear Stark, so again, an advantage. Now more BBL. Getting fights on this situation. I thought maybe Koi would sit a little bit more passive, make them work to close that gap.
Yeah, this feels comfy. I mean, obviously planting on the left pyramid here, you have to play a little deeper on main. Sure, it's a way more open sightline, but I feel like Koi giving away a couple of those engagements way ahead of the curve. And even here noting, I think, yeah, just on this replay, the initial Hunter's Fury doesn't even clear through that left trench. So losing one on the way in, like I said, it being Grubino, where they have looked to try and rely on some of that utility in a post plant.
Nice!
Maybe a slight mishap on the way in there in terms of execution, but BBL find the second.
Yeah, and Pora looking sharp. I mean, if you're BBL, you're looking for that, right? You're really hoping that you get some of your players stepping into this. So good for him to find that form here. Again, financially, they are a little on the ropes, but they can still fashion a purchase. Of course, Koi did have money in the bank, still 4.7 on Shadow, 4.3 on camo, so they're not particularly worrying about that just yet. See if there's any adjustments here coming up from BBL, any aggression. We haven't really seen a test of that B site just yet. We haven't really seen an explosion of middle. It's been quite one-dimensional towards A.
I think until the scoreline settles a little bit, maybe that round 2 will be humbling a little bit.
Yeah.
Or just lingering in the minds. I mean, as I say that, it looks like a similar setup here of Brave kind of securing that control with a deeper smoke here.
But I like this. They're kind of toying with what they did last round, trying to maybe pull some of these players, but now you're going to see that Viper's wall going over towards that B side. This is where Koi's committing. It was all a fake through tube. The TP gets taken, but it's actually Elite holding on perfectly from the back of the site. They aren't even able to get the pressure towards Reezy, who is on here. This is really nice from BBL. Not falling for the fake, and BBL clearing back through. Much better from them. Grubino, yeah, he's on the side, but so much in front of him. Not going to happen. BBL. Not falling for the fake, not feeling the pressure, and holding really well there.
I mean, in that situation, that's what you want from your anchors, whoever it may be in this composition. Beautiful greeting here from Elite. 2 freebies in seemingly, I mean, do they think they've sold this well enough where there's going to be nobody? And the problem being, even if it's not Elite to greet them, it's the camera anyway. It's going to confirm presence regardless.
And Reezy was nearby. I mean, there was still going to be a body. Just, again, even the timing on the dart didn't feel wonderful either. Still feeling comfortable to stand there and take that fight towards main for Elite. But now, Koi being put through their paces here. Very volatile start for both of these teams.
Perch is still there, though, for Koi. Even actually with an operator in hand here for Camo. It's probably going to try and slow things down here just a tad. And I think with the early presence they've shown in Tube, now hoping somebody's going to swing onto that scope. Not just yet from Kushner. Yeah, don't really want to see him to be the one committing to an opening peak here with that ultimate available either.
Yeah, high value to keep hold of that.
I'll handle this.
Speaking of it.
Yeah, speaking of it.
Yeah,
We'll get a little proactive with the info.
Here.
Anything to back it up? I'm looking to see what the layering to this is.
I mean, this is just... I mean, he's spotted so many bodies. So really good use of the timing there.
I like it, but again, they are somewhat in a default, right? They're not exactly... I mean, to an extent, yeah, you saw Starks,
now with
right?
the clock, you've got to read this as it's going to be collapsing towards A.
A fair assessment, well timed if anything to invest it. Should be able to keep that third body feeling quite committed to this. Maybe still a little bit worried about middle because they can't confirm the information behind it. But let's see what the pressure looks like. BBL, oh, Kushner, that's not what you wanted. 20 seconds though. Boy, running out of time, and Kushner's running out of options, but no one is there to close the gap. Bora's already saved them once. Brave stands and holds the line. Starkso trades out, but it's still 10 seconds. Things could still go wrong. The rotation's a mile away, but finally they're going to make their way over here. 2 towards CT. It's only Bora really on the site.
I know exactly where you
Neural Theft going to come through as well. Some information will go across. Not necessarily game-changing here for Koi in the post-plant, but able to reset comfortably here. And actually, Shados.
I like this.
Yeah, he's around the world.
You got to do something, right? 2v3, not going to be comfy. So maybe Starkso buy time, try and catch one, do something, right? You got to just be the one to keep their attention because you're going to assume someone's in main, right? Elite going to space out, make sure
this is looking back this way.
Timing. Oh dear, and the counter ult. That's perfect. Shados had to push. Elite's timing on that could not have been better. There was no surprises left. Diffuse now comfortable. BBL finding stability.
And it's tough in that situation. It's a 2v3. You're almost banking on Starzo to be the one to make a move, buy some more time, and there's not an awful lot for him to do, to be honest. Tag down to, what, 55 HP or something. That initial exchange. Tough for him to really make anything work, to really play Shados in.
Yeah.
Neural Theft obviously doesn't help, but Elite's the one to find a kill. Able to throw his hat in the mix. Even so, I mean, I was saying the perch is still there. Koi scrambling something together here.
Still usable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's other than Shados on the Sheriff.
Maybe Camo gets his ult this round, see what they could do with it potentially. Looks like that is the case. And it looks relatively all in, doesn't it? So this is the first time we're going to see an early test of this B-site hold. Last time around, Elite was just a backbone to this. Spots out Reezy early. And he's going to see a fair amount, though. There are bodies here. Camo actually teed up, but Reezy still with success. Holding on the corner. And there's no follow-up. There's no trade. There's no nothing. And Bora with a shot in the dark. Oh, and there's more. Bora just can't stop succeeding. You take it when you get it, but those were straight through the smoke.
Yeah, Paranoia sent through to try and mask the TP, allow Camo to really make use of that pressure, but I mean, Reezy playing so close there, the near side just doesn't cut it. Still mowed down, Grabinho 1 HP as well.
Cool. Well, that test of B didn't go well, did it?
No, no. You dip your toes and this is the outcome.
Still 35 seconds to try and save it. How's the money looking for BBL? Have they actually fully stabilized? I think they have. I mean, they could.
Definitely, yeah.
They could absolutely chase some of these weapons if they fancied it.
They definitely could. And 3 members of Koi now tapped out. So, yeah, no surprise to see Shados and Grabinho trying to hold on to these. Starzo and Shados still with a little in the bank. Yeah, tough really. Feels like if anyone's able to really get through that choke point, at the same time that the Paranoias send there, at the same time Camo's TPing in. You see the pings, he obviously spots, I believe Brave it was, on shouldering on back site as well.
Got a lot of information off it, but yeah, it was just, there was no second string to it. There's no second layer pushing in towards the site. So as it stands, Koi will get away with 2 of those rifles, and that's about it.
God, so far, well, I thought the near side was, sorry, just to cut you off there, the replay there, I thought actually Reezy was close enough where the near side didn't really have an impact. It's only really the muzzle that gets shown there, yeah. So unfortunate for Camo that he doesn't find that entry. Maybe that is the red light, I guess, for them to retreat away from that. Just so happens Bora's landing shots
straight
through a smoke.
Yep, 2 of them.
With an op.
Yeah, feels bad. But what this does feel like is 4 in a row for BBL. So Koi have decided that's not what we want, right? You're going to just pump the brakes a little and try and slow this down. Again, I'm looking at Koi here with a lot of question marks. This roster, plenty of potential. We just need to see it really start to become actualized. And this is their map pick. So I do want to see them looking diligent. Again, for now, BBL have been handling them quite well. Yeah, a couple of shots through the smoke are going to help things, but it was the frontline work. Reezy looking good, even just on those 2 kills, he's just looking very stable.
Elite already have a fantastic start as well.
Again, his hold on that B site was paramount before, so we're seeing some really critical work coming out from these players. So, and look, I take nothing from scrims because, you know, if you're doing scrims correctly, you're not actually playing them out like a normal matchup. So when everyone goes on about BBL, fair enough, but I want to see it actualized in, you know, an official game. If this is the first start, it's a damn good one. Koi, I'd say, a kind of, you know, a bit of a mid-table team as it stands. I don't think they're breaking towards the top just yet. This roster hasn't hit that upswing. But if BBL, this is where they're going to start putting up numbers, it's a pretty respectable opponent to do it to.
I think in that regard, when we're talking about obviously both teams needing wins, it's for similar reasons, but see with this being Koi's map pick, definitely want to see something. I mean, BBL have been the ones to really adjust their approach here in terms of composition.
Here.
The game plan is coming out of the timeout. McCoy, first real committed exploration towards mid.
Yeah,
but I think with how these rounds have gone now, especially with that initial humbling of the aggression, BBL are going to be very comfortable to sit this deep, just play rotations. You know, you've got the Omen, you've got the TP from Kushner as well when that ultimate's available. Plenty of options here. Kushner, he actually dipped in the smoke.
Oh, that's audacious and it's worked out. Brave did lose out though, and now Bora's in trouble. There's a, oh my God, Elite just saved his life. I can't believe it.
Was Starzo holding that kill for a while?
I don't know if he was. It looked like maybe he was just about getting up towards the corner. I'm not sure.
Dare I say, I want to see the player react just to see.
Yeah, if he was messing around with that, he's going to be kicking himself. But we are in an even 3v3, right? If anything, Rubino down a little lower. Still no plant yet.
Yeah, they're conscious of Hunter's Fury, which, tap of the spike will draw it out. Grabinho got to be really careful here.
There we go.
Able to avoid it. I mean, still maybe.
Spike entered.
BBL have been on the money with these retakes. Bora again! This guy is so gifted. Elite in unison. These two are making it near on impossible. Shadows having nothing there. This is rotten from Koi. And honestly, BBL looking clean with it.
I mean, even at the start of the round, you can see they're comfortable to sit back and receive anything that Koi, or wait for Koi to show their hands. And actually, following on from that, looking very, very composed in the retakes.
Absolutely.
No real pressure, Elite landing shot after shot. I'm curious if we do see...
Okay, okay.
Okay, no. You can't really fault him for that, yeah.
No.
I thought maybe it's an operator. He's assuming he's double scoped in or something. He's got some time to creep up, maybe get in front of a second player, but that's a tilter.
That's like a jump scare,
yeah,
honestly.
that's a tilter.
Wow. God. And it looks like the adjustment was to try and pressure Tube a little bit, kind of play through middle a little bit more, you know, and it's just not working out. Again, Elite has been just like this rock that doesn't allow anything to come through. The purchase now finally in tatters for Koi. Outlaw, Bulldog.
And now the finances beginning to struggle a little bit. Spike not committed this time around as well, so Koi definitely just on a quest to find an opener or a pressure point.
Caution here.
Yeah, carbon copy for BBL. I mean, just take a look at the minimap every single round at the start. Nobody over-peaking, nobody committing to anything brazen. If that's the sort of reaction after losing a round 2 flip, it's definitely working out for him now. Pora to open up this one. Shados will fall.
Okay, mid-pressure. But again, they're getting no favorable fights on BBL, who are playing this really disciplined.
Yeah, they are.
This is really nice to watch. And you know, Koi are just begging for someone to overpeak, someone to give us a chance here, and no one is. None of them. Starkso trying to look for anyone out of place, but you can see it. Look, there is nothing being given away. Yeah, they can close the gap towards the site, but there's still 3 bodies here.
Look how deep they're having to shift walk up to sites to even find contact here. Pora and Reezy will respond again.
Really nice. And this is beautiful to watch, yeah. BBL fully in control here, not falling for any of what Koi would have wanted there.
No. Yeah, this
and
is
a very strong defense side for BBL.
Koi, because this is one of those crossroads where, I mean, there is no right answer, really. What you're tending to feel like is to pick up the pace a little bit, go for a faster site hit, look to overwhelm 1 or 2 players, but with BBL playing so deep, I mean, there's more question marks. It's not as if you can pin somebody down on front pyramid or towards bricks on A, or, you know, try and isolate that player close on pillar outside B. It's just... It feels really, really nerve-wracking for Koi to have to roll the dice, really, and try and run somebody down.
Yeah, and rolling your minds back again during kickoff, Koi did manage to best BBL and Team Liquid. That was their 2 victories that opened up a chance, then lost out to Vitality and Carmine Core. But again, if BBL are playing this sort of look, they've maybe refined what the map pool looks like. This is so different for them now.
That's the key word to, I think, what we're seeing here. It's refined. Yeah. It's very... I was going to say actually, if anybody was going to follow up on that zone from Koi, but it's looking very controlled from BBL. They're very aware of what's going on. Actually, the tag comes through there. Shadow down to 21 HP.
Shadow, you're a lucky boy to even be breathing. And there's just no access here, Mike. They're not being given anything.
I mean, again, look at the clock now. We're at 50 seconds left, and Koi basically have achieved nothing. If you look at the map and look at what they have control over or information towards, it's nothing.
And with the time ticking away like this, with no further attempts towards A, they're starting to read this already. You're already going to have that maybe mid-swing coming out again. The pressure could go from maybe Brave when he starts walking about, once they start feeling them on the on the B site.
30 seconds left.
TP from Kushner, already a 3rd body here.
They've got it all so far. They just, I mean, can they hold on to it? Is the only thing that can make a difference, right?
He commits to this.
Is, and that's the difference maker. Shados does get the opening. 18 seconds now. Starkso still trying to stick around Reezy. Praying he could find Starzo there, 10 seconds still, starting to tick away. Shadow the one to find Reezy in the end. And the plant going to come through. Finally, a man advantage, a numbers advantage for Koi. But it is Pora. He has been monumental for them. Shados went to close the account early. Doesn't even overextend. Doesn't give Pora the chance. Pora wants to go at this, though. You make it costly. For the angle. Yeah, not gonna happen. Shados real composed there. Mike, that felt like, you know, finding an oasis in a desert, really.
Sure, but these are the sorts of rounds that they don't feel repeatable. That's not something that you can just now execute over and over again. I think the big question mark here is the TP coming through and a lack of control, actually, when this rotation comes through for BBL. Nobody's watching towards tunnel. The TP comes through, obviously, from Kushner towards backside. There's a gap in mid here. And typically, whether or not Pora is going to be controlling towards Tube or towards Nest with the operator, that's really the one weakness of that setup. Might actually see BBL get a little bit aggressive here. It's the first time we've had 3 people posted up towards main. Braves trying to get this deep smoke in.
Oof. They were chomping at the bit
Yeah,
there.
they were ready to go there, other than the recon bolt pinging.
Yep. And I'm looking at the pace that Starkzo's moving with. He's really trying to keep him pinned on this A side, but he's got to keep his life focused. Poor is wanting to remove him, right? Clear him out, and then you've got no threats, no worries.
This is much better, though, because look at the mini-map now. There's Poor heading over towards it. Starzo's going to find this kill as well, which makes it even worse.
Yeah, they've really sold him now. You can see the drift coming out as well. Elite wanted to try and back him up towards A if they needed it, but now Reezy still large and in charge, still under control.
And the snake bite into the orb as well. It's going to stop any further pressure.
What are they meant to do here? They're being held to the door, but there's a minute on the clock, and they still have Starkzo roaming towards A. Enough has happened that they don't want B accessible anymore.
And we're back to the same situation in the previous round now. 50 seconds left, yeah.
Hold on. Are they aware of it? Shados. Oh my word, he still loses the fight. Shados shouldered that like he had an idea, but he still loses.
The fuck is that crosshair, man?
Overcommitment there from Brave actually to find a second, but at least information gathered on the back of it. 30 seconds left, 27 HP for Shadow. Starzo and Grubino still looking healthy, but again, they have to try and brute force their way late into A site here. Viper Wall's committed as well, so you're only going to have Starzo's utility to cut site.
Standing ahead.
Both players for BBL sitting towards CT. They're going to get closer, playing towards the backside of yellow. Shadow wants that plant if he can. Grubino has to hold this. If they cross, it's over.
There's nobody looking.
No one checked that. Surprising. As Starkzo going looking. And that is a clear and a half. Reezy gonna find Grubino. Elite clear Shadow. What is going on here? A 1v1 now. Starzo against Reezy. Reezy almost ended this round at the very beginning with that early work he pulled off. And Reezy,
oh my God. The adjustment is beautiful.
BBL breaking Koi in half here. Starkzo's going to be furious about that one too. The shots just ain't landing, and BBL, 16 HP is enough.
Yeah, I was talking about the start of this round as well. It looked much better from the intent here. Again, this kill is crucial because it sells the fake. It creates the question mark for BBL. They can't commit towards this TP onto B site and really reinforce that hold. But again, the spacing camo's way ahead. The TP comes through. There's no second layer of pressure onto Reezy. He even has time to get that kill, fall back, snake bite into the orb to make sure that nobody can come through. Really, really tough to watch some of these rounds, and I bet watching them back is going to be even harder.
Yeah, this is not a fun one. No, Starkzo thinking he'd maybe have more presence up tube. BBL are learning on the fly. They're not going to keep letting you get away with it. You hear the ult go, but as a response, BBL getting her down tube. Now, Shados.
That's back-to-back for Shados as well.
Yeah. And look, Shados is normally a fantastic player. He looks off today. He's not having a day that he's going to be happy with. He's normally one of the win conditions for this team. He looks a bit quiet. And now with 5 men standing.
Salt in the wound.
Yeah. Everything's been seen. Shadow.
It's just, yeah.
Playing chicken with the owl drone. But again, how are you meant to hold on to this? You can't. Bora is just having a series. He's having a game. Counter Hunter's Fury going to come down, just trying to use everything possible.
They have enough bodies to stick this through, though, and tank the damage.
Okay, they've got it to half. You still need more then. They've got it to half. You still need more. This is a whimpering performance from Koi, Mike.
I mean, even at that point, don't throw the Hunter's Fury in. You know that there's enough people to tank through the damage. And with no sight lines, no open sight lines onto the spike, it feels a little desperate. Obviously, last round, didn't realize what's the last round, to be honest, coming through there. So you can understand why it's invested, but yeah, just really tough to watch some of the decision making.
Alvar's not a happy boy.
Frustration starting to show because, I mean, initially it looked like Koi was going to take the fight to BBL.
I mean, you look at it looks like totally different games. You look at the start of how it began this year, back and forth,
hit
up
a
and down.
wall round 4, and the wall being the clock. Really, BBL just gave them all the time they needed to walk around the map, make free decisions, basically. But BBL well equipped to deal with it. And it's some of the most frustrating Valorant to watch, but also to play, because you don't learn anything as Koi when you lose rounds like that.
Oh, come on, and it's just going to pick up where it left off. Shadow's gone down in an instant. Starkzo now on an island. He can't really get out of here. The smoke maybe keeps him safe, but they're confident. They're swinging it. Of course they are. BBL are up 9-3. Yeah, curse or not, I don't really care. It's the way these rounds have gone. BBL should be backing themselves in these fights. They've got the site, not completely, but enough for a plant. Camo very nearby. Shados.
Yeah, it's just crispy today.
Yeah. I mean, this has always been the frustrating part about both of these rosters to an extent. Incredible potential, you just didn't see it on the server. Now starting to see some of these players really heat up. Give us something to really watch here. See what I mean? How are they landing these? Breezy, gonna lean in. It's down to one. Rubino. That decay still in place.
Nice shot.
How is he doing this?
Hang on.
He has a chance,
hold on
actually.
a second. He might get half on this one. But
yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. The toying with Reezy's HP pretty much being the defining factor in the end. But my word, that's 10. And Koi, well, this map looks wrapped up. I doubted the desk, I was wrong. They knew it all along.
It was a straight 50-50.
50-50.
50-50, 10-3. Barely anything separating them.
Nothing in it, nothing in it. Gosh.
Yeah, tough now. Koi needs to find a response early in this. Not going to be anything outside of Ghost invested to the second here, so almost ready to concede the 11th.
You ever heard of that comeback? The 11-3.
Not today.
You're not even having it. You're not even letting me have fun.
Let's wait till round 17. That was quick math.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not caught up.
I thought there was another 2 rounds of the first half to come still. But why is he doing that to Fury?
why has he done that? Yeah, playing up against 11 basically, because this round, Starzo, he's in middle, he's got a classic, and he hasn't got his life. So, 4 remaining, keeping all the ball box, all the Guardians. Yeah, this is going to be tricky for Koi.
But I say comfortable, at least a fighting chance here with especially being control of the tempo, control of that, I mean, the psychological game as well, to be honest, after that battering in the first half.
I mean, the psychological warfare on us is quite difficult, let alone
it's taking its toll. Speaking of psychological damage.
Same Barbar.
Barbar.
Poor guy.
But this is it. This is where a comeback would start.
Right, okay. The 11-3, the infamous game that no one could forget. Koi looking down and out, nothing working. BBL hitting every shot. And Camo, well, he started it with that sort of work. 2 back-to-back. And it all started to come together.
Starts somewhere.
Barbar broke a smile.
I believe.
Kushner, Reezy, and Elite. A Guardian and 2 Vandals in hand. This is going to still be... I mean, it's still doable. They can probably still get a plant here.
Yeah, it's a pretty loose hold on A site as well. Now, giving up Duke of control, you were serious for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, because they can clip that bit and then cut this bit out.
Yeah, but like I said, nobody here to greet Kushner on the way in, so maybe just banking on numbers here, even if they do concede the plant. I mean, this is a tough post plant to convert.
If anyone dies early, I'm going to be fuming. If you sat there and waited to play as 5 on the way back through, which is completely fine, don't make a meal of it now. There's that last real smoke invested. It'd be 25 seconds until they had another, which just isn't going to be viable. So let's see what they can do with this. They look a little bit hesitant here.
Okay.
And there we go. They lined up a little bit. It's fine. As I said, that infamous game brought to us through the
fanatic
ages.
feeling, yeah. I'm overwhelmed. But 4 rifles kept across. They need to build up a little bit of a cushion here.
No bonus.
To be able to play some more risky rounds, you know, not sit back and wave, you know, if they're given these openers or Camo's able to find these openers. Not necessarily going to be able to lean back on a number of rounds where they can say, right, guys, we're 5v3 now. You can give up the plant. We can comfortably use numbers. You need the finances to back that up in the rounds that you're not able to do so. Ults, Kushner, have his available now. Neural Theft online as well. And Koi, not much in terms of progress with just a 1-round victory in the second half.
Who's next?
Actually, yeah, Kushner just gonna clear all the way through A main here. Starzo does find a kill elsewhere here, and you can see on the minimap. Exploration through mid, but Reezy's found a response here. They want to bring a pistol into this.
Shadows traveling.
Right. Spike's down.
Spike's down.
Spike's down.
There's a lot going on
Michael.
B site. Brave's on top of Pyramid. Brave's playing a ranked game, apparently. What is going on?
Do you know what? We're going to play this back at half speed for you to really break down here the analytical. Brave's dead. But can they hold on to this? Shadow's still got 2 shock darts. He's got all the bits and pieces to hopefully clear some of this out. Starkzo's just going to shoulder it. And the defuse is going to begin. That's going to get to halfway. Starkzo is very low HP, and Elite has decided with Kushner to get to 12.
Yeah.
Thoughts and feelings?
We're on map point here. Breeze, the start of this series.
Here we go, let me...
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, has Zilv just trolled us in this round? Like, were we watching replays from another round spliced in with the action of this one? How's Brave on Pyramid? How's he up there?
How are they planting and no one's on the site?
I mean, it's chaotic. Yeah. It's tough to follow even from us, for them as well in the game, because then there's 2 kills that come through on B site.
There's a lot of question marks here. I was going to draw one on the screen, but I thought I'd better keep my job.
Don't pass me that pen right now.
I don't know how to clear. No, I can try it out. Here we go. Question mark.
There we go.
Wait, need a little dot. There we are. Clear screen. Nailing it. I watched the Sliggy stream once.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how many attempts is there? You know, if you just look at that. How many attempts, Michael? They shouldn't have put this near me.
1.
There we go, 1. That's about the math that I can control. And
8 chances.
8. Let me freehand. Hold. 8. Under.
Yeah.
There we are. Clear screen. I'm killing the game. Why?
For a second, I thought Starzo wasn't going to cancel there.
I don't want to hear it. I can't handle it.
It's going to feel a little scrappy for BBL, though, to hit this, so...
Starkzo is looking a little lost, but...
Yeah.
And he gets found by Pora, who's found another as well. BBL really at the helm of this game. This has been a bit of a shocker from Koi, really, and BBL will be loving it. Keep in mind, this team was desperate to turn the narrative, and they have today.
Holy shit.
Flawless to close out map 1 with a 13-4 result, Mike. They needed that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to harp on quite too much. Let's focus on the positives here. BBL looked absolutely fantastic in terms of the approach, the game plan overall here. Really well executed, Lauren.
Yeah, love that from them. Let's see if it continues through this series with the next map, Icebox, on the horizon.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Okay, quick break. See you for Icebox.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yes! Bravo! 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 Nice! Hadi!
Shout out to BBL and of course the BBL watch party as well. They win map 1 dominantly against Koi. I'm your host Yingsu. I'm back here once again, joined by Kakuka and Steel. That was a fast one.
That was actually a breeze. That was a breeze. It had been a long time, right? No. But I love the plan. I think that it was simple from the side of BBL. They knew exactly what they wanted to do and how to execute it. And Koi, it looked like some of the plans that they had either fell short or was completely shut down very early. We saw the effect that Power, for example, was having with the operator down to tube. He had the money, the resources, and if by himself he has to lock and be rotating around the map to get the information, but also have that kind of control, I think that he was doing beautifully.
I think Pora had a few of those moments. What we saw was like, okay, BBL wins pistol, and then it's going to be Koi getting the next 2 rounds in a row. You're like, oh, okay, maybe Koi's going to be able to stabilize and get like their footing in for their attack side, which is their stronger side. But then BBL is just like, yeah, crushing them.
Yeah, of course, Pora, who Eric said is going to be important for this team here in the AIM Labs warm-up. I mean, he was hitting all the shots and making some good calls as well, Josh.
I think that round that he started getting like the op up on B and got the 2 kills through the smoke, I feel like that's when they started to really just build their momentum throughout the entire half. And then after that, you could kind of see that BBL was feeling a lot more loose with like all the players just moving around and the types of fights that they were taking. Because normally you see them really like not moving from their main spots. Viper Cypher just like sitting there like they have an anchor tied to their legs on B side. They can't move. But then Pora, he's just like out mid doors with a Sheriff or whatever. He's like down tube with an op. Like, what's going on? We got an opping Silva going on again.
2 things. One, I think I like the bravo more than the nice. Say bravo, bravo. I like it. I dig it. I think it's also like a personal trademark. I really like it. I agree with you, Josh. I think that for Pora, this game was a dream. He had a plan, he was executing it, and every single thing was working. Everybody was hitting the shots. Everything for BBL was working. To me, the only question remaining is, why did Koi pick this map? It is true, we did not see a lot of the Yoru coming into place, but actually, the ultimates that Camel was using had no effect. Like, the plan was not even fully. I remember Reese getting the shot onto him after being flashed by the Euro and the Paranoia. Things were just not working for Koi.
Yeah, let's talk about the next map, because this is BBL's pick now. They didn't pick Ascend. They actually went to Icebox. What do you make of this choice?
Well, I think this is going to be interesting because do we know which did Koi opt to pick defense or attack? Because
check for you in a second.
They should be picking attack. They are stronger in attack. And obviously, like, they just got crushed on their attack.
Koi decided to start on the attack.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Right now, what we see is a Koi with a really good game plan in the first phase of their attack side, and that was what was weird to me on the Breeze. They didn't have a lot of map control. BBL had a lot of like the A main space, and that was able to kind of dictate the rotations that they could do. So Koi, I know, is much more comfortable on Icebox, on attack. They're doing a really good job with the Viper, Harbor, push-pull all the time, just making sure that they've denied info, then they group and they do their hits. They need to be able to rebound and find a lot of rounds. Like, I'm talking about at least 8 rounds on their attack side, because if they have anything but that, I feel like BBL is just going to steamroll through this series.
I want to also go back to what Eric was saying, one of the keys on why probably Team Liquid picked that Lotus onto them. I think that this is kind of the same situation of they have the read onto us. We don't know what they're going to be playing, but there is samples out there about how they play this Harbor.
Yeah, we got the agent select coming up now. Let's take a look and see what BBL are going for. And
duelist less. Okay,
it is funky. It's the Omen. Oh my goodness, Kushner back on the Omen. They've done this before.
Yeah. And I think it's so funny because I remember him playing just as aggressive as a Jet. He's the kind of guy that will TP up front. He will just smoke himself and just put himself in that kind of situation where he can have an extra effect. But bear in mind, the only flash available for that team, there's no explosivity, right? Because you don't have a way to just storm in, but with the use of a lot of combined utility, but you do not have flashes. You do not have mobility, but besides that Omen. So it has to be a very, very well-curated plan.
I think, well, they're starting on defense, first of all, so I feel like they could do a lot of really cringy plays with the Omen TP and getting onto a lot of the verticality angles. Probably seeing the op passed around. I don't know, like Pora was opping on Sova, probably going to see on Sage as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with their defense because,
Yeah, they've done this before, and I'm worried because when they did this last time, they never won a single map of Icebox with this comp. But hey, it's a different year, and it's time to jump into Icebox even with your casters Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, thank you so much. Absolutely thrilled by this one. Mike,
I've had a chance to catch my breath.
Look, it was high octane. It caught us off guard. Hello, Sue, I can still hear you.
Yep.
Watch out, hot mic the whole time, obviously.
Don't say anything scary.
Yeah, you keep it to yourself, we're on your side. We'll just talk the whole time, just in case. I'll talk a little bit louder.
Talk amongst yourselves, we'll cover up.
Yeah, not a problem, not a threat. Speaking of problems, though, what about this comp? Michael, what do you think? Where do you land on this?
I mean, obviously, first showing this year for BBL on Icebox. Again, I come back to the same statement I made before. For BBL coming into the series, you don't necessarily want to see them reinvent the wheel.
Sure.
Obviously, the Breeze combats becoming a little more comfortable now with the Yoru in that. A lot of different teams. Poor actually double dipping on that.
Okay.
Punish yet, but forced back by the drone. But yeah, definitely for me, eyes go towards Kushner. It's definitely the question mark in the comp. It's the logical question mark.
Stop saying question marks, I'll draw another. I'm chomping at the bit. This has been great fun. Speaking of, ahead of that little Nami wave, Kushner waiting. Oh, he's, been flooded. Camo clearing out easy. And the
Spike's down on their side.
What's the Spike doing there? Can't park there. Well, I'm going to come in though, but it's two left, Grabino and Shados. Paranoid's just going to force him away. I mean, Kushner, not really tradable in that, so trying to stack up together Koi. Nope. Last man alive, Grabino now. Yeah, that. Elite's had a round, and honestly, the way that started, why was the Spike there?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a miscom there. Maybe contacts taken on either side of the wave going up, but I believe what was a shadow that falls on the left side there. Not necessarily a round-ending mistake, but you look at the knock-on effect here. I mean, Spike actually gets retreat. Yeah, I didn't even realize that Elite caught it through the backside there, but 4 on the round for him. Comfortable start, and he's the one that you don't really want to have a comfortable start with the map 1 that he had. But hoping they can right their wrongs here, obviously. First half, map 1, the round 2 did get flipped.
That's true.
A different lay of the land this time around.
Fingers crossed. You get to see something out of these boys. Come on, Koi. Let's get a nice competitive game out of you. Map 1, not really giving us what we wanted, and Camo's gone down here. Right.
Second comes through. I mean, I don't want to see anybody else overextending here, but the doors to B site closed initially. So Koi will maybe try and regroup. Actually, no, Starzo's happy to try and commit behind this with the classic, try and find something. I don't think there was, actually, yeah, there's a ghost in the hands of Shados.
Right.
Kushner's just gonna...
He's not leaving this, is he?
And he spotted the top of the head.
Oh, they're so confident. They're so confident they don't care. They're so confident they don't care. Koi needs to turn the entire narrative here. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. The fact is that BBL are confident in every fight they are taking. They back themselves to win every fight. So in their head, every 50-50 is now a 70-30. If Koi would like to change this from happening, they need to start getting on the board. I mean, what are you meant to do with that? It's good to see it from BBL, if I'm honest, but I wish it was against a slightly more amped up Koi.
Yeah, I think as well, coming to this now, after that map 1 loss, it's, I mean, you could say, rip the Band-Aid off, it's done by the time you reach a certain deficit.
Oh, and they're just, look at it, look at it. Look how deep he was getting that kill. And he's fallen away, above a minute 30, able to do this, and Pora's not backing. This is against their buy, keep in mind. These are Vandals. Koi.
Yeah, unfortunately, got to get a hold on this early. Or not, we're going to see an early timeout called here. And you could argue maybe a lack of respect shown on the side of Koi coming into this buy round. Vice versa for Kushner as well, brazen in the approach.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Koi, you do need to commit that utility early to try and clear this aggression, right? You have BBL have told you in everything they are doing, they do not respect a single thing that you are bringing here. BBL back themselves to win it. Fair play. So Koi need to start clearing these deeper positions. Like they can't even get towards belt without being challenged. And again, you're up against a bonus. Yeah, it's a well-crafted bonus, but it's still a bonus, so BBL are more than happy for this. For Koi, though, starting to lean towards that B site. They have
30 seconds.
Graves got himself into a pocket here to avoid the recon.
And he might get a chance to play this. Shadow.
Planted.
Bye-bye. Now, yeah, he's missed one above him. So around. Starks is trying to kind of slip a little ahead. I think they're a little bit aware
Somebody
of
else
this.
has spotted him, yeah.
That's great from Starks. I couldn't do much more, though. Brave there for the trade. And Shadow's position noted. Doesn't get free play from here anymore. Forced away. Look at that util pour on. Forced off. Can he do any more? Absolutely not. Braves on the money. BBL. Hey, that's how you want to play our bonus, right? That's what you want to be doing. Get in their faces. Get aggressive. Force Koi to respect you.
And get all the upgrades as well.
Yeah. Free buy round, basically, now. They only lost Kushina.
It's a tough loss for Koi to suffer even further hit. Yeah, I mean, Camo's the one to come up, take first contact here. I think he's maybe even turning. His back's facing Kushina's gifted the first on the back of that aggression. See minimal investment here, a couple of stingers thrown in for Koi. Actually, Stars are reconsidering. You can see a bit of a pace change potentially to try and make this work. Yeah, I mean, especially after a string of rounds on the first, you don't want to see the same sort of deficit.
But I like
I'm waiting on Koi to try and recover because that factor just wasn't there.
No.
Like I said, BBL perfectly comfortable sitting back and basically letting Koi sweat.
Yeah, and I kind of like seeing this kind of, I guess, almost two sides to BBL. We saw the kind of very disciplined side on Breeze. And now we're seeing that kind of aggression and confidence with the Turkish team, which is one of those dangerous things, right? It's scary to play against. But in this round, the one small benefit for Koi is they actually have a site here. Whether or not they can hold it, yet to be seen. And, well, they do get the plant. They lose Shados in the process, but plant is in. But they have to hold it with a lot less. They're down to Ghost, Sheriff, Stingers, a Frenzy. And BBL probably still have a fair amount of utility. I've just seen the paranoia go through. They're starting to flood back in. Oh, flash for Camo. Oh
what
my
is
God,
that?
Elite, what?
Running back from his POV.
Give me that POV.
I was absolutely certain somebody else got that kill.
100%, 100%.
I don't even care it's versus pistols. That looked disgusting.
Show it back for me, please.
And he's loving it as well.
Yeah, of course. Is this it? Okay, this is the shock dart combo with it. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, this one.
Oh my God!
Okay, yeah, the slow down. Oh!
Whoa! Whoa! Disgusting.
Which one of yours?
That is honestly filthy.
That is nasty.
Further confidence builders as well. For a player like Elite, who, like I said,
he's not died yet.
Yeah, had that map 1 performance.
No, this Brave. Brave's not died. He's on 6 kills. Elite's on 7-0.
He's just sponging up the death stats.
He's just chilling.
For BBL.
He's like, yeah, don't worry, I'll push
I'll just keep TPing forward. Don't worry about it.
Just trade me. This better be a hell of a timeout for Koi.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you don't really want to be a fly on the wall, to be honest. I dread to think what the discussion is. And I guess how versatile the playbook is here for Icebox, because, I mean, like I say, we haven't seen it yet for BBL this year, and 2 laboured losses for Koi previously to Liquid. But yeah, some worrying scenes to kick off the second map. No, if you're BBL, I mean, if you're a BBL fan, you're loving this.
Yeah, you've never known joy like this. Happiness is finally back in your life. You've got all that potential coming in.
Yeah, especially for this series coming in with 2 teams that there are questions over that we're waiting to see that step up.
Yes.
You've got to be loving this from BBL.
Look at it. Look at what they are doing.
With confidence.
Look at what they are doing. They do not care. They have no fear at all. So can Koi put it into them? Can they give them the fear of God here? They have a buy to work with and a couple of ults very nearby. Now, one of those orbs did get snatched away under them, but, you know, maybe time to build back through. if a pace change could help. But already seeing that operator come out on Kushina, getting curious.
I'm going to see him probably stretch his legs a little bit here. We're conscious of this smoke dropping though. And nobody actually drifting to much more of an aggressive spot for Koi, but actually, no harm, no foul, no damage conceded on either side there. Operator noted very early on here though, so looking for Koi's follow-up decision. Try and overwhelm the operator.
Not ready, right here.
Okay. I want to see this sight hit though. That's the first step. Oh dear. He's fine. All good. That was a little bit terrifying, but all good. Tap on the spike. They oh! I don't...
Camo's having a mess. We've seen him die so many times like this as well.
Oh, God. Yeah. And this is the problem. It just kind of capitulates, right? It just kind of falls to pieces.
Spike down, B.
I mean, it's 10 seconds, and they have no safety. They've barely taken yellow. Spikes down the middle of nowhere.
I mean, Bolt,
Put a fork in it. This one's done.
Try and hold on to what you can. With 2 rifles saved across, I don't think, unless Pora actually. No, they're going to sit all the way in towards B main here, tuck themselves in. But yeah, I mean, Camo's obviously the primary target here when you look at their inability to really get into sights and find entries. But the way, I mean, what is that?
It's not even the first time either.
No, it happened a number of times on Breeze as well, where he's caught off guard. The spacing isn't there. The second layer isn't really there to support him on the front line. But yeah, I mean, when you get in literally one-tapped with no line of sight, it's like, well, what else can you do?
Yeah, it's...
Because again, the tendency is to say, yeah, Camo needs to go a little deeper. He needs to convert this pressure into an opening engagement. But
that's not even his fault, that one.
No.
And this is the kind of, it's not the first time it happened. Look back at map 1, there was a lot of shots just straight through the smoke that were working out so perfectly for...
BBL, okay, a little overzealous.
Pora should be dead, okay. Hey, they need a couple rounds like this. If Koi want to get back in, they need to punish all of this aggression. Oh, that's nice from Gribino, maybe. Maybe this is the one. Maybe. I'm still nervous, because BBL still feel like they're playing with confidence.
No snakebite into this orb, so...
Brave's walking this. Yeah, he's got no problems. He's slipped up towards yellow. If he gets any bit of play in, he's looking dangerous, and Saxo's not particularly safe either. They need this flank. They need Grubino to get involved in this before it turns to absolute pandemonium. Make sure that no one gets by, but now clearing, they've got to know that they're at yellow. They know they're at the doorstep. Starkso can't contain it. Kushina finds him, and now the defuse begins. Grubino has to be the backbone to this. Oh God, he's fallen!
Not enough!
This is not enough! Not again! They've absolutely fallen to pieces!
I mean, the combo's there. I'm not sure if Shadow's feeling under pressure. Once that snakebite lands and there's no spam into the smoke, I think Grubino's expecting the follow-up. But it just doesn't come. Yeah, there's a couple of things that are just really off sync.
Yeah.
And it's costing Koi massively. 6 unanswered now.
And that was the most likely one. I think out of all the rounds we've had so far, that could have been the one to maybe get us a competitive scoreline. Get us looking like this game's back on a little bit, but nah.
You see Pora as well, almost with his finger on the pulse in terms of the mind games here. That previous round, it's like, yeah, no contact here. I'm effectively running it down. I'm going to try and find something on this flank. A weaker hold this time around towards B. Camo looking as if he wants to send it with the ultimate. It'll be the drone to maybe try and apply a little further pressure, but I mean, Camo's got the spike. I don't know if this is maybe a contingency that they find it and they catch it. The ping initially looked like he was going to TP back across towards A,
Got a little scared on that. I mean, they were waiting for this. Pora, does he stay or does he go? He's okay. He's back.
Kushina's got his TP as well, but Pora's given up the site, so now no chance of him
30 seconds
rotating
left.
across comfortably, and I think the penny will drop pretty soon.
Don't get in my way.
Pretty
No, I mean, they have the lockdown here, so
they can
one
clear
problem
pretty
being
deep.
the pit will cover the most likely
He's committed.
scenario. But Kushner, yeah, into the back lines.
And if they put the lockdown in, where do they go? Right in towards Kushner, who can slowly turn the screws. But there is a little bit of a layer to this. The Starzo could, depending on where he routes to, figure this out. I mean, yeah, Shados just walks in now. Start.
Do you know about a second on the flank?
I don't think he does. Surely not. I mean, surely? But he's being a nuisance, right? This backline is no longer safe. There's a problem to deal with. So now they're going to be a little bit off, and he's just found, oh dear. They're just defusing. They're just defusing. Finally brought off it. Camo desperately trying. Yeah, BBL. I've got him dead to rights here, Mike. This is 7 rounds now, unanswered.
And even the decision making on the fly for BBL. I love that from Koi as well, the awareness that the lockdown is available, the Viper's pit behind screens, but we're seeing this lockdown used more and more on the steps to heaven, because it still forces you past 410. It gives you, you know, some fight back in. Especially then when you think about it. I mean, even if Kushner doesn't, you then have the paranoia, things like that, where these, you know, tight lanes outside A site can be punished. But yeah, BBL just reading the situation to perfection.
Scanning ahead.
Still yet to see a response in terms of a round from Koi.
Just to make sure you guys know.
If it wasn't already obvious. But they're getting closer.
Yeah?
They're getting closer.
You know what? You're right. And there you go. You got the first pick, right? Pora's gone down. We haven't really seen a clean start. I guess no, we did with that walk-up tube, and then it went, oh, not great.
I mean, they're just going to try and play anti-plant again here. I mean, Brave's already coming across. First snake bite sent in here. Kushner nearly caught. Camo's doubled down here. Brave's fallen.
I think it's the first time. Oh my God, Camo, go on.
An
There
ace.
we are.
An ace.
They needed something. Maybe he's it. Maybe it just has to be Camo win the round for us, because we can't do it without you. 4 kills off his shoulders alone. I think that's the first time Brave's even died. Camo with the individual impact to at least get potentially 1 round on the board. Kushner close enough by, but I mean, we've seen bizarre things in this one, but this is too far gone.
I mean, yeah, is he maybe just looking to do a little bit of damage potentially?
Shadows traveling.
Surely not. Nah. I mean, he's drawn people closer. If a few of these people fall to the spike now, that's a big win for Kushner.
Camo can TP, it's all good. It's all good.
Although maybe they were going to try and chase him into spawn there to get the operator out of it, but the money is just brimming for BBL.
Now, what have you heard of a scoreline like this, 7-1?
Now, all I know is you tried this in the first map.
No, I was just, just you know, more the Brazil-esque scoreline. You know, 7-1.
3. One enemy remaining.
No.
Wow, really? Oh, fair enough.
I'm not a golf fan, unfortunately.
Right, got it. Check over to Sliggy's chat. I think they'll know something about it. They're big fans of that, especially one of their mods, I believe. Anyway, first round. Hey, it took Camo.
I mean, if on these slower burns, you know, not sending Camo into the back lines and being solo on the front line results in him opening sites like that.
Yeah.
Maybe the answer is for Koi to slow it down just a little bit, but BBL have been fantastic in terms of adapting and tweaking some of their approaches. Certainly here, they got rounds to play with. Hunter's Fury available now for Reezy. The other side, Camo actually does have his ultimate again. Also the lockdown for Shados.
To get the last few, you know, maybe. I don't know if that's just copium at the moment, but Camo, you can't blame a man for trying. He is putting up what he can. Now, the B-side only has 1 player actively towards it. That is still going to be Brave, who's been a bit of a nightmare to handle himself. Going to be forced away from the initial angle, so this should allow for the plant to be considered here. A little bit of stall still in place. BBL very nearby to this, but there should be enough carved away for Koi for a safe plant.
Spike planted.
Hunter Fury still available as well. Pora's in an interesting spot here. Is he just waiting to play late on the flank? No, he's actually coming back on the tube, so... Lockdown now invested, fairly late on in the game. Hunter Fury posted in response as well, but...
There it is. So now they're on the site. Koi needs to dig their heels in. BBL starting to clear on through those starts, so can't hold on to this. And now it's all on Shados in a 1v3. Time is ticking. Can he disrupt this at all? The one-way posted, and Shados, I think he realizes he can't stop this from happening. The scoreline continues where it left off, 8-1. That resweep just stunning. Yeah, Shados can farm, but I mean, they got money for days.
And the point at which where the Hunter's Fury gets posted in response, I think that's when Koi think there's one person committed towards dealing with the lockdown. There's a window of opportunity to find some pressure. But I mean, look at the kill feed there. It's every response is found by BBL.
Yeah, that's a smile on the face moment.
Koi are just so antsy to secure some of these rounds as well, where we are seeing a couple more players overstepping the mark and maybe not having a solid grasp on what's about to unfold.
I'm pretty sure
Which is tough. Like I said, map 1 score, and now with how this has started, people are going to get desperate.
Of course, yeah, the mental is part of this game, and it's not been feeling comfortable. Everyone in the right place as well so far. Keep in mind that Brave has cleared deep towards B. He's still got very deep, light sight lines towards this. So for Koi, everyone's already here, so they've got to be able to clear close. You've got Pora playing close, Kushina relatively nearby. All still there for Pora as well. Paranoia going to be sent, slow down the roll again, buy some time to fall back. He's under pressure though. That's the first step taken, but they're down to 45 seconds.
No way in just yet. Cove's going to be committed.
Eyes on the spike.
Yeah, they're going to hit the rotation here. Brave actually just conceding that deep sight line, but now, yeah, the penny will drop.
30 seconds left.
How does Brave play this now?
I mean, he's going to back himself. It's been Brave the whole time through. Still good for one. Still takes a body with him. 1-for-1 trade out.
Spike planted.
The rest of the squad coming on through. Maybe another opportunity for Koi. Carve themselves a little bit of comfort, but let's see if they can hold on to it now. BBL have turned
Shadow
this.
is committed here.
That's why.
That's the adjustment.
Yeah, fair play to him. Pora goes down, okay. Shadow, 13 HP. He can't really leave now. How much damage can he really achieve here? What's he able to do? Kyushin's already taken away Stargzos. The Shadow's still sitting around waiting. Yeah, they're just getting closer and closer. Nice work from Camel and Shados in the back lines, though, to hold on to this more comfortably. Kushina. Oh, God. Okay, Shados this time. Gonna be the one to secure it.
The last man standing once again.
Little
Different
scary.
outcome. Yeah.
Hey, 3 rounds. I mean, it's not much, but it's something. If they get the last, start going towards it. Maybe get up to 4.
So you lose count of rounds again like I did. There is 2 left.
I was just assuming it's going to be a 9-3 if I'm honest, and you've called me out on it, haven't you?
Written them off.
I don't appreciate that, Michael.
But I mean, it's similar to what we saw on Breeze. Yeah. We were talking about that doesn't feel like it's repeatable. That's not like a comfortable exec. You go back and go, right, guys, they have a weak hold towards mid. So, if we can sell this fake effectively, we're going to get ourselves a wide open B site. That's not the case. There was so much invested towards A site here. And it's unfortunate, really, for Brave, because he stays deep on B long for ages in that round. Only just giving it up at maybe 5 seconds before Koi finally crest the corner. Unfortunately now, I mean, BBL are already rotating preemptively 4 players to this side of the map. First real exploration we've seen, I guess, split alongside this B side, other than Grabinho on a solo mission previously. This time he does have Shados.
I feel like they're reading it, so Elite's watching for it. 45 seconds. First attempt held off, second attempt could be the goer. Stargzos got the spike here. He does get past Brave, but this is getting a little unnerving. I've noted Pora in middle, so numbers advantage for Koi here. Res can be invested. There it is. But Kyushin has caught Stargzos on the back away, so they're down to 2. Shadow and Camo trying to stand tall on this one. There's the smoke on the one-way. And the TP. To the backside of Yellow, doesn't note it. Camo trying to play ahead of this, trying to subvert expectation, but it's on Shadow this time, not Shados. Can he try and hold this back? 2 shock darts still to play with, but does he get the opportunity to bring him in?
Again, the one-way got up, and Shadow unfortunately has to commit utility, reveal his position. But no half defuse coming through just yet.
Okay, this is so tense.
He's locked out.
Yeah, he's done. He's done. There's the 9th.
And unfortunately, these are the sort of post plants that just haven't looked comfortable for Koi all day. Backs against the wall, open sightlines. BBL have been winning gunfights.
They have been.
That just hasn't suited them whatsoever.
No, Brave, Kushner, Elite, I mean, including the first map, especially Bora as well, have been highlight players.
Bora catches the backside of this mid lurk as well. So yeah, the one time, like I said, there's been exploration from Koi towards mid. Yeah. And they're tilters. They are tilters to lose
All
like
of these
that.
are, yeah. So does it become a 9-3? Now I can mention that. 3 rounds.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Away we go. They're still trying to test Brave, but he's been up to this test so often, and a deeper mission towards A as well coming out from BBL. Pushing up Kushner a little bit further. Let's see what Brave responds with. Again, he's still sat on his ult. He's still got that Viper's Pit there if he wants to go for it. Camo, go invest his and try and clear through. Yellow now cleared. No one there. Can he note the player? Does he get to spot him out? I don't think so. Might just run short. No, he's got time on this. Okay, does spot Brave. He can TP himself away. They've got the plant. First time we've seen them with 5 standing on this too. This is big for them.
Adjustment being, look at how disconnected Shados is here.
That's very true.
But tons of utility on the play back in, even a Viper's Pit to throw in the mix. Still got the paranoia as well, but the kill's going to the of Koi this time.
Yeah, Koi actually starting to hold on to this. More forward positioning. Starzo's there. Reezy now. Not going to get it done, and there's the 3rd. Koi giving himself a really fine margin to work with. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it does give them at least a chance here, but they need that pistol. They need to, you know, win basically everything off the back.
They really do. Fortunately, BBL not able to crack their way back onto B side this time, where success repeatedly. This time around, Camo, another big round for him, actually.
You think about the rounds that Koi have got, he has been instrumental in at least 2 of them.
It's not often you say it, but to come out of a 9-3 half at 12-10 on the Yoru, where you're getting battered on the front line.
You are.
Credit to him.
No, he's
might have only been in the 3-round victories, but...
Yep. I mean, without him, you wouldn't have 3. Let's see. Okay, Koi. Focus up now. This pistol means a great deal. Who's it going to be? Gravino. Going to have to deal with what they put towards Brave on that first half. Going to have Elite already leaning closer on this. Excuse me, not Elite, Shados. Leaning on over towards B. Gonna have basically everyone jumping on this as well. Shadow already coming on over as well, so putting full faith in this.
It does erupt into a brawl. Gotta be worried about Grabinho's position.
They're so close.
Actually, it's Koi to invest the utility first to try and catch a kill. Nobody inside the trap.
Bino, there's a chance. Nice work from him there. Don't know if he can keep his life. Oh my, how's he gone away with that? Okay, well, short-lived life, but still, he had it for a moment there. So they've kind of fought their way to clear yellow. They've got at least somewhat quelled some of the more aggressive positioning from Koi, but there's still not that much safety on the site here.
Waiting obviously for the Thompson to recharge here. Well, or waiting for Kushner to make a play like this, maybe on the back of his smokes.
Okay. No one's up here yet. I think maybe Shados might plant this way. And I think Shados is feeling something's up. Something feels weird. The smoke, a little abnormal. And yet Shados was right to read it as such, that the plant's still not come down. Now time is a problem. Brave dives in to try and clear that out and gets himself a little bit of comfort until then. Camo's still relevant to these rounds. It's on Elite and Reezy. Shock Dart still to be played in. A drop on the wall and a big headshot coming in. And Elite wants a bit of that too. Gonna find both. It'll be all in Shadow's hands.
2 seconds on the dart as well.
And he creeps closer. Yeah, beautiful work from Elite in the end there. Again, BBL backing themselves in this. 10 rounds already. And that hope starts to dwindle for Koi.
Planted.
Again, keep in mind, first map 13-4.
I was just checking out, yeah,
similar.
I believe that's every pistol round as well. BBL converting
right
across the series. So tough, really, for Koi to even get off the starting line. Both maps now. Then you add in the scoreline deficit on top. It's just brutal.
They've got work to do. I think everyone knows it. I think Barbar, looking at him throughout this, knows it. Koi needs to start getting, back to work, and I'm sure they will do, but they certainly weren't ready for this matchup. It's not done yet, but the way it's going, you can already see the weapons that BBL are bringing in. You got rifles going out. You still got a lot behind this bite, and they're trying to flood the site here. Can they keep the plant safe? Bora could be in danger. Yeah, he's gone down, actually. Really nice, almost pre-take there from Koi. Making something out of nothing.
Hang on, Starzo's actually retrieved a weapon, but tries to drift forward, catch somebody off guard. Not going to happen. Leave Shados with a classic now. Didn't buy the bundle.
That's what you get for not buying the bundle. Brave's going to find you. And hey, it almost got a little bit dangerous, but they do keep the 2 rifles and the Guardian, so no harm, no foul if you're BBL. You're happy enough with that. Got a little bit dangerous, got a little exciting. But yeah, not going to make much more of it there. Stars are just hoping to catch up a bit of timing. And we do have Koi trying to slow things down. This, I mean, it's the final chance to have a chat, right? The buy round going to come in for Koi. Now it's never.
Yeah, it's, again, another situation where really it's a long road back to forcing a map 3. So
yeah,
there's a lot to really digest and break down in a timeout like this, but it starts at round 3. Curious to see.
Snare.
Well, Camo again.
Yeah. Again, look, if you're gonna be,
if you're gonna pin your hopes anywhere,
yeah,
on Koi to force map 3, take us to Ascent. It'll be on the back of that man. But here on the defense again, his options are limited in terms of aggression, in terms of securing advantages early on.
To show us something, Koi, because right now you just don't look quite ready, if I'm honest. I think that's the only way to put it. They don't quite look ready for this yet. BBL in the bonus here, looking like they've invested 1 more rifle to the mix to complement and supplement what they already took away, and just a sheriff potentially for Reezy. So again, a pretty well-rounded purchase considering it is just a bonus. BBL already testing a little towards middle. Kushina having a little bit of a walk.
He's not going to get spotted out. Also doesn't really get a feel for any aggression on the other side. Camo nearly caught off guard here, but Pora will drop in the equation.
That's the dreamy start, right? You've taken away Pora.
Problem being it's not in a spot that Reezy can retrieve that weapon either. Or maybe. They're going to try. I mean, that dart basically being on the backside of the pillar there only confirms yellow presence. Nobody else can really shoot it, so.
It's done its job in a weird way.
And, I mean, the smoke as well is going to give easy access to the weapon.
Waiting to see that picked up.
Yeah, he's cautious.
I mean, that window of chance is going to dissipate, so he doesn't have it by now. It looks like they're trying to sell a fake, but they are actually behind this.
Oh, that's a bold TP. Shados will punish it, but Elite on the backside with the trade.
This round is getting a little bit worrying. Camo's been spotted, 19 seconds, 3 bullets for Easy. And they are very near to this.
I mean, the big objective here is getting the plant. They've done so.
This was a bonus round. It just feels so threatening. You see that wall coming in. Breezy's still around. Have to give away the game. It's actually Elite takes Starzo down. No trade. No counter pressure to this. They're starting to creep in closer, but you can see the timing to this. Reezy knows the dance all too well. It's been red. Elite can slip away a little bit deeper and just play the timing. Reezy's there. BBL. That's their bonus, and that's their 12th. Koi can't make it matter in times like this. They're just falling apart, really, Mike.
Yeah. This one just comes apart at the seams.
Yeah.
We are just running rings around Koi. It's another example where it's, you can't even now start faulting the decision-making because they're desperate. Up against the ropes. BBL on 12 now, a chance to seal the deal.
Yep.
On a clean series victory.
And again, as much as this is a bit disappointing to see Koi not quite up to where you'd want him, I want to highlight how well BBL have been playing. They've not taken it for granted. They haven't been sloppy. They've played this perfectly. You couldn't ask for a better look. If you're a BBL fan and you've been waiting to see this come in, you should be happy. The way they played this out, Mike, I'd be chuffed.
Yeah, this is what the transition from Cope to Hope really looks like, to be honest. This is the form the BBL can sustain here. Camo is try and be decisive, figure out the lay of the land here.
No, he's got him
But
three.
I mean, yeah, it's early on though, so what's this really worth? BBL do decide to just brute force their way in, maybe.
I mean, Grabino's still here. Problem is that Shados has been playing quite close to yellow, so they might be very aware of this. Grabino trying to catch him off guard a little bit here. Lockdown going to come through as well, so if they go through the paces as per normal, Grabino makes a wild play, it doesn't work out. And Reezy going to trade out Camo, who did find a little bit of damage. I don't know if there's any safety here, just about gets away in time. So the plant should be secure. Don't know if Foro's going to get away with his life. I think he does, actually. Yep. So the post plant, 4 players against the 3. You've got the Hunter's Fury. You've got 2 shock darts. Brave's got all his kit. Shadow spotted one of them. Brave just does the dance, gets around, gets away. Doesn't get away from Starzo. So an even affair now.
This is just a buy time though, like you said, for the Hunter's Fury. The late round piece. Still got 2 shock darts as well.
Getting a little bit dangerous though. They're trying to apply the pressure. Shadow with a good trade. Trying to buy the time though. Keep your eyes towards the clock as well. Shadow's still there. It's on Reezy. No one's on it just yet. They're trying to get towards him. Get the gun out, and he's done.
Oh no.
Maybe just enough. The time here is going to be tight. I don't know what Shadows can do in this, and Reezy is playing it so well. I don't think there's enough time on this one. There absolutely isn't. BBL get to 13. And this has been wondrous for BBL. That has got to be a weight lifted off their shoulders. This hasn't been a pretty year for them. They needed that victory, and they got it in a fantastic fashion, Mike.
Absolutely. Very comfortable here, and a couple of players excelling individually. And a tough pill to swallow, really, for Koi, to be quite honest.
Yeah, Koi on the other side need to, I don't know, they've got to get to work, Mike. I think that is the easiest way to put it.
Yeah, series like that feels like back to the drawing board, honestly. Yeah. It's tough, really, because I think this is definitely an over-delivery from BBL.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Individuals aside, I think as a team, the game plan here, the approach and the execution of that was really the deciding factor. But there's not many positives to take out of this for Koi, and that's being brutally honest.
Yeah, this needs to be fixed here, I think, for the likes of Koi. They can go away from this and just know, right, time to start getting to work here, time to rebuild, trying to refocus, trying to make something happen. For BBL, they've done it, right? This is enough to prove that they have got it in them now. We were waiting for this to happen. The results had been missing until this point. Seeing them today, they look much better, Mike. They look like the team we've been waiting to see. Absolutely. Yeah. And I don't know who they're facing next, if I'm honest. I need to look into it. But I can't wait to see how they match up with the others going forward. But still, this has been a fabulous series, especially if you're a BBL fan. Maybe not so much for Koi. However, do get yourselves ready, because we do have the post-plant coming up next.
You're right, it is a great day to be a BBL fan. I waited a long time for a performance like this. I got Kakuka with me for post-plant, and we will be joined by BBL's coach, Epic, very shortly. I mean, this is the BBL we want to see, right? This is it.
Exactly. Last year, I think it took them way longer until they started proving themselves and having this kind of performance. My biggest takeaway for the BBL that I saw today, in comparison to other teams, not only here in EMEA, but also around the world, is that even though they were getting those wins, they played the entire of the match round by round. They knew exactly like the plans that they wanted to execute. Even if you already know kind of that you're going to win this, they want to test everything to their fullest. They want to test the composition, for example, on Icebox. And this is the kind of BBL that brings back the illusion.
And this is the thing though, Kukuka, because Ascent would have been map 3, and BBL have always been good on Ascent. I know recently it has been a bit of a hit and miss, but if their Ascent is as good as it was before, they've got Icebox down, Lotus is looking good. They finally have a stable map pool, which is, I feel like, first time ever.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? If we think about the composition that that they were running here. And so you were mentioning how they have run this in the past. Obviously, now it's different because the map itself is a bit different. But we're not seeing any of the innovation here on this composition, particularly that we see other teams bring in. If this has worked for today, doesn't mean that it's going to work next week. I think that the innovation has to be coming in for every single team. And now the BBL has gotten their first win. We're here and everybody celebrating in the studio. They have to keep up with the rest of the teams. Getting a win is not enough, and they should not be complacent of that.
Is it time to start believing? Forza BBL?
I'd like to. Really. I think it's still a long way, and especially with the impression that we got at kickoff and how all of the other teams seem to be waking up. What we want is the competition to rise up the level, right?
I mean, this is the thing. They got to go just bit by bit. Bit by bit. You know, it's a great victory today. Like I said, with a stable map pool, all of a sudden, they're not a pretender. They're a contender. Am I right?
I love the moment that a team wins a map, for example. Oh, they're back!
Instantly.
They're back!
Literally, my overreaction. But we do have Epic here in the studio. Epic, please come and join us here for Post Plant. Thank you for joining us. This is the first time we have you here. I gotta say, congratulations. That was the most dominant win BBL has ever had in the partnership era. We didn't see you guys win this dominantly previously, so what's changed? What's been going on?
To be honest, that was a problem that we couldn't catch somehow, but we tremendously believe that there was a problem at the applying. So the practices are just going well. But when it comes to the stage, we have to get used to it. So I think we just get used to it. So after that, everyone should be scared of BBL.
Oh, do you think you're in this sense, right, a bit of like an emotional team? Because I remember last week, I saw when you guys lose, and every player was like feeling really down. I feel like they feel very individually responsible for what happened. But on the same note, today we saw them celebrate round by round. Do you think that mentality is very important for your team?
Yeah, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, we have to be in the winner's mentality, not in the loser's mentality. So if we want to be in winner mentality, we have to work more than ever. So the last week we just did this, and after this I know that we are going to get better and better. Our performance will be increasing because the players just started to feel much better, and they are in game as a communicational, as an individual, as a team. We are just starting now.
But what changed in your? What was the conversation after the game that changed your mentality so drastically from last week to this one?
Actually, we had a speech after we lost to the Gentle Mice, and after the speech, everyone just tell each other the negative feelings that we have felt.
Intervention, group intervention.
Yeah. After that, we just neutralize those negative feelings, and after that, we just move on. So
this is what I mean. Forza BBL, you know me. I've always been there for you guys, supporting you guys, because I believe this is the BBL that you're gonna show and you're gonna win. But let's talk about the Icebox, the comp. We've seen it before on the old Icebox. Didn't look super convincing like the way that they did today. Of course, moving Kute off of his role onto the Omen is always a question. He played great today as well, so we just wanted to ask you, what made you bring this back?
The Omen composition?
Yeah, this Icebox Omen composition, yeah.
Actually, it was working last year, but somehow we lost, but just one loss cannot be, how can I say it, cannot be blocked that we have to choose it, but the thing is, Kushner is a great player, perfect team player. So we can use it as a flexible as well. So I think, all right, he's a great duelist, but ahead of that, he's a great team player. So if we just manage to adaptate to this composition, everyone can play everything. But the QT has a different style, so we're just using it. That's the point that we chose the Omen composition.
So you managed to close this in a 2-0 fashion, but that third map would have been Ascent. That has been a staple for you for a very, very long time. How are your views right now on the map for you guys?
But also not picking it first.
Yeah, that's
really
what I was
rare,
gonna say.
Right?
Yeah,
you always pick it.
Yeah, we are talking about Ascent, right?
Yes.
Okay, I know we lost 2 times in a row against Navi, against Gentlemates, but I know that we didn't lose because of we are playing bad. No, we are not playing bad. It's all about the adaptation because meta is changing, different compositions, double duelists, double smokes, without Kaio compositions. We just have to adapt it, and we are working on it as well. So I tremendously believe that it won't be any problem about the Askent as well. But we just decided to choose Icebox against Koi, and hopefully it worked.
I mean, it definitely will. I think this is a good thing, right? Because you can't just keep relying on the Ascent.
You have to become a little bit also unpredictable, you know, for your opponents,
definitely.
being like, oh, it's VBO, they're just going to pick Ascent. And also they were going to be playing a very standard composition. Have you at least tried or, you know, scouted for another options to play on Ascent? Or do you trust the same old composition for it?
For Koi?
No, for you and the way that you interpret Ascent.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't understand.
The map, right?
Yeah.
Have you like tried to figure out a different way of playing it, or are you going to stick to what you've been playing so far?
Actually, we just figured out the problems, especially on CT side, and we fixed it, I think. But we are going to see the.
I can't wait to see it.
I've heard the scrim box. I've heard that you guys are still amazing on Ascent.
You heard it?
Yeah, I've heard the scrim box. I've heard the scrim box. But let's take a look at your schedule for the rest of this split before we head to playoffs. Because today I felt like you had to win, right? Get the win rolling. This is probably one of the teams that on paper felt more even to you. But with the rest of the teams coming up, as you can see here, you've got Heretics, Na'Vi, Giant Eggs, and then Foot. This seems like a difficult journey, difficult road. So what do you make of this?
As I said, my team has just started, so we are going to see that. But I don't want to talk. How can I say? I don't know how to say in English, but I don't want to talk like trash or about the big things. But we have an exam due next week, and which will be Heretics. So we will be working on it. After the Heretics, it will be Navi. So we will be working on it as well. So we will just move step by step, and hopefully we are going to make the playoffs.
Actually, with Heretics, I believe Wood will be coming in. I think that's when they said, week 3, he'll be joining the roster. Do you know much about him? Obviously, a young Turkish player as well. What's he like?
Yeah, he's a great player, and he's so young. He's talented, but even though he's a young player, he has to learn so much things. So in that point, he will be playing against the experienced player like Kushin Riggs, like Power. So allow him. Anyway, I allow him, and I love his play style. But good luck for him for his first match. Yeah.
May the better Turkish players win, right? Yeah.
Also, another thing that is probably going to be enabled next week is going to be Clove. Do you think that she will find a spot in the meta, at least here in EMEA?
I think there will be a teams just gonna play, but I know that it won't be. Sorry, she right? Clove. Yeah. Clove is not going to be a meta because his skill. Sorry, its skill set, also how to play. It cannot replace the Omen. I think that. Yeah.
So no Kushin or Clove. No Kushin or Clove.
I didn't say that.
I love how everyone's kind of try and keep their cards close to them. I do believe last week we had a question from Natank. You guys played Gentlemates after that game. Natank wanted to ask you a question. So let's roll and see what he said.
Are you scared of Gentlemates?
Should they be bone cold? What do you think?
After seeing that Phoenix, yeah. I wouldn't want to play against them.
Yeah, you played them already, so he wanted to ask you, maybe the next time you face them, are you scared of Gentlemates?
That's what he asked me. In person.
Yeah, well he asked which other
question.
Guest. Yeah.
Okay, let's see you in playoffs.
Oh,
Okay.
I feel like that's a no. I feel like you guys are not scared of anyone at this point after that win. Do you have a question for our guest? Next time we're going to have somebody else tomorrow on the show. Would you like to ask them a question? Any question. It could be about anything.
So we don't know who we're going to have tomorrow, right? So it has to be an open question. You can instigate some drama.
It might be somebody from Gentlemates, actually.
Yeah, actually.
It'll be the winner of Gentlemates and Casey. We don't know who just yet, but if you want to ask them a question, we're going to give you a chance.
Okay. Are you ready for the BBL?
Okay. Personal, getting personal.
Can anybody be ready for BBL though, Bear, do you think? Like, how do you be ready for a team like this?
I mean, now that they're starting to like show their cards and prepare week by week, I think that things change a lot from kickoff into the regular season. Last year, it took a bit of a time to like get things rolling, but once they started, it didn't stop. So I hope that we go back into those tracks.
I also want to ask you, Epic, because I think at this point, you've become very famous in our region for your expressions, you know?
We actually love to see you
We
smile
love
here.
it so much. Because I can never tell if you're happy or you're mad at something. You feel very like stoic. You don't show too much of like what you're thinking. Is that conscious? Like, do you do that on purpose, you know? Or is it just like you're so focused?
No, I was just so focused, but today I couldn't control my emotions.
We saw a couple, you know, like you standing up and all that. You know, a part of me thought that if I was one of your players, right, and I was like bot reviewing, and I saw you having no emotion, whether I do good or bad, I'd be so scared of you.
Can you tell us?
I just cannot know what
Can
you're
you tell us some
thinking.
signs? Like, is there a sign maybe when we cut to you, like you're really mad or you're really happy, but we just can't tell? Like, is there a sign that we can look out for? Yeah.
Yeah, when I just save my head with the tissue.
Oh, is that happy or sad?
No, it's angry.
Oh, that's angry.
I was gonna say that instead of crying, he just sweat.
Okay, you guys have to remember when we cut to Epic's reaction cams, that's him being angry, basically. Let's take a look at the standing as well right now, because last week we were 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 every single game. This week we've had some 3 maps, and your group is starting to look insanely competitive. So what do you think about this?
All I can say is everyone can beat everyone, but we are the second seed right now, right?
Yeah, I guess right now you are judging maps as well, differential counting into it, and the fact that Liquid have played 3 games already. You guys also haven't, and Fnatic obviously haven't won a game yet.
Yeah, it's strange, but Fnatic still have 5 more matches. Vitality 4, us 4. Yeah, group is going to be changed for sure, but as I said, we have to move on step by step. But the other thing is, Foot Esports is just doing great job on the other group, and also the Carmichael Foot Esports match was hilarious. And
in which sense? Why was it hilarious?
Hilarious?
Yeah. Oh, did you say hilarious or
yeah?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Why was it funny? Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to say that. Actually, I forgot the word. That's why I said.
That's okay.
To be fair, it was kind.
Yeah, it was a great match.
Yeah,
so
I'm with you though. I'm with you. But what do you think about how close things are getting?
I actually wanted to ask you, because another thing that is very important that you also mentioned, you know, with the map differential and how important it is, because since you're not playing people within your group, you're playing people from the other group, every win matters, and most importantly, every map matters. Is that something that you take into consideration as well? That is not only important that you win, it's also that you should do it, if possible, in just 2 maps. Do you think that that is something that you give importance to?
Yeah, we give importance and we care about it, but we are just we don't let it to make pressure on us. That's the point, because we have to win in the end. So if we win, we okay. That's the point.
For the BBL. Any opportunity, I'm going to bring that up. Last question before I let you go. We had Doombros, the coach of Na'Vi, with us earlier, and he said that Pora is the most important player on your team. He's the biggest win condition. If the players follow his call, they follow his plan, that's how you win. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I can agree with that, because before that, his ambition, his passion to win is just leading the team. So that's what I like for him the most.
Great IGL. We love horror here. We love horror.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Epic, for joining us. Congratulations again on today's win. Good luck next week. Thank you very much.
Many.
First of many, I believe. Thank you very much, Kakuka, as well. And for everyone else at home for watching, we got another day coming up tomorrow to round off week 2, starting with Fnatic versus Giants, followed by KC versus Gentlemate. So make sure you get a good rest and join us then. And we'll see you tomorrow afternoon.
Tom, you know, a lot of people are going to be saying that Na'Vi are the favorites. I would disagree. And again, baiting them into the open. One away. Nay, 4 bullets.
Let's go!
Don't think there's enough time on this one. There absolutely isn't.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.